card company is valued at about 1.4 trillion won, right? With bonds maturing in the next 3 years? Do-jun quickly interjected, "Uncle, there's no need to repeat the details. I'm a man of my word." Suddenly, Donkey made a decision. "I'll pay an extra 100 billion. No installments needed. I'll transfer the entire amount in cash on the day we sign the contract. Sound good?" Do-jun widened his eyes in surprise. His mind was a mess as he sat before Donkey. Is this guy out of his mind? Or am I the one failing to keep up with the situation? If the younger brother adds 100 billion, then for sure the older brother will raise the price to 2 trillion. Donkey smiled calmly. Suddenly, Do-jun seemed to catch on to something. He placed his hands on his thighs and leaned forward slightly. "Just tell me straight, what is that 100 billion really about?" Hearing that, Donkey leaned back in his chair and laughed. "So you finally get it. That 100 billion isn't just a simple number." He interlaced his fingers and spoke with a mysterious expression. "It's phantom money. No one can trace its origin. No matter what you use it for, it won't cause any trouble." Do-jun was slightly startled, thinking to himself, a slush fund. Donkey's eyes seemed to see through everything. "My big brother would never use his personal money, even if he has to spend 2 trillion won to take over the credit card company. Sun Yang, it will still be the company's money." His voice suddenly rose. "And you can't just use that kind of money however you want, either. The people at the tax office are terrifying." Donkey stared directly at the person opposite him. "There will be a time when you need this cash. It's a fund with real value. Unlike money hidden in shell companies that you can't even touch, only completely laundered money can be used effectively." After saying that, he adjusted his blazer. Do-jun then asked calmly, "Should I give my eldest uncle a few days to think it over?" "About 3 or 4 days should be enough." Donkey stood up and shoved his hands into his pockets. "Of course." He cast a watchful eye toward Do-jun. "If that old man Oh Se-hyun finds out about that 100 billion won in slush money, he'll definitely be stoked. He'll be ready to take the deal in a heartbeat." As soon as he finished speaking, Donkey turned his back. Do-jun calmly pursed his lips. Before him was a closed door. Suddenly, Do-jun lowered his head and chuckled. "I've already got funds like that ready to go." Images of windmills flashed through his mind. The money he had stashed in the fantasy company in the U.S. was all transferred to shell companies in remote rural areas of the Netherlands and then disguised as legitimate investment losses. At this moment, Do-jun sat with his arms crossed. "I need to find the weak spots of a few people." Hearing this, Byung-jun narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Who are they?" Do-jun turned his head to look over, specifically the head of finance and the project manager of Sun Yang Group during the 1997-1998 IMF crisis. Byung-jun looked surprised. "How deep do you want me to dig into them?" Do-jun's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Find me every single document related to Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki." Suddenly, Byung-jun flinched, his eyes wide with shock. A thought flashed through Do-jun's mind. "Wait, even Byung-jun is sketch about messing with the Vice Chairman?" He observed Byung-jun and asked, "Is this task too difficult?" Byung-jun replied hesitantly, "Not exactly, but..." Suddenly, Byung-jun raised a concern. "Are you going to be okay doing this?" Do-jun looked at him calmly. "What do you mean?" Byung-jun then explained bluntly, "Once you dive into something like this, there's no way out except through a head-on collision, and both sides will have to pay a steep price. While I'm investigating the other side, Vice Chairman Jin might also start digging up your past." At this, Do-jun only gave a faint smile. As it turns out, he's not worried about a head-on clash with Vice Chairman Jin, but he's afraid of getting backstabbed himself. Next, he glanced over at Byung-jun. "Have you managed to get any intel on the Group 5 working for that side yet?" Do-jun thought about that mysterious crew. Besides his 2 uncles, there must be someone like Manager Oh and Byung-jun providing support behind the scenes. Or perhaps they have a very tight connection with Manager Oh. Meanwhile, Byung-jun simply replied calmly, "I don't know them. Our line of work requires total transparency with the client, but zero involvement with others to avoid leaks. That's why no one knows each other's true identities." His gaze didn't waver for a second. "But I know those guys are real heavy hitters. In just 1 week, they could expose your entire past from the last 15 years. Hearing this, Do-jun was slightly taken aback. He let out a suggestive smile. "So, Manager Oh, how long would it take you to dig up my past 15 years? Byung-jun answered instantly, "It would only take me a week, too." Do-jun smirked with genuine interest. "Then I'd like to see my past 15 years by next week. Can you handle that?" Byung-jun was momentarily stunned. Then he turned to look at him squarely. "Do you really want to investigate your own past?" Do-jun nodded. "That's right." Byung-jun frowned slightly and spoke up. Then give me 10 days. If I'm doing this, I'm doing it thoroughly. At the same time, Do-jun observed Byung-jun closely. He said, fair enough, I'll wait. Byung-jun narrowed his eyes, his mind made up. I won't let you down. Hearing that, Do-jun just closed his eyes and thought to himself, you seem to find this pretty interesting, don't you? Then he interlaced his fingers. Anyway, back to the main point. Earlier you said how many days you needed for the investigation. Byung-jun sat up straight and spoke with composure. Investigating the finance head and the 2 vice chairmen? 20 days should be enough. If any issues arise during the investigation that require more time, I'll report back immediately. Do-jun looked up at him. So investigate me first, then move on to those 2. Byung-jun stood up. Understood, manager. As he spoke, Do-jun also stood up. One more thing, don't worry about Vice Chairman Jin retaliating. He tilted his head and gave a polite smile. I just want to gather some intel. I have no intention of threatening or intimidating anyone. Hearing that, Byung-jun followed up. A sword kept in its scabbard is truly terrifying. I'm sure you understand that. Sunlight streamed through the office windows. A CD lay next to the files. Se-hyun picked up the card. Khalifa Itotlir. Do-jun looked over expectantly. This is the name of an Arab bank. Do you know this place? Se-hyun focused intently on the envelope. No, banks are popping up like mushrooms these days. How would I know? You've got to give me some time. And to look into this bank. Everyone's already gone and you're just bringing this up? How is this going to work? Hearing that, Do-jun just smiled and replied, I have about 10 days, so please look into it for me, okay? Se-hyun muttered, 10 days is a bit of a stretch. Suddenly, Do-jun crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. It's been a while since I've had a break, so I'm planning to take some time to chill. Se-hyun frowned and asked point blank, chill? You're not plotting something else? Do-jun spoke calmly. Not at all, I'm dead serious. I've booked a room at a resort nearby. I plan to vacation for over a week before heading to Labuan. Excitement showed in Se-hyun's smile. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Next, he walked over to the desk. Then Se-hyun placed the letter on the table. When you withdraw the money, remember to transfer it here. As he spoke, he sat down in the chair. This is a bank in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. If you don't feel like traveling, I can introduce you to someone trustworthy to handle the cash. Do-jun looked over calmly. I don't plan on taking the money back. Just leave it in that account. I don't need to use that money right now. Se-hyun's eyes flashed with surprise. Huh? So you're just going to leave it in Vice Chairman Jin's account? At the same time, Do-jun sat with his arms crossed. Yes, according to him, without the documents, the CD and the card, no one can track it down. So leaving it there is fine. Se-hyun frowned. So you're just gonna bury the cash? I heard banks in Labuan don't pay interest. They're just for storage. He smirked and replied with total confidence. It's not worth deleting his account just for a little interest. Having this is enough to serve as crucial evidence. Se-hyun was stunned and asked, evidence of what? Suddenly he winced and furrowed his brows. You don't mean... Do-jun just gave a mysterious smile. You guessed it right. He turned his head toward Se-hyun. A powerful weapon for the future. Something worth far more than 100 billion won. No need to overthink it right now. It's best to just leave it be. Hearing this made Se-hyun even more shocked. That money can actually be a weapon? Do-jun rested his hands on his lap and spoke. Yes. He said once the money is withdrawn or transferred, the account is deleted immediately. I want to keep it because I'll need it later. Se-hyun looked up at Do-jun. An account alone is hardly a weapon. He stood up right next to Se-hyun. I'll handle it first and tell you all about it later. Do-jun flashed an incredibly confident smile. Evading 100 billion won in taxes is a heavier crime than embezzlement. I have the proof in my hands. Only a fool would erase that. A plane took off into the vast, high sky. Then it landed on the tarmac. The roar of the engines echoed all around. Kota Kinabalu International Airport. Small airport with a 3.7-kilometer runway. Do-jun walked forward slowly. A smile still played on his face. Suddenly, Do-jun turned his head. Manager Moon Sung-hun. Seong-hun rushed over. Yes! Do-jun looked him over and gave instructions. Contact the legal office and tell the director to fly out on the earliest flight tomorrow morning. Seong-hun nodded and replied, Yes, I'll get on that right away. Then Do-jun spoke up with satisfaction. While we wait, let's go chill at a resort for a bit. A luxurious scene with a massive pool appeared at the resort. People were hanging out by the poolside. Meanwhile, Do-jun was observing them. Suddenly, he saw Ronan running toward him. Sweat beaded on his cheeks. If you had given me a heads up, I would have prepared a proper welcome. Hearing that, Do-jun smiled and waved it off. I'm not here for work this time. No need for a formal reception, don't worry about it. First, let's grab a bite, then we can talk. Ronan looked a bit flustered and quickly nodded. Oh yes. Appetizing food was served on the table. Ronan's face clearly showed panic. He was visibly rattled. Do-jun sat with his arms crossed, watching him. He probably saw the news calling me the secret power player of Junyang, so meeting me privately right now might look like he's picking sides. The thought crossed his mind. If he's not careful, he could become a target for Vice Chairman Jin. Yankee, but right now in front of Do. Jun Ronan is just snacking on fries. Even so, he can't exactly turn down a meeting with me. He must be feeling pretty restless. Suddenly he spoke up. This meeting isn't for anything major. I just need you to look into something. Ronan immediately looked up. Yes, what can I help you with? Then Do-jun pointed to the side. A bit further north from here, there's a long beach with golden sand and warm sun. The scenery is breathtaking. Ronan looked in the direction he was pointing. Oh, I see. There are quite a few beautiful beaches around here. Next, Do-jun rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. I heard they were going to build a resort there, but I haven't seen any progress. Ronan gave a hesitant smile. Well, there are many places like that here. A few drops of sweat trickled down his cheek. It takes a long time from planning to completion. Lots of incompetent people involved. The long-term investment channels are just for show and haven't made much headway. Hearing this, Do-jun spoke up bluntly. I see. Please look into it for me. I want to buy this beach to build a villa. Ronan was startled, then frowned and asked, What, a villa? Do-jun crossed his arms and looked at him. Yes, is there a problem? Ronan hurriedly waved his hands. Oh no, I just thought you were planning to build a resort. He gestured to ease the tension in the air. I'm not interested in business. Buying a beach? To build a vacation villa sounds like a good idea. A secluded beach, private and quiet, just for a getaway. Ronan was momentarily stunned and speechless. Do-jun smiled and thought to himself, for a filthy rich third-generation heir, building a villa in such a picturesque place makes total sense. Ronan gave him a serious explanation. But it won't be cheap. Like I said, it's a massive beach. The land alone is worth tens of billions of won. Meanwhile, Do-jun calmly poured a drink. I've budgeted 100 billion. Think that's enough? The hair on Ronan's neck stood up as he shouted, 100 billion? Do-jun watched Ronan while lost in thought. He probably thinks I'm crazy, dropping 100 billion just to build a beach villa. Then he raised his wine glass. The glass concealed Do-jun's knowing smile. As for the legal director, he'll definitely report back to my two uncles. A map appeared. Labuan Island is the only special territory under the Malaysian federal government. This place was once a territory under the Sultanate of Brunei. The national flag flew until 1846, when Brunei officially ceded the island to Great Britain. Troops occupied the island throughout World War II. It was taken by the Japanese army, then returned to the British before officially becoming a federal territory of Malaysia. Sunlight shone down on a company building. About 10 years ago, Labuan began developing into an international financial center and free trade zone. The car pulled into the parking spot. Do-jun straightened his lapels. When I enter the bank, make sure to keep a close eye on the surroundings. Someone is definitely watching me. Seong-hun looked at him grimly and asked, If we spot someone suspicious, what should we do? Should we grab them and use some force to make them talk? Do-jun answered immediately. No, just tail them quietly. All we need to do is identify their destination. They're definitely henchmen from Junyang. Seong-hun broke into a cold sweat. Ah, I get it now. Do-jun opened the door and stepped out, walking calmly toward the entrance. Do-jun looked up at the company building. A man in black blocked his path and greeted him. Sir, how can I help you? Do-jun took out the black card. The man in black stepped aside. Okay? Zara smiled and requested, First of all, please allow me to verify your account number. Kindly present your ownership documents. Do-jun sat down and handed over the papers. She focused on typing them in. Zara held out a keypad. Please enter your password here. Do-jun silently typed it in. Then she said warmly, Thank you. The information has been verified. Is there anything else I can do for you? Do-jun calmly requested, Please check the current balance for me. Zara immediately agreed, Of course. Her fingers tapped away on the keyboard. Zara handed a stack of papers to Do-jun. Here is your information. He scanned the details on the page. Do-jun's brows furrowed. He asked coldly, What's the exchange rate for the won today? Zara responded at once. Please wait a moment. She wrote a string of numbers on a piece of paper. Zara pushed the paper back to Do-jun. Here it is. He stared at it intently. It's 127 ton. So that makes it 116.6 billion won. Do-jun muttered, That's strange. Zara asked curiously, Is there a problem, sir? He explained right away. Yes, there's a huge discrepancy. This balance is a far cry from the figure the previous account holder reported. Zara stated firmly, "There's no way there could be such a mistake. I've checked it thoroughly. There are no errors." Do-jun knit his brows tightly. "Fine. I want to see the transaction history. The data clearly doesn't add up. Someone messed up or is deliberately cooking the books. The bank is dodging responsibility, so I'll investigate this myself." She immediately agreed. "Yes, I understand." The printer whirred and Zara handed the paper to Do-jun. "Here is the data you requested." He scanned the information. Do-jun scrutinized it. November 1997 and January 1998. Over $50 million were transferred from each season UK and Manhattan, USA. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The country almost went under back then due to the lack of foreign currency. And yet someone had the guts to embezzle over $100 million. Incredible. Do-jun thought to himself, Uncle Number 2 is truly ruthless. Now I just need to figure out exactly how that money was siphoned off. He nonchalantly admitted his mistake. Maybe I remembered it wrong? Memory can't be as precise as the records, after all. Zara gave a polite smile and asked, "Of course. Do you need any further assistance, sir?" Do-jun stood up. "No, I just dropped by to check. I might need to use these funds soon." She replied courteously, "Understood. You're welcome back anytime." Do-jun turned slightly. "Thank you. I'll take my leave." He headed toward the door. Do-jun walked away, deep in thought. The bank account receiving funds from the U.S. and the U.K. are definitely under aliases, but now that I've pinned down the dates and the bank involved, I've basically got 50% of the puzzle solved. His expression relaxed. Do-jun walked up to the car. He spoke seriously. "Let's move." The driver replied, "Yes, sir." Do-jun turned to Shong-hun, the chief of the Moon team. "Is anyone tailing me?" He replied immediately, "Yes, there are 2 of them." Seong-hun raised an eyebrow and speculated, "But they don't seem to be from the same group." Do-jun asked curiously, "They look like people you know?" Seong-hun replied awkwardly, "Yes, they're security personnel." He began to investigate. "Do you know which faction they belong to?" Seong-hun looked down. "One works under Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki. I'm not sure about the other one yet, but he looks very familiar." Do-jun calmly crossed his arms. "Just take your time and think." "No rush. It's definitely an inside job." Seong-hun asked hesitantly, "How should we handle this? Should we tail both of them?" He looked out the car window. "Leave Vice Chairman Jin's man alone. Just focus on that other mole. Let's see who's getting cold feet now that the youngest son has left home for this place." Do-jun stated his primary goal. "We have to find the mastermind so I can have a word with them." Seong-hun replied firmly. "Yes, sir, I understand." He narrowed his eyes, wondering, who could it be? Do-jun's eyes flickered with thought as he pondered. He suddenly thought of Young-ki. Or maybe it's one of Vice Chairman Jin's men. He's the only suspicious one. The sunset enveloped the entire area. Do-jun's office apartment in Korea. Byung-jun bowed his head. "I heard there's a traitor in the team." "I'm sorry, manager." Seong-hun's car blended into the crowd. Team leader Moon had tailed the stalker, but couldn't identify him. He stood in front of the hotel. The target entered the hotel without checking out, then vanished without a trace. Team leader Moon had let him slip away. Do-jun spoke up, seeing how sudden everything was. They didn't have time to react. Being abroad, it was probably the language barrier. He poured water into the filter bag. "Don't you worry either. Team leader Mun will handle everything he's assigned perfectly." Byung-jun said apologetically, "I hope you can overlook this." Do-jun turned around, holding the glass of water. "Then let him investigate. Let's see what I've done in the past, or what crimes I might have committed." A slight smirk played on his lips. "I want to see just how much he knows about me." Do-jun set the glass down on the table. "Manager Jin doesn't have anything interesting to dig up." Then he took a sip. Byung-jun gave his assessment. "Your cousins have been causing trouble ever since they hit puberty. But you've done nothing but hit the books." Do-jun leaned back in his chair. "Sounds like I'm such a golden child that there's nothing to nitpick about, huh?" He gave a serious warning. "But don't get complacent." Do-jun looked at Byung-jun in silence. He provided the information. "Tracing shadow accounts right now is mission impossible. Every domestic account we've tracked is completely transparent. Not a single one is using a front name." Byung-jun watched Do-jun. "You're filthy rich." He paused, wondering, wait, why is he smiling? "What's so funny about looking for anonymous accounts?" Do-jun stated firmly. "I don't have any under-the-table money under someone else's name. Everything is legit. I've got nothing to hide." Byung-jun asked skeptically, "Is that so?" "Personally, I find this company fantasy investment in the U.S. to be fishy, but I don't have the reach to investigate it to the core." He responded with a hint of hesitation. "Really? It's tough in the States, too. If you get caught up in illegal financing, they'll throw the book at you." I don't touch dirty money. The morning light broke through 10 days later. Do-jun looked over the paperwork. Vice President Im Chang-yong and manager Jung Kyu-hwan. Byung-jun provided the details. During the IMF crisis, when so many people were losing their jobs, these two were somehow being considered for big promotions. From director to vice president, and from team lead to manager. He knit his brows slightly. Do-yoon skimmed through the files of Jung-un-ah from the finance and administration department. When a company is in trouble or bleeding money, those are usually the first departments to get the axe. Then he looked at Kyu-hwan's photo. While the whole company was reeling from the IMF crisis, how on earth did a director and a team lead get promoted? What's the deal? Jun turned to Byung-jun, especially Im Chang-yong. He leaped from executive director straight to vice president. 2 ranks in one go. He replied immediately, "That's right, vice president." Im Chang-yong is currently running a staffing agency. This company providing temporary labor for construction sites, specifically the apartment projects of Sunyoung Construction, Byung-jun speculated. Chances are he's been padding the payroll with ghost employees. He pushed up his glasses. And it doesn't just stop there. Byung-jun continued seriously. Vice President Im's older brother is the owner of that company. Word is they pocket tens of billions of won every year. Do-jun was stunned. What? Not just a few billion, but tens of billions? The corner of his mouth twitched. Without my eldest uncle's green light, there's no way this would be happening. Do-jun placed his hand on the file. So this is basically a slush fund pipeline for Sunyang Construction. Sunyang, Byung-jun replied, exactly as the saying goes. Where there's grain, there are pigeons. The bigger the bait, the more bottom feeders show up. He countered, so you mean a lot of money is leaking out, without my eldest uncle even knowing? Byung-jun added, correct. If it were just 2 or 3 billion a year, the vice chairman might have looked the other way. But last year it hit 10 billion won. It's hard to believe no one noticed that. Do-jun's face darkened. 10 billion won. That's beyond just turning a blind eye. He analyzed it in his head. The only way Im Chang-yong dares to steal so openly is if he's certain Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki has his back. Do-jun frowned, feeling the tension, because he knows too much about the Vice Chairman's dirty laundry. No one dares to lift a finger against him. He made a silent judgment. But Vice President Im Chang-yong probably doesn't realize just how much this family is falling apart at the seams. Seong-hun leaned forward. Looks like Vice President Im Chang-yong's time is running out. What about manager Jung Kyu-hwan? Byung-jun added. Rumor has it he hit the jackpot and his life changed overnight. Do-jun blurted out in shock. A total 180, just like that? Kyu-hwan waved to his wife and kids. Yes, his life really took off starting in 1998. He moved his wife and kids to the States for good. The kids are attending a prestigious private school in Boston. Byung-jun frowned deeply. Normally, fathers who want to provide for their families like this have to sell their houses and move into some cramped temporary place. But he's different. His life is getting more lavish by the day. Do-jun put his hand to his chin. It seems the vice chairman gave him a pretty big slice of the pie. He realized the situation. With a lifestyle this upgraded, unless my eldest uncle personally arranged it, how would he dare to show off so blatantly? Byung-jun spoke up, exactly. No matter how much money you have, you should keep a low profile. That's the smart way to play it. Kyu-hwan started his move, yet he's the total opposite, spending money so recklessly that his own co-workers in the department have already started whispering behind his back. Byung-jun looked for something in his coat, and of course he's done something even more scandalous. He pulled out a photo of him with a female employee from the same floor. Do-jun picked it up. An affair? Byung-jun said sarcastically. You bet. As soon as he sent his family to the U.S., the first thing he did was hook up with a pretty employee at the office. Kyu-hwan buys her expensive jewelry every time they go out, and treats her to fancy dinners at 5-star hotel restaurants, Byung-jun added, and he even got her a fast-track promotion. Do-jun narrowed his eyes. If a new hire saw all that, they'd definitely think they'd hit the jackpot with a dream guy. Byung-jun let out a sigh. It's a total death blow. If his wife finds out, a divorce is a given, since he's the one who cheated. It wouldn't be surprising if he lost half his assets, not to mention the child support. A fatal weakness. Arguably worse than embezzlement. Do-jun said politely, You've worked really hard on this. Byung-jun wondered, What do you mean hard work? This is my job now with all this dirt. How do you plan to handle it? He calmly replied, We'll just quietly sweep it all under the rug. Make sure no one finds out and then act as if you never saw a thing. But if he wants me to look the other way, he's gotta pay the piper. Cash up front, Byung-jun suggested. If you want to step up and threaten him yourself, it'll be a bit tricky. Just leave everything to me. Do-jun was slightly stunned. Threaten? I think it's time to make him an offer. He curled his lips dangerously. Do you know the legendary saying in this business? An offer that those in sin find hard to refuse, Byung-jun explained. In the movies, they call it an offer, but in reality, threat is more accurate. Do-jun folded his arms warmly. I'm different. I will make an offer. Powerful enough to fan the flames of their desire, and they will certainly be overjoyed to accept it. He continued with a sly smirk, because even though I hold their weakness, I won't use it to intimidate them. Instead of fear, they will be grateful and see me as their benefactor. Byung-jun inquired. Could you explain more clearly what that offer is? Do-jun immediately explained, it's simple. Both of them already know the smell of money. They know exactly how to burn through it. They've both tasted how sweet cash can be. His smile became more pronounced. I just need to give them a bigger taste, a deeper fix of that irresistible flavor. Until they're so hooked they can't back out. After that, everything will be a breeze. Byung-jun fell into deep thought. He looked at Do-jun seriously. I know I'm not in a position to give advice, but allow me to say one thing, Byung-jun warned. Don't try to feed someone else's ambition, just to get what you need in return. Terrify them until they willingly hand over what you want, because compared to greed, fear is a much easier way to make people submit. Do-jun countered, money doesn't solve the problem, but having a lot of money is a different story. Byung-jun reminded him, you can't please everyone. There's no end to their ambition. He suddenly called for Director Oh. Byung-jun immediately replied, yes? Do-jun remained composed. They say humans can overcome their own fears, but few can ever overcome their greed. He shared his speculation. Either way, those two will see their lives collapse because of their own greed. Do-jun added, I'm just using money to reach my goals, while they are the ones fast-tracking their own downfall, completely on their own, simply out of greed. Byung-jun's eyes widened, then he looked down. Byung-jun said with interest, suddenly I'm reminded of one of Aesop's fables. In the end, it wasn't the wind that made the man take off his cloak, but the sun. Do-jun countered, exactly, but this story is different. His face was full of determination. It's not about taking off a cloak. I'm going to make them ditch that easy life and grind according to my will. Sunlight poured over the high-rises. Q-Hwan scrolled with his mouse. He lifted the phone to his ear. Yes, this is Young Q-Hwan speaking. The voice on the other end spoke up. Sorry to call on such short notice. I'm from Spencer Stewart, the executive search firm. Q-Hwan's brow furrowed. Had he heard that name before? He stood up and walked. Give me a second. Q-Hwan opened the door. He stepped up the stairs. Why would a firm of headhunters like yours be looking for me? The person on the other end explained. Spencer Stewart is a global executive recruitment group with branches in over 50 countries. We reached out proactively because we've heard of your reputation and talent, Mr. Young. Q-Hwan truly stood out. Q-Hwan shoved his hands into his pockets. I have no plans to jump ship. The phone rang again, but it's crucial to know your true market value. The person on the other end continued to persuade him. I'm aware, Mr. Young, that you're currently one of the top talents at Soon-Young Construction. The point is your current compensation truly worthy of your skills and your present standing? Q-Hwan pulled out a cigarette. Well, I'm fairly satisfied with what I have. The caller paused in surprise. Really? Right now? The average salary for a manager at Soon-Yang Group is around 50 million won per year, plus performance bonuses of up to 600%. If you think that's enough, I'm afraid you're lowballing yourself by more than half your value. For real? Q-Hwan was flustered. 50%? He tried to compose himself. No, that's not it. I also receive a substantial special bonus, paid in a lump sum. Q-Hwan flatly declined. Anyway, thanks for the offer, but I'm not interested. I'm hanging up now. The caller quickly blurted out, Wait! Manager Young! The pleading voice came through the speaker. What's the harm in just one interview, right? You don't have to quit your job right this second. It's just an invitation for an interview, just to get a clearer picture of your own worth. Q-Hwan wavered a bit. Of course, before you make any decisions, all information will be kept strictly confidential. We guarantee nothing will leak, so you can be at peace. He pondered silently. I didn't really want to jump ship, but I'm curious. I wonder if they'd actually double my pay. Like he said, it doesn't hurt to just go and see. Q-Hwan asked, how will the interview be handled? Morning at the high-rise. Q-Hwan picked up a business card and asked, Wasn't HVK Construction formerly known as Dea? Chan Wu replied bluntly, That's right. Q-Hwan noted somberly. Recently, people have been calling the personnel department HR. Chan Wu explained warmly, it's due to the American influence. But either way, personnel remains a major concern for all businesses, Yubin added. For that very reason, we sought out a talent like manager. Jung here. Q Huan smiled with satisfaction. Chan Wu raised his hand. As you know, our HVK construction has grown exponentially since the SMC project in Sonamdong. That was a massive project, lasting over 15 years already. We're always short-staffed, and top-tier talent is incredibly hard to find. Yubin explained further. So when we contacted the headhunting agency, they immediately recommended manager Jung to us. Q Huan lifted his glass. Chan Wu and Yubin shared a look. He stated bluntly, like many companies that grow too fast, our finance department is facing quite a bit of trouble. We were making bank, so we spent money like water. Who would have guessed we'd be facing the music now? Q Huan couldn't help but wonder. What kind of music? What happened? Chan Wu explained, our controlling shareholder is a firm, specializing in investments. He suddenly blurted out, oh right, it's Miracle. Chan Wu shared, the U.S. headquarters conducted an audit and were extremely critical, throwing the whole company into a panic. They're scrutinizing every single improper expense. They're even threatening criminal charges against the entire staff. Q Huan fell silent, unable to respond. His brow furrowed deeply. Do those Americans really check the books that closely? If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't handle this. Q Huan set his glass down. I only came here to see what my current market value is on the labor market. But it seems there's no need to hear anything else. He stood up and spoke. I'm sorry, everyone, but I'd like to ask that we act as if this meeting never happened. Truly, I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time. Chan Wu tried to hold him back, flustered. Wait, why so sudden? At least hear out our specific offer first. Q Huan gave a formal bow. There's no need. I was wrong to come here with such a half-baked attitude. I am truly sorry. With that, he walked out. Chan Wu and Yubin fell silent. Sunlight streamed into the office. Young Wu asked, confused, what's this all about? Q Huan's eyes widened in shock as photos flashed before him. Q Huan frowned. We intentionally met somewhere far from the office, to avoid being seen. And yet, Young Jun ordered coldly, quit playing dumb. Sweat beaded on Q Huan's forehead. Vice President, if you think I met with HVK Construction with some ulterior motive, it's really not like that. They kept hounding me. So I just wanted to meet them in person to tell them, clearly to stop contacting me. Please, you have to believe me. Young Jun pointed a finger in his face. You piece of work, if it were anyone else, I wouldn't say a word. But you can't pull this crap. Am I lying? Q Huan bowed his head, making excuses. You're right. But it's not like it's a huge deal. I literally just told them no and left. The office fell deathly quiet. Young Jun watched Q Huan, who was pouting nervously. Q Huan stammered, Vice President, you're not getting me wrong, are you? I truly want to dedicate my entire life to Sunyang Construction. Young Jun slammed his hand on the desk. Are you crazy? You talk about loyalty for life. Yet you go meet the competition's HR person. For tea, are you even thinking? Terrified, he asked, Vice President, have the chairman or the executive, Vice Chairman seen these photos yet? If they get the wrong idea, how am I supposed to explain? Young Jun hissed through gritted teeth. The wrong idea? You really are clueless about how the world works, he roared in fury. Now if someone else offers a higher salary, how am I supposed to know whether you're planning to jump ship or not? Q Huan raised his eyebrows in anxiety. Zhang Yun waved his hand dismissively. Just you wait, rumors spread like wildfire. You won't get away with this. You'll pay a heavy price, brace yourself. Q Huan squeezed his eyes shut. Get out of here, you idiot! He walked back to his desk. Q Huan sat down, clutching his head and breathing heavily. His phone began to ring. Q Huan picked it up. A text notification caught his eye. Please check your email. Q Huan reached for the mouse and clicked. He stared at the screen. Photos showing Q Huan's affair appeared. There was a shot of him kissing someone in a car. Q Huan's face was filled with horror. He glanced around frantically. Q Huan gritted his teeth. Who the hell dared to do this? The phone rang again. He became extremely tense. Q Huan gripped the phone tightly. He asked with a trembling voice, Who are you? The person on the other end replied, The one who sent the email. Q Huan screamed in a rage, I asked who the hell you are! He turned to look at everyone around him. Q Huan left in a state of confusion. He walked into a secluded area and barked, Who are you? You're the one who sent that email, aren't you? The voice on the other end answered, It's a long story. Let's meet up and talk. I'll send you the time and place. Q Huan leaned his back against the door. Oh, by the way, if you're thinking of double-crossing me, the photos in that email will be sent to every single employee at Sunyang Construction, Sunyang Group. And of course, your family back in the States will get them too. His face froze. Afternoon at the skyscraper. Hwan asked in a panic, who are you? Do-jun opened the door warmly. You've come to the right place. Please come in. He continued calmly, since you've already made it this far. You wouldn't just turn back now, would you? Do-jun placed a glass of water on the table. He looked at Hwan in silence. Hwan looked down, flustered. Do-jun spoke up, Don't be so anxious. I really don't want to back you into a corner. Hwan felt a slight sense of relief before Do-jun continued. If, right from the start, when offered double your salary and a fat bonus, you had just given us a nod, things wouldn't have gone south like this, Hwan blurted out in shock. So you're the one from HVK Construction? Do-jun replied bluntly. Exactly, but everything has a solution. Why make it hard for each other? Since things have already reached this point, I'll give you a different offer. He raised his brows in panic. Wait, what's going on? Do-jun let out a sigh. Honestly, why are you so hasty and constantly missing out on once-in-a-lifetime opportunities like this? He ordered in a cold tone. Manager Jung. Hwan, shut your mouth and listen to what I have to say. Got it? Sweating, Hwan replied, Yes. A stack of photos was slammed on the table. Hwan was utterly confused. Do-jun leaned forward. What do you think? The scenery is like a dream, isn't it? He agreed, flustered. Yes, the landscape is indeed magnificent. This is Kota Kinabalu in Malaysia, a world-famous vacation spot. Hwan scratched his head. But why are you showing me this? He spoke with a hint of suggestion. Vacationing there for 5 years sounds like a solid idea, doesn't it? Hwan jumped in surprise. You want me to do what? Do-jun explained calmly. At the end of this year, I'm going to build a massive resort there. From design to the grand opening, it'll probably take about 3 or 4 years, and it'll take about 5 years to stabilize the operations. He told him straight up. My point is, just go there and live comfortably, doing what you do best, financial management. Hwan stood frozen. Do-jun gave a devious smile. He ordered, Quietly liquidate all assets and keep this a secret for me. Let Miracle Investment take care of things here, he stated firmly. I'll keep it under wraps so no one can find you. Investment returns will definitely be more attractive than just keeping it in the bank. Hwan shot back. Are you telling me to run away? Do-jun crossed his arms and suggested, Before the resort opens, you can stay at a hotel for convenience, or even rent a beautiful villa to relax. He added more perks. By the way, over there, it's beautiful girls in bikinis 365 days a year. They're way hotter than that staff member you're seeing right now. As the big boss of the resort, who knows? Maybe they'll be the ones making a move on you first. Hwan went silent. Do-jun smirked and speculated. Since it's an overseas assignment, of course, you'll receive a full special allowance. It double every year. You might even save up a huge fortune. He looked away. Hwan fell into deep thought. Do-jun reminded him, If you refuse, you're the only one who loses. Just by meeting a rival company's HR to hear a job offer. That's enough to raise suspicion. The entire room fell into silence. He would never open his mouth to answer questions like these. Do-jun stated, No matter how you explain it, in the eyes of others, you're still someone ready to betray at any moment. You're the one handling the slush fund for the vice chairman. How could they just let you resign and walk away in peace? He furrowed his brows tightly. You already know things like that. Just how ruthless the Sunyang Group can be. No one can predict what will happen next. Hwan cried out in a panic. Slush! What slush fund? How would I know anything about that? Do-jun raised his hand. He narrowed his eyes. I hate wasting time on pointless things the most. Stop acting this whole I've never betrayed anyone routine. Save that line for your wife. Hwan was struck with shock. Do-jun's voice turned deep and serious. The amount of 100 billion won that the vice chairman raked in during the crisis. He froze in total shock. Do-jun continued with a suggestive tone. How could he withdraw such a massive amount of money? When the whole country was struggling through an economic meltdown? I'm willing to bet you understand this better than anyone else. Hwan explained nervously. Wait, you said 100 billion won? That's not right. I only sold a shell company worth 50 billion. He quickly covered his mouth. Do-jun smirked triumphantly. Oh, so. It turns out you secretly sold a non-existent shell company to Sunyang Construction? Sunyang. He observed Hwan's demeanor. Looking at you, it seems you only know about that 50 billion. 50 billion. As for the rest, I'll probably have to ask CEO Im Chang-yan to find out. Do-jun crossed his arms and made an offer. Give me all the documents related to that shell company. In exchange, I will guarantee your safety, he added with a playful grin. Of course, the offer to work at the resort still stands. Q raised his eyebrows in fear. He hesitated and then asked, "May I ask you something?" Du-jun immediately agreed. "Go ahead," Q asked curiously. "Vice Chairman Jin Dongki is your uncle, right? Why on earth are you digging up his dirt? What's the point?" Do-yoon narrowed his eyes and shot back. "You know that. I transferred Sunyang credit card over to him, don't you?" He immediately replied, "Yes. I heard you sold the company to him." Do-jun rested his hand on the arm of the chair. "Then do you know why I sold that company? To him? Even though that company pulls in hundreds of billions in profit every year," he continued with a frown. "A credit card company is practically a cash cow for me. Only an idiot would sell it, right? And on top of that, to sell it to him with all that debt?" Q-hwan listened in silence. How could a regular salaryman ever understand such deep, dark family secrets? Du-jun summed it up. "There are many reasons, but basically my company was snatched from me. My own uncle robbed his own nephew's business." His eyes flashed with a cold intensity. "I practically gave it to him for nothing, so I need a weapon to strike back, don't I?" The space between them fell quiet again. Q-hwan let out a sigh. "I really walked right into your trap." Du-jun raised an eyebrow as Q-hwan turned his gaze toward him. "If I hadn't kept those documents, what was your plan?" He partially closed his eyes. "Every employee has an insurance policy for themselves. If you weren't that calculating, how would you dare get involved in the vice chairman's business?" Q-hwan showed a hint of admiration. "For someone born with a silver spoon like you, I didn't expect you to know so much." Do-jun gauged his expression. "His attitude toward me is changing. He's probably starting to think he actually has something to bargain with. Not with me." He suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Do-jun erupted in a furious roar. "Don't get cocky. Watch yourself, you bastard." Q-hwan jumped in fright. He hissed every word sharply. "Dragging you down to hell with me would be a piece of cake. I've seen plenty of people who think they're royalty just because they have a little cash." Du-jun bellowed in rage. "But out of that crowd, think about it. How many actually have the nerve to act up and still make it to the end of their lives in peace?" Q-hwan began to sweat bullets. Du-jun glared. He had to crush this old man's spirit right from the start to handle him. Q-hwan was panicking. If he ran back to snitch to the vice chairman, everything would be ruined. He growled. "A man who is about to hit rock bottom, yet still gets to live a peaceful life in a place. That's basically paradise. Because of who? Because of me? Wake up! Otherwise, you're dead meat." Q-hwan stammered. He stated firmly, "I'm holding on to the documents about the vice chairman's shell company." Du-jun snorted. "This is driving me crazy." He questioned him seriously. "You only know part of the story, don't you? Besides you, there's someone else involved." Du-jun laid out his terms. "If I offer 10 times what was promised to you, I bet he'll come running, and would even be ready to lick my boots out of gratitude. As for you," Q-hwan's face was a mask of disbelief. Du-jun pushed his buttons. "You're just a cheating husband. Who's ready to backstab the vice chairman? Is your wife really generous enough to turn a blind eye to you sleeping with a company employee?" Q-hwan's face was dripping with sweat. He clenched his fists. Du-jun lost his cool and shouted, "What are you still sitting there for?" He pointed his finger at Q-hwan. "Bring those documents here right now." "My patience runs out at the end of the day." "Bring the files this instant." "The manager position at the Kota Kinabalu Resort will still be yours, as promised." He stood up abruptly. Q-hwan rushed out of the room. Morning at the office. Se-hyun pulled out a file. "Is it this?" Do-jun replied, "That's it. They set up a shell company, dealing in Eastern European resources, then sold it back to Sunyang Construction. After that, they labeled it a risky asset and quickly dumped it. A textbook move in the financial industry." He frowned. Se-hyun tossed the file onto the table. "In the States, this would get you a life sentence." Du-jun smirked and added, "Over here, it's just a 3-year suspended sentence." He grit his teeth in annoyance. "Damn it! I thought Vice Chairman Jin Dongki was the nicest out of your 2 uncles. Who would have guessed?" Se-hyun leaned back in his chair. While the whole country was reeling from the crisis, he was busy profiting from it. He's got zero shame. Chaebols are always like that. Du-jun shared his thoughts. "And that's exactly why I now have the chance to get some dirt on them. Vice Chairman Jin. Young Kai could also be up to stuff like this," Se-hyun speculated. "So what's your next move? Planning to snatch the remaining 50 billion won too?" He replied somberly. "Correct. Director Im Chang-yeon likely handled the deal. In return, he was put in charge of a labor supply company. I'm certain of it, Hyun asked seriously. It's hard to shift the mindset of those at the top. You know that, right? Do-jun responded calmly. Yes, I've seen things clearly this time. I used to try to find common ground, playing by win-win rules to reach my goals. But sometimes, I realize that raw power is the shortest path to getting what you want. With Director Im, I'll use my own power to handle him. The sunset enveloped the room. Do-jun bowed appreciatively. Thank you for agreeing to meet. I'm sure this wasn't an easy decision for you. Changyeon questioned him. It's fine. Aren't you currently one of the three main pillars of the Sunyang group? He crossed his legs. Changyeon spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Even if you're the shortest and flimsiest pillar in the family. Do-jun remained calm. Oh, so he knows how to be snarky too. The old man's got quite the nerves of steel, doesn't he? He sat down in the opposite chair. What pillar? You flatter me too much. I'm only sitting in that position temporarily. I'm still not qualified enough to handle everything. Jong-yoon was confused. Temporarily? What do you mean? Do-jun countered. You already know. The fact that I'm about to hand over Sunyang credit card, sooner or later other financial companies, will follow suit. Jong-yoon crossed his arms. Are you saying you need to rotate capital to deal with tax issues? He answered quickly. It's not that. Do-jun said nonchalantly. How would I know about things like that? That's for my grandfather to decide. Jong-yoon thought of Chairman Jin Yang-cheol. He rested his hands on his thighs. Do-jun narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, my grandfather is still the ultimate authority. To everyone in this circle. Jong-yoon broke into a sweat. So what you wanted to tell me, is that an order from Chairman Jin too? Thinking back, I really don't get why I even have to be here. He put his hand to his chin. Not exactly. I'm just weighing whether I should report this to grandfather or not. I thought I'd discuss it with the executive director first. Jong-yoon wondered, report what? Do-jun hinted darkly. I've just discovered a rather interesting fact. He continued, but this involves Director Im. Jong-yoon was flustered. Me? Do-jun got straight to the point. Yes, the entire seasonal workforce of Sunyang Construction has had its human resources taken over by another company. And nobody even noticed. Word is that's Director Im's family business. Jong-yoon flinched. He spoke calmly. You know my grandfather's policy. Any seat that makes money must change hands every 2 years. It's an unwritten rule, since they can't stop the kickbacks. They just take turns, so everyone gets a piece of the pie, right? Do-jun looked directly at Jong-yoon. But Director, your family company, you've had a monopoly for over 3 years now. He barked with his mouth wide open. Hey, who do you think you are? Talking to me like that? Everything I've done was under the vice chairman's orders. Do-jun's eyes turned ice cold. Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki, so he was the one who gave the green light? To embezzle tens of billions from the company every year? Right? Changyeon's face filled with panic. 2 glasses of water were placed on the table. Changyeon hung his head low. Do-jun assessed him calmly. Looking at it from this angle, the amount he embezzled is so massive that even Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki would find it hard to tolerate. He kept dealing with people, thinking if I just take a little more, just this one time. At first it was just pocketing some spare change. Nothing significant. But then greed slowly flared up, crossing the line of what's allowed. Changyeon couldn't stop grinning while counting 300 to 400 million won in dirty money. His audacity grew by the day. Eventually that amount will multiply tenfold. He asked the vice chairman nervously, You must have said something by now, right? Do-jun stared intently at Changyeon. Saying nothing is actually scarier, isn't it? Knowing but ignoring it. The chairman didn't even give a warning. He speculated. He's probably had a plan to deal with this for a long time. Changyeon flinched. Deal with it how? Do-jun asked back innocently. Were you really that clueless to be this surprised? Changyeon broke into a cold sweat. He asked suddenly, Do you want to hear my take on this? Maybe the executive director is holding on to a few of Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki's secrets. Changyeon listened in silence. That labor supply company is just hush money, or a reward for your services. Do-jun continued seriously. If it really is hush money knowing my uncle's personality, he'll just pay a massive settlement and be done with it. Without beating around the bush, he said bluntly, that company was set up so my uncle's kids could live off the fat of the land forever. Jong-un's eyes widened. Do-jun frowned deeply. Director Im Jong-un, in the end, why should you be the one taking the fall? For my uncle? Jong-un looked at him in a daze. He tried to keep his composure. Stop making these baseless assumptions. Nothing like that is going on. Jong-un stood up abruptly and barked, If my brother's HR company was really profiteering excessively, then we just need to tell the vice chairman to fix it. Case closed. He turned around and warned him, "Watch your mouth." Jong-yoon left in a huff. Do-jun's eyes shimmered with deep thought. Just let him go. Tattling to the eldest uncle like that will just mess everything up. He crossed his legs. This uncle clearly still doesn't get it. Isn't that right? Jong-yoon turned back in a rage. What? You better watch your mouth. Do-jun spoke with a straight face. The vice chairman isn't the problem. The problem is my grandfather, no, the chairman. He's already started thinking about forming an audit team. He narrowed his eyes. Manager Lee Hok-ju has already received the orders and finalized a special audit team. Specifically, you understand, right? And the first name on the checklist is Sunyang Construction. The reason? Why the construction company is being targeted first? I'm sure you already know, don't you? Jong-yoon grit his teeth. He stood there frozen. The chairman. Why? Your HR company is probably going to give Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki a massive headache. Hiding things for the company like that for years. If my grandfather finds out, he'll definitely blow a fuse. Jong-yoon approached Do-jun. He reached for the glass of water. Jong-yoon took a sip of water. He kept his cool and asked, Look, Jin Do-jun, what exactly are you trying to say? Why do you keep taking shots at me like this? Do-jun immediately demanded. Clean up your mess and then disappear wherever you want. Europe, America, anywhere is fine. I'll make the arrangements. He stammered in confusion. What? Do-jun leaned forward. Anyway, Director Im, you only ever wanted to reach the level of managing director, right? Don't tell me you were eyeing the CEO's seat at Sunyang Construction. He spoke in a low, firm voice. That chair isn't for everyone. Only those who've gotten their hands dirty on site deserve it. Jong-yoon didn't respond. For a bean counter like you, being the director of business operations is already your peak, right? Do-jun continued. Besides, that HR company will only last a few more years anyway. The day you leave Sunyang is the day that company folds. Jong-yoon's brows furrowed tightly. Just think of it as retiring early. Make sure you grab the cash before it's too late. Do-jun's expression relaxed. Is it that hard to answer? I bet this feels exactly like when you were running slush funds for my uncle. Jong-yoon clenched his fists, daring to dump 50 billion won into a ghost company. He knew well that if this went south, even as an accomplice, he wouldn't escape criminal charges. He was drowning in the cash flow, yet he remained stubborn. He made the choice to sit on a mountain of money, and it's no different now. Jong-yoon stood at a crossroads. Even if you don't know the real reason, you should know this is the second chance I'm giving you. The catch is there's no such thing as a free lunch. You have to trade something else for it. And you definitely understand that this time is just as dangerous as the last one. Do-jun pressed him. 25 years of experience crunching numbers. So why are you being so slow now? What's taking you so long to think? Just 10 seconds to make the call. Jong-yoon was lost in thought. He felt a bit on edge. If he stayed loyal to Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki and ratted out this entire conversation, all my plans would go down the drain. Do-jun's eyes widened as he thought. But I'm counting on Im Jong-un's greed. A man who has pocketed tens of billions of won through the HR firm Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki set up. Someone already addicted to money like that won't ever be able to turn back. Jong-un's lips quivered. Jin Do-jun, he asked back seriously. It seems you're after something. Spit it out. What do you want? Do-jun thought. Got him. He seized the moment and asked, You once bought a shell company during the crisis, right, A paper company located somewhere in the south. Do-jun rattled off the facts. You guys transferred 50 billion won into a company that only existed on paper, then used the national chaos to write it off as a corporate loss. He demanded sternly, I need all those transaction records. Jong-un was stunned. Do-jun waited for an answer. Let's see what he has to say. He swallowed hard. Jong-un proposed, In exchange, can you let the HR company matter slide? Do-jun smirked slyly. The sun shone down on the skyscrapers. Jong-un bowed his head apologetically. I'm truly sorry, Vice Chairman. Dong-ki raised an eyebrow, displeased. Is it really necessary to quit like this? I've always held Director Im in high regard. Jong-un replied awkwardly, I understand, sir, but I must resign. I'm fully aware of that, he said in a low tone. There are times in life when money is tight, and sometimes people make mistakes when they're desperate. It's no big deal. Jong-un explained flusteredly, No, sir, I've betrayed your trust, and I've done something unforgivable. I've thought it through. If things keep going like this, I'm afraid I'll end up doing something even more terrible. He looked up. Dong-ki was radiating a cold aura. Jong-un quickly added, It's not just my family. But even my distant relatives have been sucked into this lifestyle. He lamented loudly. Now everyone is like moths to a flame. As long as there's money, they'll find any way to squeeze in. Things have gone too far. I can't turn a blind eye to it anymore, Dong-ki inquired. So what are your plans for the future? Jong-yoon forced a smile and replied, My kids are all grown up. There's no need to chase after more money. I'm planning to take my wife on a trip to Southeast Asia for a while to find some peace of mind, he stated firmly. And all the money I greedily pocketed, I'll put it back where it belongs and step down immediately. Dong-ki made a generous offer. All right, I see how hard you've worked, Director Im. Just consider that money your retirement fund. He narrowed his eyes and spoke sternly. You know why I'm doing this, don't you? Yong-un pouted and stood at attention. He bowed 90 degrees. Of course, sir. I have nothing but gratitude for you, Vice Chairman. Dong-ki waved his hand. Oh, please. Why make things so awkward? He remembered Gyu Huan and asked, Let's consider this matter closed. But what's the deal with Gyu Huan? He suddenly resigned and vanished into thin air. What's up with that? Jong-yoon hesitated and said, I was just about to tell you about that, Vice Chairman. He scratched his head and continued, He had an affair. Dong-ki gasped in shock. What, an affair? Jong-yoon said, Yes. He was involved with a young female employee. Right here at the company. I heard it got pretty messy. So he caught a flight to the U.S. to sort out his family drama. He said everyone at work knows his face. And he's too ashamed to show up anymore. Dong-ki slapped his forehead. Good grief, that's terrible. He tried to reassure him frantically. Please don't worry too much. I've handled everything neatly. He also knows that if he slips up, he's toast. So he'll definitely keep his mouth shut. Yes, Dong-ki glared at Jong-yoon. He better? Director Im, make sure you emphasize that to him again. You absolutely must keep your mouth shut. Jong-yoon forced a smile and replied, Yes, sir. I'll make sure he takes this secret to his grave. He shoved his hands into his pockets and stood up. All right. I won't meddle in your family business any further. It's just a bit of a shame. Jong-yoon stood facing Dong-ki. Thank you, Vice Chairman, for supporting me all these years. I'll drop by the office to visit you occasionally. I hope you won't refuse, then, to see an old-timer like me. He shook Jong-yoon's hand. All right. We've been close for so long, don't be so formal. Make sure to swing by and see me sometimes. He said with emotion, Vice Chairman, I'm truly grateful to you for everything. Jong-yoon gave a warm smile. Dong-ki responded with polite formalities. He frowned and reached for his inner pocket. Dong-ki put the phone to his ear. Tell him Jong-un, and track every single transaction in and out of his accounts. Yeah, watch his relatives too, he ordered in a dark tone. Also find out where Young-gyu Hwan is hiding. Investigate that girl he was seeing too. Dong-ki barked the reminder, dig deep. Morning at Company C. Do-jun and Dong-ki were signing the contract. He signed swiftly, while Dong-ki wrote his name on the paper. Do-jun handed the contract to Ju-hyung. Dong-ki leaned back in his chair. Jo-hyung bowed and left. Dong-ki raised his hand. Dong-ki flashed a grin. Regardless, I still have to thank you. Thanks to you raising capital. Has been smooth sailing. Do-jun shook hands with his uncle. You're overpraising me, uncle. It was just a standard transaction. Dong-ki asked, How did you find Labuan when you visited? It was very pleasant, he replied calmly. And naturally, you also visited that peculiar bank. Dong-ki probed further. Do you really intend to build an entire resort in Kota Kinabalu? Do-jun explained. I haven't made a final decision yet. It's only at the preliminary survey stage for now. If everything goes well, I'll start construction soon. Your eyes are literally glowing at that amount of money, Do-jun explained. Yes, I want to turn it into my own personal asset. If we put it under the company name, it'll be a total hassle with all the red tape. It's super complicated, he added. By keeping it under a personal name, our family can visit whenever we want. We can even use it as a perk for the executives occasionally. Dong-ki praised the idea. He said with interest, just keep investing that untraceable cash overseas. Makes sense, Dong-ki reminded him seriously. Remember to draft the contract with the subsidiary of the financial group, Sunyang. The plan is to list the resort as a welfare benefit for the executives and employees. Do-jun was surprised. That's actually a great move. His uncle analyzed it nonchalantly. The tax office won't breathe down our necks over employee benefits. Where's that employee? And it makes it easy to create flexible slush funds later. Do-jun silently thought he's really calculated everything. How many employees actually get rewarded with an overseas trip in a year anyway? His face relaxed. It's just a way to siphon money out and make it their own. Sunlight shone down on the building. Do-jun gestured while laying out the plan. From now on, quietly, buy anonymous bonds from the Sunyang Construction and Engineering Group. Sunyang. But remember, only buy the ones maturing in the first half of 2003. Everyone looked at him in shock. One person raised their hand to ask, "To be clear, what budget would be appropriate, sir?" Do-jun leaned his hands on the table. "First off, we have to see how many shares are even available to buy." The person apologized, feeling flustered. "Yes, I'm sorry, sir." Do-jun gave the order, "Do it today and report back to me." He watched everyone leave. Everything was finally set. Do-jun raised a glass of water. Shares of Sunyang Heavy Industries were also being quietly scooped up. "But there's a slight catch. Since we're major shareholders, we can't buy too much." He brought the glass to his lips. "However, with anonymous bonds, we can scoop up as many as we want." Do-jun looked toward the door. "What if we run out of cash and are hard up? But the bonds haven't reached maturity yet? If it were Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki, what would he do? I'm really curious." His eyes narrowed. Taehyun opened the door and checked in. "What's on your mind? You look so deep in thought." Do-jun replied, startled. "Oh, it's nothing calculating, I swear." The uncle held up a stack of documents. "The staff in Malaysia sent the first report. Want to take a look?" Do-jun examined it intently. He frowned slightly. Half the opinions are negative, and the other half are also negative. "It's a tough call," Taehyun noted. "The location and scenery are both beautiful. It's just a shame there's no direct flight. They think we need a lot of Korean tourists going there to guarantee a profit," Do-jun analyzed calmly. "If there are enough tourists, a direct flight will open sooner or later. Airlines aren't stupid, after all." His uncle looked at Do-jun seriously. "Are you planning to sign contracts with travel agencies? You can only pull this off if you have a steady stream of visitors." He spread his arms wide. "We just need to market it as a paradise resort, where guests can soak in a stunning sunset. The long beach called Kota Kinabalu?" Taehyun raised an eyebrow. "Are you going all in on marketing? Or are you starting a travel company?" Do-jun responded leisurely. "I have my own way. My father is a media mogul in Korea. Launching a massive media campaign won't be hard at all." He imagined it in his head. "And who knows, maybe right now those rich, famous old guys are out there living it up. They might be there as well." Night at the high-rise building a few days later. Everyone was frantically busy on their phones. A man was dripping with sweat. Do-jun stood still before the glass window. His eyes were filled with resolve. Cashing in on someone else's tragedy? Is this right? Do-jun clenched his fists. Among millions of investors, those tragedies determine who wins and who loses. One person makes a fortune while another loses everything. Families are ruined. He sat watching the TV. "I am also struggling to survive in this cutthroat world, and I will surely end up in one of those two fates." Inside the smoke-filled office, Do-jun narrowed his eyes. "Is there any chance for me to win?" He reached for the telephone. Do-jun gave a decisive order. "Gather the executive board in the meeting room." The sound of his footsteps echoed. Do-jun walked down the hallway and threw the doors open. Everyone in the room stood up. It was dead silent. Not a soul said a word. Do-jun explained, "I'm sure you've all seen the latest news. That is why I've called this meeting at this hour." No one answered. Do-jun leaned his hands on the table. "I am about to issue a critical directive." He warned them that anyone who didn't follow it would be sacked on the spot. Make sure you remember this clearly. Taehyun burst through the door. "Have you seen the news yet?" The uncle froze. Taehyun sensed the heavy atmosphere. Do-jun turned toward the director. "Oh, uncle, did you have something to say?" Taehyun was flustered. No, go ahead." Do-jun gave a stern command. "My instruction is very simple. When the stock market opens tomorrow morning, just act as usual." He lowered his voice. "In other words, don't even think about the current situation. No sell orders allowed." Everyone was shocked. One person jumped up. "Manager, what does this mean?" The man with glasses protested. "We can't do that. A market crash is inevitable." The room started to buzz with chatter. "We have to dump everything now to salvage the situation." Do-jun remained composed, just as he predicted. Their reaction is intense, but it makes sense, since their bonuses are several times higher than their annual salary. At that moment, Taehyun shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone shut up!" He grimaced and hissed. "From now on, anyone who dares to interrupt Manager Jin, Do-jun will be fired on the spot! Follow Manager Jin's directives unconditionally." Everyone fell silent and bowed their heads. Do-jun let out a long breath. He requested that if clients wanted to buy back shares, their requests should be granted. Do-jun continued, "However, there will be no unauthorized panic selling. Specifically, you must hold on to the stocks currently in our possession." Everyone was sweating bullets. They all kept their eyes glued to the floor. Do-jun reminded them, "As for blue-chip stocks, buy more before the market closes. They're definitely going to bottom out, so buy them immediately. Do not hesitate." Sehyun listened in silence. I know what you're all worried about. But in just a few days, the market will stabilize again, Do-jun stated. Don't just follow the herd, have a plan of your own. The meeting ended. Immediately, everyone jumped up and rushed out of the room. Do-jun and Sehyun watched them go. The uncle blurted out, "Are you out of your mind?" Do-jun replied calmly, "I'm perfectly sane." Sehyun squinted slightly. "Fine then." He started walking away. "Good work today, I'm heading out. See you tomorrow." Do-jun was surprised. "That's it? Don't you have anything else to say?" Sehyun showed some praise. "Your judgment is top-notch. I need to contact various people in the U.S. to prepare for this situation." He fell into deep thought. Do-jun watched the rain falling, a somber look in his eyes. Do-jun crossed his arms seriously. "I will take full responsibility for the consequences. So just follow my lead." Do-han watched him intently. Do-hyung said to the manager with concern, "You must have been following the news. This is clearly an act of terrorism. The U.S. won't just sit idly by. Even if it leads to war, they will definitely step in." He wondered where it was, while Do-hyung was bewildered. "Yes, sir." Do-jun repeated, "I'm asking you, war with who?" He hesitated. "Well, with that terrorist organization," Do-jun countered. "Hypothetically, if a war breaks out with a small, isolated terrorist group, what do you think the percentage is that the U.S. would lose?" Do-hyung lowered his eyes in silence. Do-jun calmly reassured him. "This event is very grave, so it's bound to cause a public outcry. However, I hope everyone remains calm." Do-han and Do-hyung were lost in thought. There's no way a large-scale terrorist attack could persist across the entire United States, and the U.S. government will not allow that to happen. On the contrary, if they counterattack the terrorists, the stock market will bounce back quickly. Do-hyung called out softly, "Excuse me, manager. Should we wait to see the U.S. market situation first?" "It wouldn't be too late to decide then." Do-han cleared his throat with a cough. The old man said, "Currently, the U.S. stock exchanges have reported that they won't reopen for at least 4 to 5 days. So we are forced to make our own call." Do-hyung gasped in shock. "Closed?" Losing his cool, he yelled, "Wall Street is the backbone of the American economy. In the face of such a shitstorm, it's only logical to temporarily suspend trading." Do-han pointed toward Vice Director Jang. Do-hyung replied, "Yes, Director." The old man requested that we proceed with Manager Jin's proposal. "Go ahead, after all, he is an investment expert. His level is light years beyond mine." Do-hyung furrowed his brow. Do-jun observed him, as expected of a director with such seasoned experience. "But even with his age, he listens to me on the surface. While probably cursing me out in his head, he thought to himself, in the middle of such high risk and massive volatility, for a major shareholder who is part of the chairman's family, even after pledging to take full responsibility, hardly anyone would be happy to agree." Night at the office. The TV screen was broadcasting the news. Do-jun listened intently. I rushed back to Yoido, pulling an all-nighter, just to catch the breaking news from the TV stations. I bet I wasn't the only one. Ronki leaned back in his chair. It wasn't just Yoido. Last night, the lights in every major building were blazing. Anki grimaced. With the markets closed for 12 days, the global stock market is truly in a freefall, all day long. No word describes it better than disaster. Kwang-sik handled the phone calls with high tension. Only when the market finally closed did the staff heave a sigh of relief and head out to blow off some steam. Hak-dae stared into the distance. Because everyone needs to recharge their batteries. Yang Cheon looked solemn. To gear up for a long-term battle that has no end in sight. Do-jun let out a sharp exhale. He quietly stared at the ceiling. It was time to check the results of the secret deal he'd quietly pulled off a few days ago. Do-jun reached out and clicked the mouse. The results of the put option contract had just been triggered today. He focused on the screen, his eyes widening in shock. He started counting the digits one by one. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Do-jun leaned back. The dark ceiling filled his vision. Do-jun fell into deep thought. I knew there'd be a profit, but this windfall is way beyond my expectations. He then looked up more info before making a final assessment. Time to log in and check the Japanese stock market first. Do-jun quietly scrolled with the mouse. He stared at the computer in silence. Do-jun's mouth hung open. He was speechless. The returns were even higher than the Korean market. Do-jun mused. If I've made this much money, it means someone else has lost an equal amount. The market trend was erratic. The KOSPI 200 index dropped by 7.96 points, while the KOSDAQ index also tanked by 11.59%. The red numbers bled across the screen in just one day. Due to the severe crash on both exchanges, the total market cap of 27.7 trillion won went up in smoke. including 23.4 trillion won on the main exchange. June squinted. And 4.3 trillion won on the Kosdaq. All investors have taken a massive hit, especially securities firms that profited from short positions are now likely catching hands from those put option contracts. However, today isn't the end game. It's just the beginning. He leaned his hands on the desk. A tiny group has raked in a fortune, thanks to those put options. And when everyone predicts the market will keep free-falling tomorrow, the real nightmare has just begun. Investors will scramble to buy put options again. Dojun watched the night sky. But since it's the last train, those who jump on late will only get burned. This isn't a game just anyone can play. The skyscrapers were lit up. Dojun's eyes grew heavy. Morning at the office. Dojun answered the phone. Rachel, please withdraw 100 million USD from the account. Use it for charity. Please make the donation under the name of the firm. Fantasy Investment New York. The person on the other end was stunned. What, $100 million? She asked. Correct. The account can more than handle it. Just support relief organizations, or some memorial projects. Rachel, you can decide which organizations to fund. Dojun hung up. Money can't fix a tragedy, but at least it can take the edge off the pain. His face was full of deep thought. It might sound selfish, but at least it gives me some peace of mind, Dojun recalled. In 2001, the IT bubble had already burst, so interest rate cuts were being rolled out early. However, to minimize the impact of the September 11th attacks, the Federal Reserve aggressively slashed interest rates. The arrow tanked hard. As a result of the continuous rate cuts, benchmark rates dropped from 6.5% to 1/7 in just 1 year. After that, interest rates continued to slide and stayed flat at 1%. For a long time, everyone was grinding like crazy. Low interest rates pumped life back into the market. The stock market and the previously slumped economy gradually caught their second wind. Dojun found it a bit puzzling. Since then, two major shifts happened. First, the way everyone at Fantasy treated him completely flipped. He reflected thoughtfully. Even though Oh Se-hyun is still the official CEO, everyone treats me like an honorary chairman. Even Oh Se-hyun himself hardly gives any orders, unless it's absolutely necessary. Dojun broke into a cold sweat. He was the only one swamped with work. Buried alive in Se-hyun's office, CEO Se-hyun kicked back in his chair. Dojun walked in complaining. Aren't you going to work? Why are you just sitting there with your head in your hands like that? Se-hyun asked. Is something wrong? Or are you feeling salty about the salary you pay this CEO? He replied, I only asked because it seemed off. Se-hyun was confused. Off in what way? Dojun frowned slightly. Are you planning to retire early or something? Se-hyun grinned. He squinted. Hey, kid. I've been thinking about that for a long time. It's just a matter of time now. Dojun waved his hands as he explained. You're only in your early 50s, while everyone else is hustling just to find a job. You're over here. Se-hyun fired back, well, to each their own. I'm not like them. Thanks to someone, I'm loaded. If I had to work until I'm old, I'd be pretty pissed off. Dojun said seriously. But you're still way too young to retire. Se-hyun laughed it off. If I keep working, I won't even know where to spend all this cash. He was done with Se-hyun. His face was full of satisfaction. To be honest, Fantasy would be just fine without me. Dojun fell into a deep silence. Among the tasks Oh Se-hyun handles, the most crucial is still managing HVK Group. He secretly realized the reason he's still sticking around, up until this very moment, is that he's quietly planning the right time to hand this all over to me. Se-hyun asked, puzzled. Why are you looking at me so intensely, kid? He smiled softly. I only hope that the moment Dojun and Se-hyun locked eyes comes a little later. Morning at Bora's company. They say that after 9/11. If you look closely at the moves made by Sun Young Securities, Sun Young, you'll see something isn't quite right. Dojun wondered what exactly was unusual. She explained, I mean, your company didn't react at all. They acted as if nothing had happened. Just business as usual. Dojun smiled and listened. But when stock prices tanked, you guys focused on scooping up blue-chip stocks. Because of that, the company pocketed a massive profit. Bora was puzzled. How is that even possible? If stock prices kept sliding, wouldn't the company take a huge hit that would be hard to recover from? He calmly explained, that's because we knew how to keep our greed in check. Bora guessed, keep greed in check? Are you saying other securities firms were too thirsty, and that's why they ended up like that? Dojun analyzed. When the market is hit with high volatility, that's when the big money starts to move. It's an inevitable rule. Everyone is hungry for success. He continued, but Sun Young actually dared to let go of that ambition, because this was on such a large scale. The company chose to focus on protecting client assets. Dojun calculated. A company that can keep things safe, client capital, is exactly where trust is built. From people who fear losing money more than anything else. His face was full of gentleness. No matter what the situation is, we always keep in mind that the clients are the ones who truly own that money. Dojun wondered to himself, I guess this is friendly enough, right? He scratched his head while chatting. Since then, I've had to do a ton of interviews to help promote the company's image. Dojun communicated warmly. In 1998, the revenue of Sunyang Electronics surpassed 20 trillion won. And just 2 years later, by 2000, this figure soared to over 34 trillion won. This year, when the tech bubble burst, revenue dropped to about 32 trillion won. He smiled broadly. Operating profit also fell to about 2 trillion won, less than 30% compared to the 7 trillion won of the previous year. Even so, the company still takes pride in being the nation's top conglomerate. Dojun imagined Youngki. No matter how impressive the performance of the financial group I'm currently managing is, it still can't compete with the electronics company. Under Vice Chairman Jin Youngki's leadership, to shake up the system of affiliates, they'd have to give up their core assets. But Sunyang Electronics is like an ironclad fortress, hard to breach. He thought of an office. Attacking that fortress head-on is like a David versus Goliath situation. I must shake the foundation of that solid fortress until it trembles. So the emperor sitting on top of it falls. Youngki's silhouette appeared, and the person to carry this out isn't me but that emperor's own brother, Vice Chairman Jin Donkey. At the modern HVK Group Automotive Research Center building, the bulletin board was plastered with papers. Staff members hung their heads. Sehyun stroked his chin in thought. A very prominent sign. Jun introduced, since it's a compact car, we went with a rounded, curved design for the rear to create a greater sense of safety. He added that toward the rear, the character lines and contours along the body were raised, gradually creating a look that is both dynamic and powerful. Yan Min told us to prioritize a low-slung design to increase traction while driving, thereby optimizing the driving experience for the users. Dojun remained silent, his eyes scanning the car. A car with a 796Z engine displacement, a 4-speed automatic transmission, and a 2-seater coupe style. It was enough to make anyone fall in love at first sight. And that was everything I had ever hoped for, Dojun assessed. But as for the car right in front of him, while it didn't exactly blow my mind from the start, it was still cute and charming enough that anyone who saw it would have to smile and give it a thumbs up. He wondered, why couldn't a convertible version be made? Yan Min scratched his head awkwardly. To meet European safety standards, we faced immense pressure regarding production costs. Since cost efficiency couldn't be guaranteed, that option was scrapped during the design phase. Dojun lowered his head in disappointment. He didn't show his emotions. I told them over and over again not to worry too much about profit, just focus on producing a truly impressive model. Yet in the end, they still couldn't escape the pressure. The obsession with performance was deeply ingrained in their mindset. Everyone was breaking a sweat. Yeon fell silent. Everyone stood around the car. Hyun-sang stroked his chin in thought. Dojun fell into deep thought. A living legend of the automotive industry. The man who propelled Ujin Motors to the #2 spot in the country. No one said a word. Hyun-sang offered his praise. Truly impressive. You've all worked incredibly hard. Yeon's face relaxed. The employees looked at each other happily. Dae-ho announced to the whole development team, you can clock out early today. Go home and get some good rest. Who knows, a new mission might be waiting tomorrow. The employees left. Dae-ho turned to Hyun-sang. Want to grab a drink? A glass of water was placed on the table. Hyun-sang picked up the glass and took a drink, slowly savoring it. Dojun fell silent as Se-hyun observed closely. Dae-ho addressed the chairman. I want to hear your honest opinion. Hyun-sang was taken aback. I spoke from the heart, so why does he look so shook? Hyun-sang shot back. Just how many compact cars do we even have in this country? That much should be enough, shouldn't it? Dae-ho responded. The car only has 2 seats. That seems like it will be a major deal breaker for this model. He explained, every car has its pros and cons. Besides, for a family of 4, no one is going to pick a subcompact like this, right? Because they have kids. So safety will be their top priority. A small car like this is just a secondary vehicle, usually only meant to carry 2 people. Dojun said nothing as Hyun-sang set down his water glass. Now don't worry about my opinion anymore, he said warmly. I'm just like a fading sunset. An old man like me is past his prime. I should have stepped away a long time ago. Hyun-sang looked at Dojun. Dae-ho called out softly, no, you're still... Hyun-sang waved his hand dismissively. It's not just because I can still hold my own. At official meetings, within financial circles, that I've stayed in this position. He added, but now that Chairman Ju of Daehyun Group has passed, and Chairman Jin of Sunyang has retired, I can't deny the fact that my role has come to an end. Hyun Song stood up abruptly. Just ignore my opinion. You guys think it over, and adjust it however you want. I'll take my leave now. Dae-ho called out in a panic, Chai! Chairman! Dojin watched him go. Hyun Sang reassured him. It's all right. Sit down and finish what you were saying. An elder must know when to step up, and when to step back to truly be a respected mentor. He clasped his hands behind his back. I also want to be seen as a mentor by you both. Indeed, Dojin's group watched his retreating figure. He shrugged at Sehyun as Dae-ho sat back down in his chair. Now let's have some real talk. Sehyun turned toward him. He said, honestly, what do I know? To a middle-aged guy like me, a good car is one that's big and spacious. If the trunk can fit a few golf bags, that's just perfect. But as for compact cars, the opinion of Dojun, the real pro in this field, is what matters most. Dae-ho asked, what do you think, Dojun? Dojun replied immediately, this is exactly the car I wanted, even if it's not absolutely perfect. I think it's good enough. He wondered, so you're satisfied with a car that has a nice design, a fair price, and acceptable safety levels? Dojun imagined the scenario and responded, yes. It's the kind of car middle-class parents could buy for their kids as a college graduation gift. It's the car that someone starting their first job could pay off over 3 years while still enjoying solid quality. It's a car that, when out on the road, still looks trendy without making the driver feel inferior or lacking in style. He smiled slightly. That's my take. And this new car has already partially met my expectations. Dae-ho shared some intel. I agree, but there's a pretty important point. From what I've heard, Japan's Daihatsu will soon launch a compact model, a 600cc engine, 2-seater convertible line. Dojin thought of the car. The Daihatsu Koppen? That model is coming out this year. Dae-ho explained, in the domestic market we might get by, but in the international market, we have to face many tough competitors. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but Korean cars are currently bought mainly because they're cheap. He put his hand to his neck. But the new car we just saw doesn't have a very competitive price point. We can't just think about the domestic compact car market and rush into mass production. Dojin voiced the core issue. If we adjust the net profit of KuBI Motors to a break-even level, then what if we do that? Can we boost our price competitiveness? Dae-ho was stunned. Say what? He gave his input. We can absolutely afford to sell the M21 line at a loss, since profits from other car lines are still enough to cover it. So if we give up on the profit target and just focus on ramping up production, I think pricing will no longer be an issue. Sehyun rested his hand on his chin. Only calculating the benefits from scaling production? Dojin turned toward his uncle. Exactly. Uncle, as a major shareholder, would you be okay with running a company that doesn't turn a profit? He waited for an answer. Sehyun reminded him, that wouldn't be a problem. But you have to remember, if the company isn't profitable, the stock price will go into a free fall. Dojin stated, this is a mid to long-term strategy. Anyway, propping up the auto industry's stock price isn't our responsibility. Dae-ho listened in silence. He looked up when he heard Director Do. Dojin looked intently at Dae-ho. He seemed a bit tense. We need to make the goal clear to them, slow and steady. What's the harm in taking 10 or 25 years to build a reputable car brand? Does it really matter? Dojin spoke seriously. For the time being, don't emphasize profit, just close the gap with other cars in the same segment. That's enough to give us the edge in price competition. Dae-ho blurted out in shock. Are you for real? He answered firmly, yes. Se-hyun suggested to Director Do, let's give it a shot. So what if we don't make money from selling cars? The uncle analyzed, this guy will handle making profits from Sunyang Group's financial sector, then pump that capital into the auto company. As long as it's enough to pay employees, invest in R&D, and expand the production lines, we're good. Dae-ho seemed somewhat shaken. Who knows, we might even surpass Daehyun Motors later. Dojin waited quietly for an answer. The major shareholder has clearly stated the goal is scaling up, not making a profit. No matter how much the stock price drops, as long as we don't stray from the target, the management's position remains secure. Dae-ho's lips quivered slightly as Se-hyun's expression relaxed. From now until next year, we must capture over 50% of the compact car market share. Dojin listened intently. If we sell at cost and still fail to reach this level, then replacing the CEO is only fair, right? Dae-ho agreed with firm determination. I'm putting my job on the line to commit to this goal. He smirked with satisfaction. Dae-ho wondered, June? He was confused. Why are you so insistent on launching the new model, specifically in June? The Frankfurt Motor Show is in May, and Paris isn't until October. I was actually thinking of the Paris Motor Show. Dojun curled his lips and explained, because the World Cup is in June. That is a massive opportunity for us, Sehyun blurted out in surprise. What? Look, I'm serious here. Even if it's hosted in Korea, it's just a playground for others. At best, our team will only make it to the qualifiers. Why do we have to pick the World Cup? Dojun looked down and gave a soft smile. He said confidently, this time will be different. Don't people always talk about home field advantage? If they perform well, the whole country will be as lit as a festival. Our company will ride that wave too. Sales will be through the roof. Right, Sehyun and Dae-ho looked at each other. Dojun suggested, let's throw a massive event. He was stunned. An event? Dojun raised his hand. Yes, every time the Korean team wins a match, we'll hold a lucky draw and give away 100 new cars to customers. At random? Dae-ho frowned. Come again? Sehyun was just as bewildered. Dojun explained his plan. The raffle list will be drawn from the spectators, watching the Korean matches live. At the stadium? Based on their seat numbers. Dae-ho began to stammer. Wait a second. Giving away 100 cars is way too much. For big events like this, giving away about 10 is plenty. He started listing them off. Every time we launch a new model, there are so many expenses to cover. From TV and newspapers to the internet, you have to dump money into everything. Dae-ho continued, not to mention hiring writers for special series, and the costs for advertising models. Money just burns up at a dizzying pace. And yet you want to give away 100 cars. Look, 10 is more than enough. Dojun countered with a question. But what if the Korean team doesn't just win one match, but makes it all the way to the quarterfinals? Dae-ho was stunned. What? He started doing the math. If the team makes the quarterfinals, give away 500 cars, and for the semifinals, 1,000 cars. Wouldn't that create a massive hype? Sehyun turned to Dae-ho. Quarterfinals? He muttered. Semifinals? Then they both burst out laughing. Dae-ho said enthusiastically, if our national team actually makes the quarterfinals, then giving away 1,000 cars would be totally worth it. He squinted one eye. At 10 million won per car, 1,000 cars is 100 billion won. Spending that much to promote a new model, during a historic moment for the nation, would be absolutely legendary. Dae-ho added in a serious tone. But giving away 100 cars for winning a single match wouldn't be any different from the media impact of giving away 10. Dojun blurted out the plan. Don't we still have a shot at hoping for that miracle moment? Every time the team wins a game, the promotion for the new car will be exponentially more effective. He fell silent. Dae-ho asked further, if we give away 100 cars for every win, it'll definitely create a huge media buzz worth 1 billion won. Do you have any other ideas? Dojun immediately responded, among the players this time, keep an eye on a player named Park Ji-sung. He wondered, who is he? Dojun revealed his identity. He used to play for a professional team in Japan and has now been called up to the Korean national team. Let's sign that player. And the coach as well. Goose Hiddink. Sehyun put his hand to his forehead, frowning and grumbling. If you don't like the new model, just say it straight. Are you trying to wreck it with these media stunts? Dae-ho nodded along slowly. Sehyun rested his hand on his chin. But thinking back, I still feel we should go with your idea. Dae-ho looked at the director. Wait, why the sudden change of heart? Sehyun scratched his chin and explained, I've known he relies on his gut for 15 years now. But he continued, finding it hard to believe. He's been right every single time. So now no matter what I hear, it's the same. What can I do? The results have proven everything. Dae-ho was speechless. Sehyun shared warmly. This time will be no exception. The bigger the stakes, the more accurate his intuition becomes. He confidently suggested, so, director, let's just trust him one more time. Dae-ho looked dejected. Dojun excitedly proposed, in that case, let's sign a 1-year contract with coach Goose Hiddink and 5 years with player Park Ji-sung. Give them the highest pay for promotional models, too. Dae-ho's lips twitched. This stubborn brat. He was helpless. Since he's just like his grandfather, nothing I say will change that headstrong personality. I just hope his intuition is as good as the old man's. Dojun replied with conviction, I guarantee that when the World Cup ends, those two will become national superstars. Therefore, I plan to speed up the advertising contracts with the life insurance company. Sehyun threw his head back and laughed loudly. Don't you worry. Even Chairman Jin's intuition probably can't hold a candle to this guy's. Dae-ho looked pale. Morning at the office. Dojun watched his uncle-in-law. He requested seriously, Uncle, please drop the idea of running for mayor. Try running for the National Assembly in 2 years instead. The son-in-law, dripping with sweat, said, I can't do that. The timing for National Assembly elections is very sensitive. For a politician, 1 month is as precious as a year for an average person. In 2 years, I might not have the guts I have now. Dojin was lost in thought. Because Osei Hyun had flat out refused to help him. I guess you have no one else to rely on, Uncle. He thought of Chang Jae. Not to mention Grandpa issued an ultimatum, so no one dares to step up and be a lifesaver for the mayor. Where was Choi Chang Jae? Dojin asked seriously. First, we need to know if you'll even get the nomination. But Chang Jae didn't respond. He gave an assessment. From what I know, there's already a frontrunner with a huge lead in the polls. Unless there's some crazy plot twist, it's unlikely you'll even make the ballot. Chang Jae called out hesitantly. Dojin? Dojin advised, Uncle, hear me out first. He kept his cool and said, Go on. Dojin explained, I'm putting my own reputation on the line. Sunyang Group's financial companies are all under my control. Backing you in a gamble? That's a guaranteed loss would put the company at risk. He imagined the old building. What for? Is there any victory that would make the losers' supporters stay quiet? If the competition gets so heated that it offends you, then the city of Seoul could put pressure on me during the next term. Dojin presented another scenario, or I'd have to proactively shake hands and become his supporter, just to clear the bad blood. He pondered, but it's not the right time yet to get deeply involved in politics. For now, just relying on Grandpa's connections is enough. Chang Jae was incredibly frustrated. Don't I have any shot at winning? You're wrong. The vibe within the party is totally different. Dojin calmly stated, I have my own eyes and ears, you know. I'm just one phone call away from knowing everything happening in the Blue House. So, Uncle, don't cling to that anymore. He grit his teeth hard. Dojun advised, it's better if you start preparing for the upcoming election. Stop thinking about fighting a losing battle against the candidates. For mayor of Seoul, Chang Ji was defiant. Wait, are you saying I should suck up to that guy? He explained, no. Who knows which way the political wind will blow? We have to avoid being labeled as so-and-so's man. Chang Ji grimaced. But you also have to avoid being seen as not someone's man. It's best if you gracefully concede the mayoral candidacy for the next term. Dojin watched him closely. He laid out the terms. If you drop your bid for mayor, then in 2 years, I will personally fund your campaign for the National Assembly. Of course. I also promise to secure your nomination. Chang Ji was shocked. Full support and a guaranteed nomination too? His eyes suddenly lit up. Dojin firmly replied, yes. I just need to make one call to Grandpa, and it's a done deal. I will definitely convince him. So just trust me, Uncle. Chang Jae hesitantly asked for a favor. If possible, please help me get nominated for the Yuri party. That would be incredible. His eyes gradually sharpened. I can't give you a straight answer yet. It depends on whether you'll be of any use to me by then. Dojin's expression relaxed. Of course, Uncle. He stood up abruptly. Before the general election begins, why don't you serve as an outside director? For Sunyang Life Insurance? I'll set up an office for you. You can just drop by occasionally for legal consultations. Chang Jae forced a smile and scratched his cheek. Is that really okay? Legal consulting is my specialty, after all. Anyway, I used to be a prosecutor. Dojin looked at him with a friendly gaze. Looking at that old man's smirk, it makes me never want to see his face ever again. His expression turned sinister. This man's life will only last until every bit of his value is squeezed dry. The football match took place on June 4th. Everyone stood up and cheered. The nation's opening match took place at the stadium, the main stadium in Busan. Text scrolled across the screen, then shifted to different content. A flood of information appeared. A top trending article is currently blowing up on social media. It's about HVK Group's car advertising campaign. The players were shook. Celebrities? Not exactly, right? These ads have created a massive wave, capturing huge public interest. The company offered rewards. Sunyang Electronics is hosting a unique event. If the national team scores its first win, every customer will receive a bonus of up to 300,000 won. It doesn't stop there. The company also sent good luck wishes to the national team. The screen displayed the gifts. Daehyun Motors also organized a program. If the home team wins at least one of the 3 qualifying matches, Taudi 200 customers will receive 220,000 won each. The total prize pool is quite massive, reaching 500,000 won. The article stated, however, upon closer inspection, these events all come with complex fine print. In today's market, it's rare for any business to be this bold. Only our company is giving away 100 cars to customers, with absolutely no strings attached. And those cars are worth up to 10,000 Morning light shone down on the HVK group headquarters. Daeho put down his phone. He slapped his hand against his forehead. The phones have been ringing off the hook, to the point where we can't keep up. We were forced to block the numbers. Daeho reached up to massage his neck. Anyway, this is a brilliant victory. This is absolutely insane. Dojin calmly reassured him. It might look crazy, but we won. You can rest easy. He fell into deep thought. Daeho wondered. I don't know much about football, but I know Poland is a European country. Is it even possible for our team to actually beat a European team in this World Cup? Dojin evaluated. In terms of pure skill, our national team will definitely win. He waved his hand. All right, fine. Today is fine. Even if we lose, we can still be proud that the company supported the national team with everything we had, with all our passion. Daeho was anxious. But what about the next match? How are we going to handle facing the U.S. team? The PR department feels like a literal war zone right now. The staff are slammed, answering phones non-stop. Reporters are calling constantly to verify whether the ad content is for real. There are so many calls that the staff can't even keep up. Dojin coolly replied, doesn't that just clearly prove the insane draw of this advertisement? So what if it's a war zone? This is a great chance for the PR team to show what they've got. Daeho closed his eyes tight. But this isn't a joke. He warned, we've already raised public expectations to a whole new level, so we have to be extremely careful with the ads for the next match. Dojun spoke firmly. Director, we are not a fraudulent company. He smiled as he explained, if we predict wrong, we'll be roasted by the public. But the most important thing is to optimize our advertising effectiveness. Dojun turned his eyes toward the newspaper. As of now, the public is only paying attention to our company's cars. Our rivals, spending hundreds of millions of won and nobody even bats an eye. Daeho was somewhat anxious. We're already in too deep to back out now. We can't stop at this point. You get that, right? The next ad has to be predicted in advance too, of course. If we get today's match wrong, we're just going to get roasted. He replied immediately. I've already prepared the content for the next match's advertisement. Daeho blurted out in surprise. What, you've already decided, win or lose? He was breaking into a cold sweat. Dojin bowed suggestively and then gestured as he spoke at length. We would like to send our congratulations and the warmest round of applause to the national team for our country, for delivering a match full of dedication and emotion. Daeho grumbled. What's this, are you planning to flake out? That sounds so unprofessional. Dojin raised an eyebrow. If he predicts, he's judged. If he backs off, he's still judged. He made a guess. Is it going to be a draw? Dojin told himself to answer very tactfully. We can't let ourselves be seen as some fake prophet. He noted that whether it's a win, loss, or draw, the wording must remain logical. Daeho put his hand to his chin. True. If it's a draw, those words would be spot on. Dojin was expectant. The exact results would be out on June 10th. He stood up with his hands on his hips. Anyway, tonight at exactly 8:30, the entire company staff will watch the match together. Everyone must be there. Let's just watch the match first. See how it goes, and then we'll figure out the content. For the next match, got it? Dojin replied. Yes, if we lose today's match, we'll obviously have to change the PR content, he affirmed in his mind. But I'm positive that won't happen. A player kicked the ball into the net. That night, the South Korean football team secured their first victory at the World Cup. Viewers were hyped and screaming. Everyone was glued to the newspapers and advertisements. Today, the winning prediction became the main focus, drawing even more attention than the match itself. Just as expected, all eyes are on the mysterious car. With only its silhouette revealed, everyone is dying to know what model it actually is. Curiosity is off the charts. Now, HVK Motors Group's prediction for the next match has become the center of attention. The entire Korean nation is hooked. According to the released schedule, the HVK Motors Group advertisement is set to air on Monday, June 10th, coinciding with the South Korea versus USA match. The predicted result was a draw between the two countries. When the match ended in a 1-1 tie, this advertisement grabbed even more intense public interest. With the message, we would like to send our congratulations and the warmest round of applause to the national team for delivering a match full of dedication and emotion. It was truly a perfect fit. Traffic to the homepage skyrocketed. At this point, the PR department is swamped and totally overwhelmed, with calls asking who the mastermind, prophet behind HVK Motors Group is. The website server is still down due to the traffic surge. The story is going viral. The international news outlets that we were hoping for have also started taking notice. They're hyping it up. eagerly waiting to see what the ad for the third match will predict. Friday, June 14th. The pre-match ad for the final group stage game against Portugal has absolutely rocked all of South Korea. All phones have been unplugged. The PR team could only disconnect the lines and sit there in a daze. That was all they could do. Daeho turned pale and leaned back. If we win tomorrow, we're going to Incheon Stadium to join the lucky draw event. He waved his hand dismissively. If we lose, you're on your own. I'm staying out of it. Dojin remained calm. He gave a slight smile as the football team officially advanced to the round of 16. It was official. Daeho stood under the spotlight. For the first two matches, nobody gave a damn about the lucky draw. But now it has started, broadcasting live. Reporters are interviewing him. Sir, please share a few words with us. How could your company predict it so accurately? Did you mobilize a whole team of analytical experts, or is it like the rumors say, that you have a literal prophet on board? Daeho replied warmly, Oh, come on, it's nothing like that. Our company simply channeled the people's wishes into. The TV showed a clip of his dialogue. We yearned for the first victory in this tournament, longed to witness a passionate match, and shared the dream with all Koreans of making it to the round of 16. Dojin took a sip of water while observing. That's all it is. There is no prophet here. He commented to himself. This old man's response is truly professional. Daeho held up a yellow card. The real champion of this World Cup is HVC Motors. He shook hands with Zion. The main sponsor, Daehyun Motors, spent about 100 billion tons to sponsor this World Cup, and they confidently claimed that the promotional ROI would be 10 times the amount invested. A voice echoed in the room. What is it this time? Preparing to celebrate making the quarterfinals again? Hey, we might actually win this time. It's only the Italian team, after all. Dojin remained silent before speaking up. Again, 1966. We can definitely do it. Daeho was startled. What? Sehyun was confused. Jihyo and Hoseok looked at each other. He calmly explained, At the 1966 Global Cup, the North Korean team faced off against Italy. And back then, North Korea won 1-0. My point is, we are going to recreate that historic moment. Daeho stammered. North, what now? Dojin reassured him. Please don't be too surprised. This is even the slogan of the official supporters club that the Red Devils use. Sehun wondered, Are you for real? Dojin turned to his uncle. Yes, we need to prepare more large-scale billboards. Sehun was baffled. How could you possibly know? Usually the Red Devils' slogan for each match is kept top secret. Dojin shot back immediately. Uncle, you're underestimating the intelligence gathering of the Sunyang group staff. Seriously? It took less than an hour to dig this up. Sehun's face relaxed. I totally forgot about that. He shifted his gaze to Daeho. The Again 1966 slogan will echo throughout the stadium once more. If we're just a beat faster, the impact will be exponentially greater. Once the supporters club helps us with the push, the news will go viral in no time. He fell into deep thought. Jihyo was confused, but she blurted out a question. Is our team going to win against Italy or lose? Sehun waited for the answer. Daeho squinted one eye. The entire room fell silent. A smirk appeared on Dojun's face. He confidently suggested, Just look at the promotional slogan. We've got the win in the bag. The national team is going to take the W. Sehun couldn't help but ask, Hey, don't keep us hanging like that. What's the real deal? Dojun explained, We didn't start this campaign just to flip a coin on winning or losing. Luckily so far, the ad content has perfectly matched the results. That's what's actually important. He repeated that in the interview. Director Daeho had said the exact same thing, that it's the most crucial part. Dojin raised his hand. This time, let's up it to 500 cars. Let's use the funds to show everyone our faith in victory. Jihyo was shell-shocked. A whole 500 cars? Daeho looked down and crossed his arms. To be honest, I wouldn't mind even if we gave away more. I've made my living off those cars until now. He smiled radiantly. But I've never felt this hyped before. Daeho was full of energy. In times like these, you've got to go all out. That's how you make it blow up. Building momentum for every match and cheering on the home team. Dojin glanced at him. He reminded him. Remember to book the Seoul World Cup Stadium for June 29th. Dojin smirked and announced, We'll launch the new Iskeun Bone model that day. June 29th was precisely the date of the third-place playoff. The player Anne smiled contentedly. On June 18th, the showdown against the Italian team at Daejeon concluded with a decisive goal by player Anne. The crowd cheered wildly. At that moment, fans only cared about two things: how far the home team could go and when the promise in HVC Motors' ad campaign would become a reality. The new car model was launched. The people were deeply moved. On the night of the 22nd, all of South Korea erupted with joy as the team secured a spot in the World Cup semi-finals. Everyone hit the streets, shouting at the top of their lungs. To top it off, it was a Saturday night. The youth lost all sense of time, flooding every single street. They celebrated the team's victory until the next morning. Morning at the office, Ji-hyo was chatting animatedly. The following day, our company held an emergency meeting to discuss which strategy to pursue. Everyone was beaming, gearing up for the upcoming semi-final. Dae-ho half closed his eyes. The conference room went dead silent. He suddenly chuckled. Dojin, any thoughts? Should we take a risk and bet on our team making it to the finals? Dojin remained silent. Ji-hyo and Hoseok were grinning ear to ear. He suggested, let's stop here, sir. Dae-ho blurted out in surprise. What? Ji-hyo and Hoseok were bewildered. Everyone was confused. You could hear a pin drop in the room. Dojun began to explain, in this World Cup, we have already achieved our desired results. The media buzz outweighs the costs by 100-fold. But if we keep this up, the hype will die down, and there won't be any emotional impact left. Everyone listened intently. Right now, the public is only focused on one thing. Can the home team win the semifinal? If they win, the next thing they'll look at is who the opponent in the final will be. Dojin raised a point. Even if we drop a bag on broadcasting, commercials like before, it'll only increase our risk. Dae-ho broke into a cold sweat. Risk? Ji-hyo and Hoseok took it in. I'm sure everyone is thinking that Korea will definitely win. As citizens of the Republic of Korea, wouldn't everyone think so, right? They all looked down. It's not like we'd predict our own team to lose. Dojin noted, if the team fails in the semifinals, the backlash will fall on us. He furrowed his brows deeply. When that happens, HVC Motors will have to take the full blame. This is something I can see coming. The room grew somber. Dojin said in a serious, firm tone. I want to emphasize this one more time. We aren't prophets. Dae-ho rested his chin on his hand. If we predict a loss, and it actually happens, how could that possibly be considered a good outcome? Everyone, please consider this carefully. Sehun asked, so you think the team is going to lose the upcoming semi-final? Dojin didn't rush to answer. Korea making the semi-finals is already a miracle. He placed his hands on the table. Beating Germany would be a true miracle. It could even be legendary, but anyway, let's not debate that further. I'm leaning toward the likelihood that we'll lose. Dae-ho suggested, in that case, we need to prepare a backup plan for a defeat. Dojin countered, sometimes to grab attention. Staying silent is the move. Doing nothing might actually be the most effective move. Right? Sehun snorted and scratched his head. Sehun commented, treating it as a way to spark curiosity and get the public buzzing is also a pretty solid idea. Ji-hyo added, when familiar things suddenly vanish, human curiosity hits its peak. Normally, our company's ads are in every single match. If they're gone all of a sudden, that alone will become a hot topic. People will wonder, what's going to happen in the semifinals? Why did they stop running ads? Everyone looked at each other. Dojin pushed himself up with his hands and stood. Now it's time for the real soccer experts to take over. I gave my final opinion, then stood up to leave. He remained calm and said, from now on, the rankings in this tournament no longer matter. The team has made it so far already. They're bound to get plenty of praise and sponsorships. Dae-ho put his hands on his hips and laughed. Anyway, as you said, we've already signed the two biggest stars of this tournament. Dojin made a proposal. Aside from the players, we should also prepare some gifts to thank the entire support staff. Giving them just a compact car doesn't seem right, does it? Since those are just light economy cars. Instead, how about gifting them a mid-size HVC motor sedan? What do you all think? Hoseok hesitated. If it's for the support staff, Dojin listed them off. Coaches, technical coordinators, physiotherapists, fitness coaches, video analysts, equipment managers, interpreters, media officers, and so on. That's quite a lot of people. He posed a question. They've been working tirelessly behind the scenes this whole time, while no one was paying them any attention. If our company shows them some real appreciation, what kind of media reaction are you expecting? Soo-hyun approved. That's actually a great idea. That kind of subtle thoughtfulness will definitely warm their hearts. Right? Dojin gave a sincere bow. That's just my 2 cents. I hope the department heads will handle everything thoroughly and smoothly. He looked at the papers on the morning of the 25th. There weren't too many conflicting opinions when our company's ads were missing. However, many people noted that today's paper felt quite empty because the horoscope section was gone. The results were quickly out, and the semi-final match that night ended with a win for the German national team. There were plenty of comments, predicting this since the HVC Motors ads didn't show up. But the majority were words of praise and gratitude for the Korean team for their miraculous run to the semifinals. A car appeared, thanks to the staff's coordination. The very next day, the 26th, everything was confirmed instantly. We wish to express our profound gratitude to our national team for making history by reaching the semifinals. From Coach Mourinho to the chefs who tirelessly prepared, the team's meals, HVC Motors, has prepared a small gift as a token of our most sincere thanks. A long convoy of cars rolled out that night. The news opened with a fleet of over 100 cars arriving at KuBI NFC. Staff shook hands with the security team. Though the coach and players didn't show up in the report, everyone from the coaching assistants to the security at KuBI NFC received their car keys one by one. In just a few minutes, people were moved to tears. A few ladies from the KuBI Center kitchen actually started crying from the emotion. And naturally, the news cameramen didn't miss a single beat of this moment. Everyone gathered at the stadium on Saturday night, the 29th, to catch the match at Daegu Stadium on the big screen. By 8 p.m., people had already started swarming in since early afternoon. They glanced at each car. For those coming out of City Hall subway station, the first thing they saw was about 10 small cups. That was the Insenbon line. A male employee enthusiastically said, "Please feel free to take a look around. You can open the doors to check out the interior and even sit in the driver's seat to get a feel for it." A female employee was handing out flyers. Over 10 volunteers were stationed to guide visitors and pass out flyers. According to the info, people approached the cars, and some even took photos with them. Singers began to perform. The atmosphere at City Hall Square grew even more electric with performances by famous artists. Citizens raised their flags high. We are proud that the month-long promotional campaign tied to the World Cup was a smashing success beyond expectations. That evening at the company, the staff kept their heads down, everyone looking terrified. Young Ki crossed his arms and interrogated them. Sponsorship costs alone reached 1 billion USD. Domestic event costs were 400 billion won. Right? He snarled. What's the deal? Why is nobody answering me? Gwang-guk stammered. Yes, sir, that's correct. Young Ki unleashed a barrage of questions. And then what? We invested all that money, only to lose to mediocre companies like Ajin Sun. And HVC, did they invest hundreds of billions, even trillions of won to outspend us? Gwang-guk hesitated. Because of their advertisement, he questioned, advertisement? What advertisement? He went silent. Young Ki grinned maliciously. You mean that ad that supposedly made even Nostradamus lose his mind? That one? He slammed his hand on the desk. Everyone bowed their heads in a panic. Gwang-guk didn't dare to speak up. Young Ki scowled and barked at them. I might not have been a straight-A student, and maybe I spent too much time fooling around. But one look at that ad and it's obvious. They had this all calculated down to a T. This isn't some prophecy nonsense. Haven't you guys seen Ju Dae-ho's interview? Ah, Do-jun speculated to the chairman. That sounds plausible? But if there wasn't a fortune teller or a prophet behind the scenes, how on earth did they create an ad like that? The eldest son of Ju Dae-sik, everyone turned to look at him. Every morning, they post and correctly predict the day's match results. How can we possibly stop that? Young Ki said, clearly annoyed. Are you saying we should go out and find ourselves? Our own prophet too? Do-jun replied. No, sir. We need to think the same way HVC Motors does. Young Ki narrowed his eyes. What? Do-jun explained with a sly look. The person who planned this ad campaign, we absolutely have to poach them for our company. Like you said, Chairman? The person who masterfully crafted those slogans. Balancing prophecy with the hearts of the people. We must bring them into our fold. Young Ki praised him. Very good. Ju-won smiled triumphantly as he prodded. Fine, then. Does this mean you're going to recruit that person? Right? Ju-won responded with total confidence. Just trust me and give me the green light for a massive budget. Even if I have to throw insane amounts of money at them, I'll make sure to bring them over. Young Ki looked expectantly at Ju-won while Gwang-guk pined in thought. Young Ki repeated Ju-won's words, throw money at them. Will he really come just for that? It might not be that simple. He added more info. I heard he's the wealthiest person in our country, under the age of 20. His public personal assets alone are over 100 billion won. Plus, he's the next-gen heir, set to inherit some of the largest financial groups in the country. Veins popped out on Young Ki's face. To poach someone like him, how much cash would you have to shove down his throat for it to be enough? 1 trillion won, 2 trillion won? Ju-won stammered in a panic. Don't tell me that person is... Young Ki slammed his hand on the table. Exactly, it's the person that everybody knows. The golden boy of Sun Yang Group. He gaped and hissed. A third-generation grandson. Who is so brilliant that even if you gave Chairman Jin a truckload of losers like you, he wouldn't even bat an eye? He's Jin Dojin. Juwon's eyes widened. Young Ki emphasized, that ad is his masterpiece. Do you really think you can poach him? He asked dejectedly. Jin Dojin. He's the one who planned this whole ad? Really? Young Ki was annoyed. Is there any other third-generation grandchild in that family? Who could possibly be that smart? He spat out every word. The rest of them are just a bunch of good-for-nothings, showing off and acting high and mighty like you, without achieving a single thing. Juwon looked pale as a ghost. Morning at the group. Dojin sat down to eat with everyone. While Young Ki chewed his food, Yonki popped a piece of meat into his mouth. Hak-jae took a sip of water. Dojin lowered his gaze. Why did they summon me here? Yonki smirked and complimented him. Word on the street is you did Sun Yang Motors. A huge solid, right? You killed it. He forced a smile and replied, Oh, not at all. I just gave them a few pointers for the ad copy. Oh, come on. Young Ki grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. Don't play it too humble. Thanks to you, the discount campaign for Sun Yang Electronics hasn't even been mentioned in the news. He hinted, on big national occasions like this, all the subsidiaries in the group should share the wealth, right? Dojun glanced around and wondered, what are these people up to now? Or are they just flexing in front of director Lee Hangjae? He observes Hak-jae. Young Ki just makes a suggestion. We're done eating, let's get down to business. While leaning back in his chair, my brother is so loaded. Just take responsibility and it'll be settled. The guy immediately proposes, then just make me the group chairman. Then I'll step up to handle things. Preparing for the presidential race. This time, Dojun is stunned. So it's about the presidential race. Are you guys planning for the upcoming election? While Young Ki says just go ahead and be chairman, Dad probably won't object anyway. Just change how you're addressed. Change the name and business card and it's done. It's a piece of cake. Young Ki wonders as expected. Change everything in one go. But shares should be redistributed fairly too. His face turns sinister. So 15% for you, little brother, and 5% for this smart nephew. That way, the shares in our hands will reach 56%. Donkey curls his lip. Not bad. Then your promotion. The chairman won't have any obstacles, Hak-jae. Suddenly stands up. He places the documents on the table. These are the updated documents as of now. I look forward to your instructions on the implementation. Young Ki asks, how is my father doing? Hak-jae hesitates to relay the message. Yes, according to the old gentleman, no matter who becomes president, their term is still shorter than a lifetime. Therefore, the true owner of the Blue House in the future will surely need help from both of you. Do-jun stays silent, observing his brother radiating a gloomy aura. Could the old man be having health issues? Hak-jae suggests, Do-jun, you should look at this document too. Your intuition is good, so try to take a guess. Young Ki reviews it seriously while Dong Ki skims every line. Do-jun responds blankly. I don't know anything about this. I heard the candidates are neck and neck. Hak-jae pushes up his glasses. So how do you think it will end? He nonchalantly comments. There are still 5 months left after all. Politicians still say 3 months before. The election feels as long as the 500-year Joseon dynasty. Hak-jae ponders. The situation keeps shifting unpredictably. It's hard to call at this point. And Young Ki puts the documents down on the table. Do-jun has a point. Discussing it now is useless. He seriously demands to just follow the usual practice. Just report it as 7-3, that'll do. Do-jun is puzzled. 7-3? Hak-jae explains. Think of it as buying insurance for the next administration. Dong Ki raises a concern. So we're giving 70% support to the ruling party? Hak-jae fires back. No, this time it's the opposition party. It's the first time we're backing this party. Do-jun silently realizes, so that's it. This is the first time the Conservative Party has become the opposition. Young Ki grumbles. But does Do-jun even need to know about this? Seems like Director Lee made a blunder here. Hak-jae clarifies. This is the chairman's direct order. Do-jun is also the head of a corporation. As a member of Sunyang, it's only natural that he takes on responsibility, befitting his status. Do-jun falls into deep thought. In the presidential election, whoever pours in the funds under the Sunyang name will be seen as Sunyang's captain. In the political world, he turns to Dong Ki. Vice Chairman Jin Dong Ki acts broke, but surely wants to contribute a fair share, as long as it's under his own name. All right. Young Ki raises his hand. All right, Do-jun, let's settle it like this. He smirks and asks, now do you understand why Grandpa wanted you in this seat? Do-jun replies politely, since this is a major matter representing the whole group, I must also take on a portion of the responsibility, right? Young Ki curls his lip in amusement. He says, exactly as you know, Sun Yang. will be sponsoring the presidential race. This year, you just need to cover a portion of that expense and it's all good. Do-jun hesitates and says, but uncle, the problem is I'm still not sure how to manage that kind of money. Dong-ki glances at him and says he will take care of it. Just prepping around 20 to 30 billion should be enough. The uncle turns to young Ki. Right, brother? Dong-ki firmly repeats, let me handle that matter. Do-jun bows appreciatively, thank you. He stands up. Please contact me if you need anything, uncles. I'll take my leave now. Young Kai agrees, all right then. Pak Jae remains silent. In the afternoon at the villa, Yang Cheol grumbles, are you planning to wait until I'm dead to start visiting me often? Since I'm still alive, why haven't I seen your face at all? Do-jun gives an apologetic smile, I'm sorry. I was way too busy last month. I promised to visit you more frequently, Grandpa. He retorts, what's the use of coming only when you're not busy? It doesn't mean anything if you only drop by when you're free. Do-jun falls silent. He observes Yang Cheol and feels heartbroken. Having not met for just a month, he looks significantly weaker. The old man happily remarks, speaking of last month, there was something worth watching. Yang Cheol praises him, you performed very well. Do-jun puts a hand to his neck. It was all thanks to director Do Dae-ho. I didn't really contribute much. He argues, don't sell yourself short. Do Dae-ho has called me and told me several times already. He keeps singing your praises, saying the advertising was a hit because of you, raking in trillions. This makes Yang Cheol very proud. Feedback from overseas dealers is also very positive. Everyone is hyped and grinning ear to ear. This invaluable success is all thanks to your efforts. Do-jun's face softens. Yang Cheol asks curiously, by the way, are you here today because of the presidential campaign fund? He immediately responds, no, I just came to visit you, Grandpa. Yang Cheol surmises, it seems you want to bow out early. What's wrong? Did those two tell you to stay out of this? Do-jun scratches his head in embarrassment. I feel a bit of pressure. The presidential election spending is for my uncles to decide. I'm just a small player, so that's why. The old man is surprised. Are you confident you can make money even without holding power? Do-jun explains that's not it. I just feel a bit anxious whenever this topic comes up, Grandpa. Yang Cheol sinks into thought. He suddenly calls out to Do-jun. Yang Cheol gives a serious reminder. You need to turn money into influence. In reality, money is just a number, but it can finalize power. Do-jun shifts his gaze and responds. Usually yes, but not this time. It's still too early for me. Yang Cheol is skeptical. Too early for what? He clarifies, I mean, you need to establish connections and bond with the political circles. Do-jun says, even my uncle has stepped down as mayor, so I don't know anyone currently in office. I'll go see them later when necessary. Young Cheol grits his teeth in displeasure. Are you still thinking so childishly? The old man points his finger upward, even if you deny it. You're no longer just called a third-generation heir, you are the successor, worthy of managing Sunyang Group's financial division. After appearing in the media a few times, no one sees you as just a rich kid anymore. Do-jun feels helpless, you've got me all wrong. It's not for that reason. Yang Cheol envisions and says, even bottom-tier companies are quietly trying to get close to the election campaigns, snooping everywhere for intel. He continues, there's nothing to gain by backing out. You must avoid losses at all costs. Do-jun thinks to himself, it's really not the right time to explain everything to him. He softly replies, my thinking is still too naive. I will meet with representatives from both parties. Yang Cheol advises, you'll get your hands dirty sooner or later anyway. Just consider this fast-tracking it a bit. Just maintain basic etiquette and get to know them, that's enough. Do-jun cheerfully replies, I understand, Grandpa, but that's not why I came here today. I really just came to visit you. Yang Cheol laughs heartily, you greedy little rascal. He looks blankly, not understanding at all. Yang Cheol asks suggestively, do you think right now, you and I can talk like a normal grandfather and grandson? Do-jun is breaking into a cold sweat. Both he and Yang Cheol are silent at this moment. Do-jun looks at Yang Cheol. Suddenly, the old man smiles, a grandson who knows his duty, always caring about his grandfather's health, while the grandfather worries whether his grandson is doing okay. Forget all that. The wrinkles on Yang Cheol's face show clearly every time they meet. If I'm going to worry, it'll only be about company business. Do-jun purses his lips in silence. He thinks to himself, no cap. Do-jun's hand slightly squeezes his knee. All right, showing respect to his grandfather. Can't just stop at a few ordinary pleasantries anymore. In front of him, Yang Cheol sits with his arms crossed. It's best to talk business, so he can see the image of a leader and the fire of passion still flowing in his veins. Suddenly, he lets out a long breath. Do-jun speaks up excitedly. Then let's change the subject. Yang Cheol is stunned and asks, what subject? He turns his head to look aside. It seems like the group, Daehyun Motors, is determined to go big. I just got word that when our new model launches, they will also immediately release a new model to compete. This battle is going to be brutal. Yang Qiu seems somewhat interested. A drop of sweat rolls down Do Jun's cheek. As expected, Yang Qiu speaks up. You're going to take an L. Just watch. Do Jun is a bit surprised and asks, you think so? Hearing that, Yang Qiu finds it funny. You must have seen this coming to some extent yourself, right? With just one sports car model, or a limited customer base, how can you compete with the rival's four-seater multi-purpose vehicle? At the same time, Do Jun raises his hand to object. But I still want to flex on them just once. Is there really no way at all? Yang Qiu is just curious. This kid. Are you trying to put on a show so I won't be bored? Seeing that, Do Jun gives an embarrassed smile. This old man is really sharp, no sir. As you can see, I don't really have any other choice. Then Yang Qiu frowns. All right then. You think I forgot what you once said? Even if my forgetfulness gets worse, when it comes to the company, I could never forget. The old man glares straight ahead. It's not just about selling well, but creating a car that truly reaches perfection, a car that people crave just by looking at it, making them desperate to own it. Wasn't that the goal you mentioned before? Do Jun remains silent, speechless. While Yang Qiu continues to probe, you said one must have a long-term vision. Thoughts race through Do Jun's head. Things I thought he had forgotten, yet he remembers them so vividly. Seems like I was worrying about his health for nothing. Suddenly, Yang Qiu speaks up. Anyway, in terms of sales, you're not going to win this one. But Do Jun places both hands on his thighs. How could we lose in terms of being iconic? Right? Hearing that, the old man nods and continues. Whether it's Daehyun or Sunyang making compact cars, neither company will make much profit anyway. Do Jun looks down. What do you mean, Sunyang? It's more like miracle. I really want to tell him straight, but I'll hold back. After all, this company is a gift he handed down. So in his eyes, I will always be just the heir to the Sunyang group. Suddenly, Yang Qiu looks at Do Jun. The compact car line at Daehyun is just there to fill out their product lineup. You realized that too, didn't you? He turns his head and replies, I think this car line will be the starting point to build a unique identity for the company. Sunyang Motors. Yang Qiu points satisfied at Do Jun. Very good. That compact car line isn't the flagship product. But back in the recent World Cup, I heard that the group of South Korean supporters, nicknamed the Red Devils, is also very famous, right? Even the international press has been making a huge fuss. He obediently nods, yes, sir. Meanwhile, Yang Qiu recalls the cheering crowds. Tried turning that sports car line into a second Red Devil. The tournament is over, but those red cheering shirts are still selling like hotcakes. Do Jun smiles with relief. It's exactly what he was thinking. He intently observes Yang Qiu. This old man is over 80, but his taste is just as sharp as any young marketer. Do Jun's brows relax. Was I overthinking it? Returning to the Sunyang headquarters, a cup of coffee is placed in front of Dong Ki. Is 2 billion won too much for you? Do Jun scratches his head and replies, it really is a lot, but what can I do? I have to hit the target, don't I? Hearing that, Dong Ki laughs with satisfaction. The first phase budget is set at 15 billion. I figured you could afford to cough up 2 billion won, so that's why I decided on it. Meanwhile, Do Jun narrows his eyes and thinks, now I've guessed the origin of this. 2 billion won target. My 10% share in Sunyang Group happens to be exactly this amount. Beads of sweat form on his cheeks. But uncle, like I mentioned before, I don't know how to create a slush fund at the company. At this, Dong Ki lets out a long sigh. They say the richer you are, the greedier you get. And you're exactly like that. Next, he looks up and asks, the money you made in Indonesia is nearly 1 trillion won already. 2 billion won is only about 2% of that cash. You can't even cough up that much? Do Jun awkwardly scratches his chin and explains, well, that money needs to be laundered through another cycle. It's probably in South America by now. At the same time, Dong Ki crosses his arms. Did Oh Se-hyun tell you to do that? Do Jun obediently replies yes. Then Dong Ki rests his chin on his hand and mutters, this money needs to be wired over there urgently, and yet, while Do Jun observes his uncle, his face remains calm as he contemplates. I must absolutely not leave any trace of where the money was transferred. This illegal election fund will eventually be exposed, and someone will have to take the fall. Dong Ki's sinister side begins to show. He will surely pin all the blame on someone on the board of directors, but I won't be like them. Following behind is a crowd in suits. In just 2 years, I will officially take control of the company. Instead of being loyal, they must be frustrated, working under a young guy like me. Moreover, with reporters surrounding them, they aren't free enough to pretend, to be loyal enough to stand trial in my place. Thinking this, Do Jun becomes more determined. I still have to protect myself first. I must absolutely not leave any openings. Suddenly, Dong Ki speaks up. If you work at Sunyang Securities for about 2 to 3 days to make 2 billion won, it'll be worth it. Do you want to try? Do Jun is slightly startled. What do you mean, uncle? Donkey smirks with total confidence. Just before the market closes, place a massive amount of buy orders at a price a few percent higher, driving up the closing price. Do-jun imagines the crowd scrambling for stocks. Whatever the reason, when they see the price rising, retail investors will rush in to buy. Once the stock price stabilizes, just cash out. The money just keeps piling up like that. If you do that for a month, making hundreds of billions is a piece of cake. In the end, all the losses fall on the small investors. He stares at Donkey's face. So you're saying making a lot of money in 2 to 3 days is done this way? Then Do-jun smiles and replies, "Yes, I see your point, uncle. Then I'll follow your instructions." At this moment, he continues, "Is Vice Chairman Jin Young-ji anxious to get that money, even a day earlier? If we start preparing now, how should the transfer proceed, sir?" Suddenly, Donkey glances over. He busily scribbles something on a small piece of paper. Finally, Donkey pushes the paper across the table. "Just transfer it to this guy." As soon as he finishes, he stands up. "I'll handle the rest." Suddenly, Donkey calls out to Do-jun. Do-jun looks up at him. "Yes?" Donkey gives a meaningful smile. "Welcome to this world." Then he turns his back and leaves, while Do-jun still watches his back. His gaze is cold. "Sorry, but it's not time yet. Facing the consequences in court can wait, old man." The sunset glows over the apartment building. Now Do-jun frowns and orders, "Stop it completely. Absolutely do not give them a chance to trace it." Young-jun looks down at the next piece of paper. He stuffs the paper into his pocket. "Is all the money in this pocket?" Meanwhile, Do-jun raises his glass. "It's 2 billion won." Hearing that, Byung-jun replies, "If the prosecution investigates, they won't target the one who delivered the money, but will trace the money flow backward." He walks toward Do-jun. "All your corporate accounts and personal ones will be rated to match this 2 billion won amount. The delivery man is just a lackey. They're all the same." At the same time, Do-jun turns to look at him. "There's no way they can trace this money. The funds were laundered through multiple U.S. accounts. It has absolutely nothing to do with me." Byung-jun stares in shock. "So?" "It's been turned into personal funds." Do-jun smirks. "Company money is untouchable for now. There's no rush either. And besides, this amount isn't much anyway." Panic is written all over Byung-jun's face. 2 billion won isn't a lot? Looks like you're way more loaded than I thought." Do-jun glances at him. "Are you curious?" Byung-jun quickly replies, "No, it's not like that." Then he adjusts his glasses. "As long as I don't lose my paycheck, I'm good." A thought flashes through Do-jun's mind. What a drag. But getting this far feels like a bit of a relief, doesn't it? Suddenly, Byung-jun asks, "Who brought this money here in person?" Do-jun nonchalantly replies, "It was sent by someone trustworthy." "Nothing to worry about." "You're really being careful." Double-checking to this extent? Byung-jun's sharp eyes are hidden behind his lenses. That trustworthy person probably didn't deliver it himself, right? Do-jun is somewhat taken aback. Byung-jun frowns slightly and explains, "Things like this, just let us handle it next time. A trusted person and their subordinates are worlds apart, because a subordinate can spill the beans at any time." Hearing that, Do-jun smiles and replies, "I'll keep that in mind." The black bag sits prominently on the table. The floor lamp has been turned on. A drop of sweat falls down Daeho's cheek. "The name is Clark. I heard they're selling it for over 3 million cheaper than us." Do-jun raises an eyebrow in shock. 3 million? He purses his lips and thinks to himself. The initial launch price was around 6 million won. And yet they dare to take a loss just to flood the market. At this price point? Hearing this, Daeho crosses his arms and speaks. "They must be trying to wipe us out for good." At the same time, Do-jun turns to look at him. "Director, let's drop this whole obsession with competing." He speaks seriously. "We're producing this car line, not to win a sales race or squeeze out a profit. Remember our original goal. Selling 7,000 units by next year is good enough." At this, Daeho scratches his head. "The staff even said that target is a long shot. With the competitor putting on this much pressure, I'm afraid no one can stand it." Furthermore, he thinks of the red car. "I heard. The feedback on its performance isn't meeting expectations either." Do-jun asks with some concern, "Is it that bad?" Suddenly, Daeho lets out a sigh and replies, "Not exactly. It's just that the car doesn't live up to the hype." "Well," then he spreads his arms out, "it looks tough for sure. But at the end of the day, it's just a subcompact car. Customers even mistook it for a sports SUV." Do-jun's expression becomes grave. "This is a matter of technology. An up-and-coming company like ours will find it hard to compete with the seasoned giants." He thinks of foreign guests, like international clients, with endless options. They don't give a damn about our company history, and that is the harsh reality we must face. At this thought, Do-jun purses his lips. Next, he asks Daeho, "Director, why don't we just buy another company?" He is momentarily stunned. "Acquire a company? Do-jun narrows his eyes and speaks up. Those companies in Europe or Japan? Let's take over a supercar specialist, then take their technology as our own. Dae-ho is startled, breaking into a sweat. Then he reaches out his hand toward Do-jun. Do you think supercar brands are toys? You think we can just buy them whenever we want? He remains silent and stoic while Dae-ho is aghast. I'm not kidding, Uncle. I'm dead serious about this purchase. Do-jun rests both hands on his knees. We aren't buying just for the sake of ownership, but investing to acquire technology. If the acquisition looks viable, we will evaluate the business potential before deciding on a full buyout. At this point, Dae-ho rests his chin on his hand and exclaims, taking over a company just for technology isn't exactly a rare move, but you certainly have massive ambitions. He imagines the two directors shaking hands. In fact, many companies acquire other businesses for their tech, and once there's no value left to exploit, they sell them off. Dae-ho narrows his eyes inquisitively. Invest or take over? Do you even have the money? But Jun remains confident. Don't worry about the money. Where there's a will, there's a way. He speaks as he stands up. To reach new heights, we need a major hit. That hit will be collaborating with a foreign car maker that has superior technology. Please find a suitable company, Uncle. Hearing this, Dae-ho smiles with satisfaction. All right. I'll start looking into it from now on. Specialized supercar manufacturers. At the same time, he stands up with his hands on his hips. We don't even make high-performance cars, so we need to investigate thoroughly to find companies with the technology we actually need. Do-jun looks toward Dae-ho. Yes, I'll leave the final call to you, Director. The car is featured on TV. Tonight's 9 p.m. news kicks off with a truly special event. Today, CHV Motors has created a vibrant atmosphere, perfectly capturing the explosive spirit of the Red Devils. Two celebrities wave to the crowd along with head coach Gus and soccer star Park Hae-sung, the heroes who led the national team to the semi-finals in the recent World Cup. The crowd cheers relentlessly. What's even more impressive, CHV covered the entire 22% tax and fees that winners usually have to pay. Even all the registration paperwork was handled for them. The cars are ready to be picked up. The winners just grab the keys like in a movie and drive home. The TV screen continues to show the cars. It looks like the fleet has started their engines and begun to roll out. Drivers from all over Seoul, Busan, Daegu, Incheon, and Daejeon are behind the wheels of bright red Escalos, leaving the factory one by one. At this, Se-hyun bursts out laughing with delight. Then he turns toward Do-jun. Hey kid, how much did you spend to get results that blow regular advertising out of the water? The brand value just skyrocketed. He smiles and replies, I just used the marketing budget, Uncle. I invested heavily in TV ads and even sent generous incentives straight to the newsroom. Se-hyun speaks with satisfaction. As a result, our brand got a full minute of airtime on a show with a 25% rating. That's some bang for your buck right there. Yes, then Do-jun makes a suggestion. Let's put out an announcement tomorrow. Se-hyun is somewhat surprised. What announcement? Meanwhile, Do-jun calmly explains, yes, the announcement. Any employee of Fantasy who buys an Esquilo will get an immediate 15% discount, plus an extra year of free warranty. What do you think? Hearing that, Se-hyun rests his chin on his hand, analyzing. Well, we'll probably sell quite a few. Do-jun glances at Se-hyun and speaks up. There are many assistants here whose salaries aren't exactly high. I bet they'll jump on this offer. The uncle crosses his arms and nods. Those people? If a golf bag doesn't fit in the trunk, they won't even look at it. Do-jun questions him. It fits in the passenger seat, though, doesn't it? Why not buy it as a second car? At this, Se-hyun cracks a smile. For a second car, they always go for German brands. Don't get your hopes up. Sunlight reflects off the company's glass windows. A few days later, Se-hyun drops a file on the desk. Turns out I was wrong. Then he leans in and looks at Do-jun. The reaction from Fantasy employees was way more enthusiastic than I expected. I guess for them. It's just a car that costs less than 10 million won. He picks up the stack of papers and thinks to himself, nearly 100 people. Meanwhile, Se-hyun sits down. Come to think of it, our company's salaries are pretty high. Rank-and-file employees, especially the single ones, are all signing up to buy. The uncle crosses his arms with a smug look. Even plenty of management-level folks are getting in on it. They're even selling the 2,000cc domestic cars their wives drive, just to buy this one. And the executives are buying them as gifts for their kids. Do-jun continues his calm analysis. In the end, everyone wants a car, but the financial burden is the issue. Maybe we should have offered a 48-month installment plan. That might have worked better. Hearing this, Dae-ho immediately cuts in. No way, 36 months is the absolute limit. Aren't you even considering the financing costs? Do-jun looks at Dae-ho, realizing they are still short on funds. With our current financial state, cars bought from the company will become a burden to them, right? He raises his hand to explain, exactly. The price can't be lowered any further. It would just cost the company more. Nothing can be done about it. At this moment, Do-jun slightly frowns, thinking, did I read this wrong? I didn't mean we should just sell it cheaper. Then he speaks up. What do you guys think about credit card installments? Dae-ho is so shocked he breaks a sweat. What? Even Se-hyun's eyes widen. Credit cards? Do-jun interlaces his fingers. Yes, that's right. Credit card companies like Sun Yang or Dae-hyun are in a cutthroat competition, and both of them just updated their policies not too long ago. Next he smiles, observing those across from him. Paying a few million won at a time is much easier to swallow than a flat 10 million won. Isn't this payment support policy attractive? Both Dae-ho and Se-hyun are stunned. A scene of directors in discussion appears. If we can reach an agreement with the credit card company, I think we'll have a major breakthrough. But for the credit card company, the risk is no joke. The secretary whispers into the director's ear. But market competition is fierce right now. This is a goldmine opportunity to attract customers. Quickly, an exchange takes place. Buying cars with credit cards will eventually go mainstream, but not just yet. Currently, it can only be done through company installment plans between the automaker and the finance firm. Thinking of this, Do-jun smirks. Take this chance to introduce financial services. A combined card with NDT0. Then he stands up and gives instructions. You two create a financing program that the other party will find acceptable. I'll have a preliminary meeting with 2 representatives from the credit card company. Se-hyun's face flashes through Do-jun's mind. Luckily, I'm well acquainted with both of them. One is my eldest uncle. Following that, young Ki's silhouette appears. And the other I call uncle, right? He turns on his heel and changes direction. What's even more interesting? Do-jun looks at the tense Dae-ho. The credit card company will go belly up next year. Then he walks away in front of Se-hyun. Just need to drop a few more bombshells like this. Do-jun couldn't help but feel a bit cocky. Smiling, he knows it will be hard for them to dodge this bullet. Warm yellow lights hang from the ceiling. Young Ki sits with his arms crossed. Paying via credit card? At this, Do-jun calmly responds, yes. Actually, it's not exactly a revolutionary way to pay, uncle. People buy things on installment all the time, right? Then he stares intently at young Ki. It's just a slightly larger amount. As for the limit, the card issuer still makes the call. It's no different than buying a 3 million won designer bag. Do-jun's voice rings out steadily. Internally, we can offer up to 36 months of installments, but with a credit card, paying over 48 or 60 months shouldn't be an issue at all. Don't you agree? Young Ki rests his chin on his hand, pondering. True, but Do-jun's eyes never stop observing him. Why don't you take a close look at the interest rates and build a payment support program to see how it goes? For starters, let's test it on the new Zolo line. If it works out, we can expand it to other models later. Hearing this, young Ki just smirks. Then he closes his eyes. Do-jun, you seem quite cozy with Sun Yang Motors, don't you? So much so that you're personally here pitching a partnership? Do-jun sounds enthusiastic as he follows up. Well, I have a stake in Fantasy, and aren't all the companies under Sun Yang Group owned by my grandfather anyway? So saying it has nothing to do with me isn't exactly true. Young Ki raises an eyebrow, probing. Is it really that simple? At this moment, Do-jun simply replies nonchalantly, let's save that for later. Let's handle the business at hand first. Suddenly, young Ki leans back in his chair. Watching you be this eager is actually quite entertaining. I've heard a few whispers already. His eyes narrow. I heard you're in some deep water, right? Hearing this, Do-jun frowns, then abruptly spreads his hands. Wait, isn't all of this because of your brother? The chairman of the auto company? Selling like this only stacks losses on top of losses. Is he trying to go broke? Young Ki just gives a playful wink. The losses from those compact cars? But just by selling a few more of our flagship models, we can already make up for half the loss. Dae-hyun Motors has such a diverse product lineup after all. Do-jun smirks and speaks up. That's exactly why I'm saying this. Losing money while trashing the brand image. What a stellar way to run a company. This sight leaves young Ki stunned. Then he bursts out laughing. Young Ki laughs while slamming the table. Finally, a chance to see my brother's face twist in frustration. Meanwhile, Do-jun calmly watches him. Once we launch, the car line with credit card installment options will turn the tables in no time. That is our company's assessment. Young Ki reaches up to wipe away a tear from laughing. So Sun Yang Capital takes all the 36-month installments, but you want my company to shoulder the long-term 48-month plans? No way in hell. He interlaces his fingers. Young Ki speaks with a devious look on his face. If you use Sun Yang Capital's program, I might consider it. He suddenly flinches when he hears Do Jun's voice. Then it's a deal. He gives a composed smile. A drop of sweat rolls down Young Ki's cheek. Are you really planning to ditch the financing program? From Sun Yang Capital? Seriously? Sacrificing your own company's profit just to help someone else? You really need to think this through, kid. On the contrary, Do Jun just lets out a long sigh. Like I said, they aren't exactly strangers. Director Oh Se-hyun is like a mentor who taught me everything about finance. And Sun Yang Motors is the legacy my grandfather left for me. Then he lowers his head and speaks. Making money from money is easy enough, but dealing with actual sales is a real headache. Hearing that, Young Ki smirks. It's a massive undertaking. He raises an eyebrow, observing the person across from him. To think my rival is a kid who treats the finance business like a game. It's enough to make my head spin. Do Jun quickly replies, What rival? This is more like a proactive partnership. Hearing that, Young Ki doesn't hesitate to clap his hands. All right then. For now, let's just call it a partnership. A smirk plays on his lips. Besides, I owe you one. How could I just play dumb? A thought flashes through Do Jun's mind. Do you mean when you acquired the credit card company, you used me to play both sides? Young Ki spreads his arms. But first, I have to test drive this credit card installment program. If it's all risk and no reward, then let's just act like this conversation never happened. Do Jun smiles, reflecting on it. With card fees and installment interest, how could you possibly lose money? As long as a credit card crisis doesn't hit. This is a gold mine. I need to seal the deal before he gets cold feet. Then he stands up and says, Yes, of course you should do that. But please remember one thing for me. Young Ki asks in surprise, About what? He glares downward. I know how much Daehyun Motors pulls in from their installment business. If we play our cards right, we can shift all that profit over to credit cards. This catches Young Ki off guard. Do Jun is confident in his strategy. The installment program managed by Chairman Young Ki, snatching those profits away, will be a massive temptation for Chairman Dong Ki. A beam of sunlight filters through the office windows. Dong Ki sits with his legs crossed, facing his rival. That's just how life goes. Sometimes you toss things out when you think they're useless. But then the time comes when you actually need them. Do Jun simply shrugs at that. Tell me about it. If I'd known, I would have just stayed home and chilled. I never imagined an auto installment plan could be integrated with credit cards. Dong Ki glaces over. Who came up with that idea? Don't tell me it was yours. Do Jun remains unfazed. No, uncle, it was Director Oh Se-hyun's idea. He said Sun Yang's car sales were tanking, mostly because buyers felt way too much financial pressure. Do Jun thinks to himself, use the Sun Yang name instead of HVK to make it feel familiar, like it's their own business. Suddenly, Dong Ki pipes up with a question. What about Sun Yang Capital? They already have an installment program, don't they? Do Jun gestures with his hands as he explains. They only allow a maximum of 36 months, uncle. Suddenly, he lets out a long sigh. I wanted to hike the interest rates and extend the payment period, but Capital is pushing back hard. They're scared customers will shop around and think we're overcharging on interest. Dong Ki just smirks. That's consumers for you. They're always crunching the numbers. The longer the term, the more the interest piles up. But they only see the total interest and cry about the price. Doo-jun looks up. Daehyun Credit Card said they'd consider a partnership very positively, while Sun Yang Capital is still being wishy-washy about the installment plan for this new model. A look of surprise flashes across Dong Ki's face. Wait, what? Why would they cave on this? Auto sector revenue is Capital's lifeline. Do Jun continues to watch him closely. Well, what can you do? At times like this, we just have to have each other's backs. Director O is known for being strictly business, as you know, uncle. Besides, it's not a good look for our company to hog all the profits while dumping the load on the credit card company. Dong Ki falls silent. After that, Do Jun stands up. Anyway, Sun Yang Motors will send over the proposal shortly. Please look it over and let me know your decision. Dong Ki crosses his arms and says, Fine. He gives a polite bow. Dong Ki silently watches Do Jun walk away. The path has been laid out. His uncle's face remains indifferent. Now it's time for HVK Motors and the credit card company to sit down at the bargaining table. The busy streets appear, but danger is looming everywhere. If you pay even a little attention, you can tell it's about to blow up. But it's not easy to just stop. People are bustling about. It's the same old story of people living on borrowed time and money, and credit card companies desperate to lure new clients, while refusing to let go of swipe fees, aren't any different. Bank cards are flying left and right. And then, even if a customer swipes for a car worth 10,000 won, they would never pass up those lucrative transaction fees and installment interest. Dae-ho places a folder on the table. The contract is signed. He slowly settles into his chair. The swipe fees are a bit steep, honestly. But on the flip side, if sales take off, it'll more than make up for it. Do-jun speaks with a smile. Great job. Did you meet him in person? Now the two credit card companies are gearing up for a massive ad campaign. Thanks to that, our Esquilo line gets to ride their coattails for some fame, right? Dae-ho suddenly turns his head. Whatever the case. It's not like he's a total stranger. Do-jun probes. Did he say anything else? Dae-ho frowns in annoyance. That guy talks like HVK Motors is his own damn company. He complained irritably throughout the entire meeting. He kept repeating Sunyang Motors, Sunyang Motors. It was driving me crazy. Do-jun replies calmly. He's obviously calling HVK Motors Sunyang Motors on purpose. Is he trying to micromanage us too? Acting like he's the chairman or something? Dae-ho grits his teeth and stays silent. This shocks Do-jun. For real? Dae-ho says grumpily, it was too much. He said the concept was flawed. And that looking at international competitiveness. That car should never have been launched. He stares at Do-jun. He was yapping away about future projects, saying we must focus on mid-size cars, interfering in every little thing. Without skipping a beat, he asks, so what did you tell him? Dae-ho points a finger. If we weren't negotiating that credit card installment deal, I would have chewed him out and told him to mind his own business. But what could I do? He hangs his head in frustration. If this deal falls through, we're the ones losing out. So I just had to nod and let it slide. Do-jun just smiles. You've been through a lot. On the surface, it looks like all three companies are killing it. Young people nowadays think nothing of swiping their cards for a two-seater coupe. Even if the price is a bit steep, they don't bat an eye. Plus, they even get reward points. This temptation is just too hard to resist. Thanks to the first-ever car installment program via credit card, the credit card markets for Sunyang and Daehyun are absolutely on fire. New customers are pouring in. Some people just check the monthly installment amount and rush straight to the dealership with their cards. Back in the office, a cheerful voice rings out. This is awesome. Maybe we should raise the sales target to 7,000 units. Dae-ho is currently in high spirits. We should at least be able to sell over 10,000 units. The company's internal team is actually thinking of hiking the sales target up to about 12,000 units. Do-jun asks curiously. Profit margins might dip a bit because of the swipe fees, right? Dae-ho rubs his chin thoughtfully. Total profit will probably be roughly the same as when we set the 7,000 unit goal. But with higher volume, capital costs will drop slightly. But that's not even the most important thing. There's something much more vital at stake here. Do-jun stays silent and just listens. HVC Motors has built a completely different image from Daehyun, a brand that just churns out cookie-cutter models, season after season. Crucially, the first car for this younger generation happens to be an HVC. That means we've basically locked in a loyal customer base for the long haul. Dae-ho can't help but laugh out loud again. I can hear Chairman Juta-sik over at Daehyun screaming in frustration. All the way from here. Their compact cars are selling at a loss, and their sedan sales are totally tanking. It'd be weird if he weren't losing his mind. He completely agrees with this sentiment. Once our ad campaign officially goes live, it's going to be even more lit. Furthermore, he cuts Do-jun off. The two biggest sports superstars with the highest market value right now have signed exclusive deals with us. The public is going to lose their minds. Just wait and see. I bet this time the top brass at Daehyun will be completely wiped out. Just you watch. He wonders if the man has anyone specific in mind. Regardless of personal ties, of course. Caught off guard by the sudden question, Dae-ho stays silent. He's not quite sure how to answer. He starts to think deeply. After a moment, Dae-ho finally speaks up. Only one person comes to mind. He comes from a marketing background. Since Chairman Juta-sik took power, he's been treated like an outsider in the company. This time, his name will surely be the first on the chopping block. Do-jun nods along. If he's in marketing, there's actually no reason for us to target him. There must be something special about this guy. Dae-ho gives a brief introduction of the person. He was the one who first planned for Daehyun to participate in rally championships on the world stage in South Korea. No one knows rally racing like he does, but since Daehyun's performance was lackluster, Chairman Juta-sik lost all interest and enthusiasm. If we've acquired a European sports car brand, we obviously have to enter competitive races. Now that we have the tech, we need to show results. Hearing this, Do-jun smirks. He speaks with total confidence. The first person Dae-hyun fires will be the first person that we recruit. In 2003, the Financial Supervisory Service discovered an issue significant enough to rock the entire financial market. It was the credit card bonds. Credit card bonds are short-term loans that card issuers use to cover the upfront payments for the amounts charged by their customers, but the customer already swiped the card. The scale of these credit card bonds was initially thought to be around 50 trillion won, but the Commission's investigation results, the Financial Supervisory Service, showed that the actual figure has surpassed 90 trillion won. On March 17th, the Financial Supervisory Service announced a comprehensive measure for credit card companies. This measure involves partially easing the strict, tightening policies imposed on credit card companies to support their fundraising efforts. However, the real issue lies in the excessive belt-tightening by the card companies themselves. Their self-rescue efforts also include the pressure to inject their own cash to reduce bad debt. Dong-ki then questions his subordinates. What's the status on the short-term bonds? Elhan reports anxiously. We're barely staying afloat right now, thanks to the surplus capital from our affiliates. But I'm afraid we can only hold out for a few more days. Jamsu quickly adds, we've temporarily eased the limits on card usage and cash advance services, but starting next month, cash advances will have to be suspended. The company simply doesn't have enough cash left. The entire meeting room suddenly falls into a dead silence. Elhan says flustered, we have to withdraw more capital from the affiliates. If we don't, there's going to be a major crisis next month. Young Ki flies into a rage as soon as he hears this. No way! A company that facilitates cash flow through cards, asking for a loan itself, is absolutely unacceptable. There's no way I'm letting stable affiliates get dragged into this financial quagmire. Someone else says worryingly, but if the cash advance service is halted, things will spiral completely out of control. An-san, sitting nearby, adds on, he's right. If Sun Yang credit cards are suspended, it won't just be the card company's stock, but the entire Sun Yang group. That will take a massive hit. Young Ki grits his teeth in frustration. He can't stop cussing under his breath. What the hell are you guys doing anyway? Is today's meeting just about warning me about that risk? Aren't we sitting here to find a way to overcome this danger? Everyone down there is white as a sheet and afraid to move. Young Ki continues, Do-jun, wait, no. I mean, what's the status of the bonds for Sun Yang life insurance? So Young Life. Yehan, report the situation immediately. There's still 300 billion won maturing within the next 2 months. To be blunt, we can't afford to pay it. Our only option is to request an extension. Young Ki is now so enraged that he won't stop, clenching his fists. At this moment, someone advises the vice chairman. I believe it's time to discuss the self-rescue policy that the government mentioned. The uncle asks back in confusion, what? Mujin finally speaks up. We must increase the capital for the credit card company. If we don't maintain stability, then all other measures are just temporary band-aids. And sooner or later, we'll have to face the worst-case scenario. That is, all of our credit cards will be suspended from transactions. Everyone else is silent. No one dares to say a word. Mujin still voices his opinion confidently. The Sun Yang Group name still carries enough weight to gain public trust. I think increasing capital for Sun Yang Card won't be too much of a burden. The person next to him whispers a reminder. Let's discuss that later. However, it's too late. Young Ki seems interested. Oh, really? So how much capital do you think we need? Tell me what you're thinking. Mujin quickly gives the figure. 400 billion won, sir. The uncle frowns deeply and follows up. Is there any issue with that amount? He immediately explains, no, sir. With that much, we can't just put out the immediate fire, but also maintain a steady cash flow. A fourfold capital increase is entirely feasible, Young Ki asks further. So we're issuing shares with a par value of 5 trillion, one at a price of 20,000 won each? Mujin didn't hesitate to be clear. Since this is Sun Yang Group, I don't think it'll be an issue at all. With 100 billion won in charter capital and 300 billion won in capital surplus, making a total of 400 billion won, this struggle can be handled. The whole group is now stressed to the max. They try to warn him, but Mujin is completely locked into his presentation. But Vice President, the 800 billion won bond for Sun Yang Life absolutely must be extended. Because even if over 400 billion won is injected, there's no way we can hold out against the bonds of Sun Yang Life. Young Life. Young Ki's face darkens and he stays silent. After a moment, he just scoffs. Young Ki suddenly asks, now that everything has been turned upside down, it seems there's nothing left to discuss. Can we wrap up this meeting? He doesn't hesitate to walk out immediately. Everyone else gets up from their seats one by one. Yes, however, Young-ki suddenly turns back. You come speak with me for a moment. Vice President Yehan is caught off guard being called out. Yes, sir. The sound of steady footsteps echoes. Yehan walks timidly behind Young-ki. The man issues a warning. Don't ever let me see that bastard again. As for the Sunyang life bonds, I'll handle them myself. For the rest, you're the CEO, so you better fix this mess. Yehan stays quiet, not daring to say another word. He thinks to himself, if the capital increases by 100 billion won, the shareholding ratio will drop below 30%. Control of Sunyang card will be lost instantly. Conglomerates would rather scrap their subsidiaries than lose management rights. But since the order was given, Yehan softly replies, fine, I'll do my best. At the group right now, Sehyun crosses his arms, across his chest, appearing very impatient. All right, give it to me straight. You already called it, didn't you? Dojin remains completely unbothered. This is a business where debt just keeps piling up. Even if it hadn't reached this point, I felt it was becoming too difficult to keep steering the company. The man hears this and lets out a scoff. Anyway, thanks to that, the time bomb right next to us has been pushed far away. That's a huge stroke of luck, but Dojin doesn't buy it. It's fine that the time bomb is gone, but that doesn't mean everything is Gucci. Sehyun is a bit concerned. So how is this going to play out? Dojin remains incredibly poised. A credit card company is no different from a bank. You lend first and collect interest later. If card issuance and credit limits are strictly controlled, then isn't this a total gold mine? He already had a game plan. Banks vet every single customer looking for a loan and only lend once they secure collateral. But credit card companies don't need to do that, since most terms are just 1 month and the amounts aren't huge. If we just assess the credit and income thoroughly right from the jump, the risk of loss can be slashed significantly. Why would anyone walk away from a business like that? Sehyun is still worried. Taking back the credit card company won't be easy. Dojin quickly reassures him. We don't need to rush it. That said, we need to scoop up shares. While the price keeps tanking, we have plenty of ways to make that happen smoothly. Getting the company back is the easy part. The hard part is bagging 2 wins at once. The next day at Sunyang Group, Young-ki screams in a rage, What? No extension on the deadline? Dojin remains determined to stay silent. A moment later, he calmly replied, That's right, uncle, because even I am facing a financial squeeze right now. Young-ki was being driven absolutely ballistic. It took quite a while before Young-ki's rage finally started to cool down. Dojin continued to observe him with a steady gaze. The uncle sat down, huffing. What exactly are you getting at? Dojin reluctantly admitted. I've been totally strapped for cash lately, uncle. It's all because of this credit card crisis. The life insurance and fire insurance companies, they're all drowning in debt. I've even thought about taking out high interest, short-term loans just to stay afloat. Money is so tight that I even had to borrow from my father's hospital. Hearing this, uncle, you must see how dire my situation is. Young-ki was left speechless and flustered after hearing that. He didn't know what to say. Back in 1999, total consumer debt was only 48 trillion won, but by the end of last year, it skyrocketed to 268 trillion won. As soon as credit card companies slashed limits, over 3 million people were blacklisted for bad debt. Dojin spoke up dejectedly. We've been busting our humps to pay insurance premiums every month. And now, in this situation, it's become a massive burden. If you don't step in to handle those bonds, I'm afraid it won't be long. Before we both end up in hot water, please reconsider, uncle. Every plan is falling apart right now. And even the subsidiaries are struggling financially. The truth is, we're all just money dealers in the end. But well, the eldest uncle still has the industrial group. His finances must be way more solid than ours. Right? Young-ki turned away in annoyance. Drop it. Don't even mention him. Even his subsidiaries are about to run dry on cash. If this keeps up, bankruptcy is a dead cert. Dojin just smirked internally. Normally, this might be a minor issue, but this time it's a whole different ball game. He feigned concern and continued. Anyway, uncle, just hang in there a bit longer. Who knows? Maybe the government will step in to help. Young-ki replied with absolute certainty. Not a chance. The government isn't bailing this one out. The new government just took office when this financial crisis exploded. The root cause is people swiping their cards and spending like there's no tomorrow. With such controversial and unethical issues like this, no administration would dare look the other way. Dojin couldn't help but marvel internally. They're pretty sharp. If they keep delaying the payment deadlines, they might actually go belly up. But at least it's clear they've got a plan and have been prepping for this. He then makes a suggestion. How about you try an outside loan first, uncle? Donkey says irritably. Dojin, if getting a loan were that easy, Why would I even need to ask you? The banks are paralyzed by this whole credit card mess too. Dojun lowers his voice. What about the eldest uncle? What about him? Donkey is a bit taken aback. Him? The eldest? He nods and adds, Sunyang Electronics, Munsan? He has plenty of cash cows. I heard. His company's reserves have run bone dry too. The uncle's face immediately darkens. Dojun, are you playing dumb with me? Or are you trying to give me a hard time on purpose? Dojun quickly advises him. This is no time for power struggles, uncle. For credit card companies, to survive they need trillions of won. The government just announced it. National bad debt has hit 90 trillion. Out of that, how much does Sunyang card account for? Take a guess? While there's still a chance, you should handle this ASAP. Young Ki shouts loudly, You know what kind of man he is, how can you say that? Would he lend me even a single cent from the company fund? Dream on, he's just waiting for me to slip up so he can pounce. He nods in agreement. I get it. So don't even open your mouth to ask for a loan. Threaten him instead. The uncle is left bewildered by his bold words. Wait, what? Dojun added further explanation. If Sunyang card cannot weather this crisis, then filing for bankruptcy is the only move left. Young Ki's face went pale as if he'd just caught on. You don't mean... He gave a slight smile, acting like he was right. Dojun continued. Just be straight with him about going bankrupt. If Sunyang card collapses, the construction industries currently borrowing funds will hit the skids, and Sunyang Group's flagship companies will definitely feel the heat. It was a chain reaction. Young Ki was absolutely stunned. He understood their mindset all too well. The one thing a chaebol fears most is being seen as losing to other heirs. And if your failure drags the subsidiaries into a crisis, he'll definitely be sweating bullets. Ignoring what others might think, Dojun pushed his persuasion further. Between the shares you two hold in the group, plus my own stake, all these shares are interconnected in an incredibly complex web. If even one person's shares hit the market, the balance of power will instantly go out of whack. Spread the word that the only way to keep Sunyang card from tanking is to sell off stock in key companies, like heavy industries and construction. Young Ki furrowed his brow, full of suspicion. You know very well I'm not selling the company, right? The eldest brother is the same way. We have never, not even for a second, thought about abandoning Sunyang Group. Dojun remained perfectly cool-headed in his response. Negotiation isn't just about lip service. It has to be backed up by concrete action. What I'm saying is make them think that, in the end, you've got no cards left but to sell your stake. The uncle hesitated for a moment. And this action you're talking about. He immediately laid out his plan. Uncle, you need to suspend the cash advance services. Donkey's face turned beet red as he barked, What? The room suddenly turned ice cold with tension. Dojun added after a beat, It's only temporary. It'll be fine. If Sunyang card services are suspended, the stock price will tank immediately. And think about it, Lewis. It won't just be the credit card company's stock. That takes a hit. No, the entire group's stock will plummet. That is the real threat. Donkey wasn't even shocked. He was still in disbelief that to stop the worst-case scenario, you'd have to take down your own eldest uncle? Doyun nodded with absolute certainty. Yes, even if I don't want to, it's time to finally make a move. What those two uncles fear most is the stock price of the entire group going into a tailspin. It wasn't until a while later that Donkey finally voiced his concerns. The stock prices of your financial companies will drop too, won't they? I heard your investment firm and Sunyang Life Insurance are also facing a serious liquidity crunch. You're no different from my brother, no different at all. You're just teaching them how to choke themselves out. Dojun scratched his head awkwardly. He wasn't wrong. Why did I suddenly say something so stupid? Uncle frowned deeply while looking at him. Donkey seemed to have figured it out. Turns out you have another agenda. Dojun's smile vanished, and he became dead serious. It seems you both still don't realize the difference between me and my two uncles. If the future of Sunyang Group's financial subsidiaries ends up in a desperate situation, then I'm ready to scrap everything. Donkey turned pale with panic. What? Dojun ignored him and continued. If I really wanted to keep the subsidiary at all costs, do you think I'd just hand the credit card company over to you? All I have to do is value the assets at a certain level, and before the company sinks deeper into crisis, break it up and sell it off for the highest price. Uncle was now turning red with rage. You little bastard! You think the company your grandfather left behind is something you can just throw away like that? Do you know how many hardships I've endured and overcome? It wasn't easy to build Sunyang Group into what it is today. If you just sell it off at the first sign of trouble, or hand it over whenever there's a hurdle, then what does the Sunyang name even mean anymore? Dojun remained silent and didn't react immediately. After a moment, he spoke calmly. Times have changed, Uncle. We can't keep clinging to the old ways just to preserve the Sunyang name. Donkey cried out in disbelief. What? Jun added a further warning. Don't underestimate this credit card crisis. Internal profits have tanked, and there's zero sign of a recovery. Internal profits have plummeted, and there's no light at the end of the tunnel. Once the market stabilizes again, we can just buy it back. Still unconvinced, Donkey barked, Do you think companies are just cheap goods at a flea market? Jun didn't hesitate to admit it. To me, it's exactly the same. M&As might seem complicated, but at its core, it's just flipping commodities. Sell off the insurance company. Sunyang Life is already in deep trouble. Later, we can buy a better insurance firm. Rebrand it and we're good to go. Who knows? The new one might even be more profitable. The uncle was left speechless, at a total loss for words. Jun added one last thing. Don't blame me for this choice, it's on you. If you had paid off that 800 billion won in bonds on time, we wouldn't have to play musical chairs with these companies. The reason Sunyang Group is in this mess is because of your credit card company. Upon hearing that, Donkey kept swallowing hard in high tension. His hands were clenched into tight fists. Watching him, Jun could tell what he was thinking. Your head must be spinning right now, hearing things that only someone with zero loyalty to the Sunyang Group would ever say. The room door was quickly shut. Donkey stared in that direction for a long time. After a while, he finally slumped into his chair. Donkey couldn't stop sighing. Good grief, I have to act like I'm being played, even though I clearly see through his dark side. No, should I just go along with what he wants? The news is currently reporting non-stop that starting from midnight tonight, Sunyang Card's cash advance services will officially be suspended. This is the second card company to announce such a service suspension. Sunyang representatives stated that they are doing their absolute best to restore services as soon as possible. Despite this, Sunyang Group has yet to release any official statement. That evening at the group's headquarters, inside the vice chairman's office, Young-Ki and Donkey were sitting across from each other. Young-Ki frowned, looking totally annoyed. So what's your plan now? Can you really settle this as smoothly as you've been claiming in the press? Young-Ki had to throw up his hands. No, I'm beat. Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. It's a total mess, yet you look pretty proud of yourself, Donkey added helplessly. Between the debt owed to Jun and the operating costs for the card company, it adds up to nearly 1.3 to 1.4 trillion won. Where am I supposed to find that kind of cash? And that's not even counting the money already poured in. Young-Ki smirked. So you're saying our nephew played you big time, right? He still tried to justify it. It's not exactly like I got pranked. After all, I've been profiting from it all year. Besides, saying that, Jun predicted all of this is a bit hard to believe. Young-Ki pushed up his glasses and spoke slowly. I'm saying this because everything lines up so perfectly, it's scary. Donkey listened in silence to what the other had to say. In his heart, Young-Ki felt suspicious too. Honestly, I don't want to believe it either. But the way he dumped the card company feels so calculated. Everything was precise down to the last detail. Donkey tried to explain it away. They say enough coincidences make a destiny. But I'm sure this is just a fluke. More importantly, we need to scrape together 60 billion today first. I need the cash. That's the only way services can go back to normal tomorrow. Young-Ki caught on immediately. Are you trying to hit me up for a loan? Donkey didn't hesitate to admit it flat out. If you're willing, nothing would be better. He heard that and was utterly disgusted. You really have a lot of nerve. Donkey couldn't bring himself to care about that anymore. If this keeps up, it's only a matter of time before we go belly up. Young-Ki coldly declared, Deal with it yourself. Stop whining to me, he added. The younger brother shot back loudly. I'm not whining. I'm saying I'm literally broke. Your best bet right now is to ditch the card company. Cutting loose a company drowning in debt is no big deal. The problem is Jun. Young-Ki was bewildered and didn't follow. Jun? What's the issue with that kid? Only then did Donkey reveal the truth. The shares in heavy industry and construction have been put up as collateral. All those shares will end up in Jun's hands. Young-Ki gave a scornful laugh. That's your problem, not mine. After all, the controlling interest of the group is just moving from one pocket to another. Whether the shares are with my brother or my nephew makes no difference to me. Donkey then speculated, if we don't pay 800 billion to Sunyang Life, he threatened to dump every single share he owns and pull out completely. Sell high and wait for a chance to buy back low? That's classic him. Young-Ki finally panicked after hearing that. What? Sell all the shares? Has Jun lost his mind saying something like that? Donkey gave a knowing smile. Him crazy? No way. You know as well as I do he's the smartest one in this family. He knows exactly that this kind of threat will make us sweat to get his capital back. Plus, he's the type to actually follow through. Young-ki fell silent, lost in thought. The 10% stake Dojun currently holds, plus the 800 billion won worth of collateral shares. That's at least 7% of the total 33% stake in Jin Young-ki. 17% of the shares will vanish in the blink of an eye. If these shares fall into the hands of Miracle, Miracle will own 33% of the shares, becoming the second largest shareholder of Sunyang. Furthermore, if they can win over other shareholders, Miracle could take over all of Sunyang. He instinctively bit his lip hard. After a moment of hesitation, Young-ki finally threw out a number. I'll give 1.5 trillion in exchange. Donkey cut him off without any respect. You want me to tell Dojun to hand over the collateralized heavy industry and construction shares, right? He nodded in mocking praise. You really are quick on the uptake. Getting old, but your mind is still sharp as a tack. Donkey refused point blank. No way. If I hand over that 7% stake, I'll lose my shot at sitting in that chair under that portrait. In that case, let's just go down together. Young-ki smiled suggestively after hearing that. What a ruthless jerk. You're pretty slick at times like this, but there are still so many holes in your plan. Dong-ki was confused. Me? He nodded in confirmation. That's right. If it's as you say, I just need to take 1.5 trillion to Dojun. The kid would be more than happy to hand over those collateralized shares immediately. Am I right? I couldn't care less if Sunyang Card goes bankrupt. If Dojun and I make a direct deal in this room, without going through you, what are you going to do then? Donkey was stunned into silence. He furrowed his brows in total frustration. Young-ki continued, Why on earth should I save Sunyang Card from bankruptcy? Instead of blowing trillions to save a company that survives on measly commissions, wouldn't owning a 7% stake in the group be way more beneficial? Donkey was so livid he ground his teeth. Gritting sound. Young-ki remained perfectly pleasant. It's been a long time since I've seen you this rattled. Looking at the state you're in, I'm even more sure that I've made the right call. He burst out laughing without any restraint. Donkey didn't take it personally and just let out a sigh. He softly lamented, But man, that kid Dojun is really something else. Young-ki was stunned. Dojun? Donkey nodded. Exactly. He just gave me a very valuable tip. Don't think Dojun is the only one who knows how to dump stock. I can also sell off all my shares in the group. But Young-ki laughed out loud. You're going to sell your stock? That chair under the portrait! Are you really planning to give it up? Donkey didn't hesitate to admit it. If I can't reach it, even by crawling, then I might as well let go. But Young-ki easily called his bluff. You'd better find a more convincing excuse to beg for money. A guy who would lose his limbs just to crawl to that chair. Now saying something like this? Donkey just smirked. There's still a lot you don't know. Young-ki started to get angry. Enough! However, Donkey kept going. Sometimes the urge to destroy is even more intense than the urge to build. The obsession to stop someone else from taking that seat is bigger than my own ambition to sit in it. If I sell off all my shares, no one will be able to sit as chairman of Sunyang ever again once we lose control. The subsidiaries of Sunyang will fall apart, and that chairman's seat will disappear too. Young-ki just curled his lip into a smile. He asserted with total confidence, No, you can't ever give up on Sunyang, so go ahead and try. Donkey was left completely bewildered. Young-ki stood up and said, Savor the chairman's office while you can, because you won't get another chance to come back here. Then he slowly walked out. Donkey was so pissed he ground his teeth together. The next morning at the group headquarters, at that moment someone walked in. Young-ki arrives and remarks that even in the same building, it's actually hard to run into each other. What have you been so busy with? Dojun stands up to greet him. I'm sorry, Uncle. I should have visited you sooner, Uncle. Young-ki quickly gestured. It's fine. Stop being so formal. Have a seat. Yes, you know why I called you here, right? The situation is critical now. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, is it because of the credit card crisis? Young-ki continued. He boldly claimed he had handled it in a day, but now the cash advance service has been dead for 3 days. Most of the affiliated stores are all refusing to accept the cards. Sunyang. Even so, my second uncle is still just standing by. Dojun had known about this for a long time. Yes, it's been all over the front pages. Some papers even suspect this is a strategic default. On purpose, Young-ki smirked with contempt. Intentional bankruptcy, my foot. You know damn well he's not that kind of person. Dojun didn't hesitate to speak his mind. If I were in his shoes, I'd just let the company go bankrupt. Young-ki cried out in shock. What? He then explained further. When Sunyang Card was handed over, the conglomerate's shares had already been fully withdrawn. Sunyang Card is an independent company, completely severed from the group. A credit card company's nature relies only on people and money. So even if it collapses, it won't affect the subsidiaries in the heavy industry sector. Just let it go bust and stir up all the dirt. Isn't it a great opportunity to clean up all the baggage? From all this time, young Ki also nodded slightly. He added, "You might do that, but Donkey won't." The name Sun Yang means something completely different to him than it does to you. He won't give up a subsidiary like that easily. Dojun calmly asked back, "Do you really believe that, uncle?" Young Ki pushed up his glasses. "True, let's save that for later. I called you here for something else." Dojun quickly replied, "Please go ahead, uncle." He didn't hesitate to cut straight to the chase. "The shares you're holding as collateral from when the card company was handed over to Dong Ki, I want to buy them back from you. What do you think?" Dojun was currently very satisfied. Finally, he brought it up. Young Ki remained silent, waiting for an answer from Dojun. It took a while before he slowly spoke. "I can't give you an answer right now because the deadline is still 2 months away. They still have a chance to pay off the debt in full." But Young Ki was extremely confident, insisting that it wouldn't happen. "Without capital from us, Dong Ki cannot survive this crisis," Dojun asked back with concern. "But they could also use the shares as collateral to take out loans from financial institutions. Couldn't they, uncle? According to business practice, shouldn't we wait until then?" He also secretly realized that everything was clear now. Vice Chairman Jin. Young Ki didn't care at all about Sun Yang's bleak future. What he was aiming for was the massive collateral currently in his hands. Sure enough, Young Ki asked how much those bonds were worth. Dojun didn't hesitate to answer. 800 billion won, uncle. Young Ki was very generous. He named his price. "I'll pay double the value. Sell those bonds back to me." Inside, Dojun was throwing a party. He'd hooked the big fish. But on the outside, he acted confused. "Wait, what are you saying?" Young Ki stopped hiding his intentions. "You're an expert in this field. You must have plenty of free time, right? Bonds are just another commodity. They can be bought and sold at any time. If Dong Ki pays off the debt, I'll lose 800 billion, but you'll definitely come out on top, right?" Dojun hesitated for a moment. Then he said, "In theory, that is correct." He asked in a panic, "Then why the hesitation? Or are you planning to use that controlling stake in Sun Yang Group to overthrow your uncle and take the chairman's seat?" Dojun's eyes widened in shock. Even in this situation, he was still trying to feel me out. He hurried to flatly deny it. "How could that be, uncle? Just managing a few financial firms is already enough to wear me out." But Young Ki was now beyond impatient. "Then sell them right now! In a bond deal where the profit is double, there's no reason to hesitate, right?" Dojun brought up the timing again. "Could you give me 1 day to consider it, uncle?" His face darkened as he warned, "If you're planning to meet me tomorrow just to say no, then refuse right now, so I can know exactly what your dirty intentions are." Dojun also became alert. The hostility was now out in the open. This was something he had to avoid at all costs. He played dumb and said, "Why would you say such scary things, uncle? I just need time to review the contract terms to give you the best possible answer." However, Young Ki didn't buy it. "Really? If you drag this out for more than a day, I'll assume you have other motives." Dojun looked at him and thought to himself, this way of backing someone into a corner is exactly like grandfather. He gave his assurance. "I won't let that happen, uncle. At least for now. I absolutely cannot become his enemy." Meanwhile, at a luxury venue somewhere, Dojun bowed politely and spoke. "Thank you both for coming on such short notice." The chairman of the Financial Supervisory Commission, Ha-jun, quickly replied, "You said you'd help solve the problem. How could we not show up? I'm really looking forward to this." The director of Policy Division 1, Won-bin, sat beside him listening in silence. Dojun caught the vibe immediately, meaning if this was just talk, he'd get up and walk out right away. "First, please have a seat." A lavish spread of countless dishes was laid out on the table. Dojun spoke politely. "Since you're both the busiest people in the country right now, I'll take the liberty of cutting straight to the chase." Won-bin happily agreed, "Sure thing." In fact, I was about to suggest the same. He asked seriously, "What do you both think about Sun Yang card?" Both of them suddenly went silent. After a moment, Ha-jun spoke up. "Since you brought it up, I'll be blunt. Compared to other card companies, Sun Yang card is still relatively stable. A 400 billion injection would be enough to put out the fire for now. With the fundraising power of Sun Yang Group, shouldn't they be able to handle this easily? Yet they suddenly halted services. Isn't that a total slap in the face to the government?" Dojun listened in silence. Won-bin added, "There are card companies that would struggle to survive even with a 1 trillion injection. Even those firms are trying their best to save themselves. But Sun Yang is just throwing in the towel and dodging their responsibilities, right?" Ha-jun nodded repeatedly in agreement. Confused, Dojun asked, "What do you mean by challenging the government?" Won Bin reacted a bit strongly. You really don't know? Aren't they trying to strong-arm the government into a public bailout? Hearing this, it clicked for him. So they still have no idea about the internal conflict? Ha-jun spoke bluntly. Now tell us what you want. Do-jun didn't hold back his proposal. Please issue an order to suspend Sun Yang's operations. Those cards are useless now anyway. A suspension order is all it takes. Ha-jun was stunned. What? Won Bin couldn't help but cry out. You know exactly what the fallout would be, yet you're saying this? Do-jun nodded firmly. Yes, it will be the first credit card company to go bankrupt. He was choked up with rage at him. Are you trying to add fuel to the fire? The whole industry is already... Ha-jun advised calmly. Let's hear him out first. Please, keep quiet. Won Bin sat down and fell silent. Do-jun then clarified, the new government has just taken office. They haven't even had time to host a single dinner with corporate chairman at the Blue House before being hit with this situation. You must be quite flustered because of it. You're probably weighing how much pressure to put on the chaebols, but those tycoons won't back down easily. Won Bin remained silent. Ha-jun, however, seemed lost in thought. Do-jun continued. A suspension order for Sun Yang card would send a powerful message from the new administration. With such a severe penalty, the chaebols will have to watch their step. After a moment, Ha-jun set down his glass. But if that happens, Sun Yang card will go bust. They won't have a chance to save themselves or do anything else. Do you really not realize how massive the shockwave of Sun Yang card's bankruptcy would be? Do-jun's lips curled into a slight smirk. He confidently guaranteed, as for that entire fallout, I will take full responsibility. Ha-jun still didn't follow. What do you mean? Do-jun spelled it out. If Sun Yang card goes under like you said, it will be a huge shock to the public. People will be in a total panic. Affiliated stores might even start refusing other credit cards, fearing they won't get paid for card transactions. Won Bin quickly chimed in, and that's not all. If the fear of a domino effect of bankruptcies spreads, short-term bonds could stop circulating, leading to a total freeze in capital flow. Do-jun nodded. I'm well aware of that. But wouldn't that be the most powerful message sent to the chaebols right after the new government takes office? After all, this is Sun Yang Group we're talking about. Ha-jun agreed. If we can weather the entire shock, then yes. Do-jun shared without hesitation. I will have a company ready to immediately take over Sun Yang card. The men were absolutely stunned. Take over? Won Bin let out a frustrated sigh. Even if you paid people to take it, no one would want a card company in that state. Ha-jun solemnly called out to him, Do-jun-ah. He immediately replied, Yes, Mr. Chairman. He was still feeling hesitant. This matter isn't as simple as you make it sound. You know exactly how powerful your grandfather is, don't you? Do-jun countered with another question. So if I can handle that part, would you dare to go through with it? Ha-jun didn't dare to make a firm promise. Even if we do that, things won't be easy at all. Everyone is stressing out over the credit card companies. Who would actually buy a bankrupt company? He immediately pulled out his phone. Excuse me for a second, please come in, Director. Both of them were completely stunned by what they heard. Very quickly, someone appeared. That person walked in slowly. The two of them looked on in confusion. Do-jun calmly put his phone away. Whenever the Korean economy falls into a crisis, this is the person who stepped up to save the bankrupt companies. Se-hyun also spoke up to introduce himself. Director of Fantasy, I am Oh Se-hyun. Ha-jun stood up and exclaimed, Wow! Looks like tonight's dinner is going to be a long one. After the greetings, they all sat back down properly. Do-jun spoke first, as you know. Although Fantasy is a foreign capital fund, isn't it a model investment firm where ownership and management rights are completely separate, right? Ha-jun couldn't help but be surprised. To be honest, this is beyond my expectations. I thought they would tear the group apart and sell Ah-jin off immediately after the takeover. I didn't expect them to beef it up to this extent. Se-hyun didn't hide anything. This time is no exception. If we acquire Sun Yang card, we will apply advanced American management methods to restructure the company, making it transparent, healthy, and free of bad debt. Won Bin asked out of curiosity. So the buyer is the Fantasy Investment Fund? Se-hyun shook his head. No. Since it's a subsidiary of American Fantasy, we will be establishing a separate legal entity. Because the big chaebols always look at Fantasy, at us with such wary and annoyed eyes. Ha-jun then spoke up and asked, Allow me to ask just one thing. In these tough times, what's the reason you want to buy a credit card company? I hope you can be straight with me. Se-hyun stayed cool when hearing this. Then he gently explained, The biggest reason lies in the automotive industry. You know about HVK's new model, right? It's our Esqualo. Ha-jun laughed comfortably. Of course, my daughter just picked one up too. I even had to co-sign for her. Sehyun nodded, yes. Initially, Sun Yang Capital handled the installment plans for that model, but now the credit card companies are in charge. But look at the current situation. Sales have absolutely tanked just because of those card companies. Even though we didn't do anything wrong, Ha-jun listened and rubbed his chin in thought. Sehyun continued to persuade him. I can't just sit idly by and watch this anymore. Therefore, we've decided to jump directly into the finance sector. Frankly, isn't finance exactly what fantasy is? Best at? We're confident. We'll do better than anyone else in Korea. Do-jun stood by, silently taking everything in. Yes, Sehyun also laid out his terms. If you've agreed, then I want to wrap this up as fast as possible. Ha-jun was taken aback. You mean you want to pull off a blitzkrieg? He didn't hesitate to admit it. Yes, I want to take over Sun Yang card within the first half of this year. If it's not Sun Yang, then another card company will do. Now isn't the time to be picky. Ha-jun and the others were stunned. Do-jun just watched quietly from the side. The target is Sun Yang card, but we can't let it slip that Sun Yang is our only target, or else they might smell something fishy. Ha-jun smiled broadly. All right, I can't give you a definitive answer right now, but I'll discuss it with the relevant departments and notify you of our decision as soon as possible. Sehyun is looking very pleased right now. The meal continued. Sehyun let out a frustrated sigh. Is it really okay to acquire a card company that's buried in bad debt like that? Do-jun didn't answer, silently sipping his water. A moment later, he said, I've already planned this out for the long haul. Just put in the work for a few years and it'll stabilize. Then it'll become our cash cow. Besides, my eldest uncle said he'd cover the losses. Sehyun was also very surprised. Who, Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki? Do-jun shook his head to correct him. No, it's Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki. The uncle still couldn't believe it. What? What does he have to do with this? He gave a meaningful smirk. Because his greed for shares has blinded him. He said he'd pay an extra 800 billion to buy back Sun Yang card's convertible bonds. Sehyun blurted out in shock. That's insane. Rich people really do have money to burn. Wait, if we take over Sun Yang card first, then clear all the debt then? Do-jun softly replied, yes. That massive sum of 800 billion will automatically flow into our pockets. And both the card company and those shares will all end up in our hands. Sehyun was suddenly dumbstruck. The next morning at the group headquarters, Young-ki is in a great mood now. Well, there's no reason not to do a deal with double the profit like this. Do-jun, however, couldn't bring himself to be happy. To be honest, I feel a bit guilty. The man was perfectly at ease. Guilty? No way, there's nothing to worry about. It's all staying in the family, so why stress? He scratched his head awkwardly. It's about second uncle. I should have spoken to him first, but it's just so hard to bring up. Young-ki gave his assurance. Fine, fine. It'll be more convenient if I'm the one to say it. Let me handle the tough talk. Do-jun nodded obediently. Yes. He kept badgering me, saying it's all good. Instead, just get the contract ready ASAP. He quickly replied, I have a template ready. I'll have it finished by tomorrow morning and bring it over immediately. As for the legal review, Uncle Young-ki barked, Review my foot! Make it fast and bring it here right now. The moment I ink it, the money's gone. Do-jun nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow then, Uncle. After settling everything, he left the room. However, Do-jun still felt a knot in his stomach. Everything's been smooth sailing so far. But why do I feel so sketched out? Last night, I already met with the Financial Supervisory Commission. I should have gotten a call by this morning at the latest. Still not a peep from them. Meanwhile, at the villa, Yang-ki was chillin', sipping his tea. Why the rush? Scared I'd rain on your parade? Do-jun wasn't surprised at all. As expected, you're already in the loop. He asked with concern, Are you okay with this, grandfather? The old man snapped, Okay with what? Do-jun then broke it down. Won't this drag the Sun Yang name through the mud? Yang-ki scowled at his grandson. You've already made your bed. And now you come here to check my temperature? Do-jun bowed in apology. I'm sorry everything went down so fast. I didn't have time to run it by you first. But Yang-chil just kept sipping his tea, unfazed. Deals like this have to be done in a heartbeat. Whatever, it's fine. He curiously asked, Has anyone reached out to you yet? The old man nodded. At the crack of dawn. That big-shot economic secretary from the Blue House called me. Said it was a request from the Financial Supervisory Commission chairman. He made sure to mention several times that you were the one who pitched it first. That guy already sniffed out that this is a family civil war. Do-jun was sweating bullets. Yang-chil set his cup down softly. But look here, Do-jun. He quickly answered, Yes? The old man asked seriously, Are you confident you can bring this back from the dead? A card company that's already hot garbage? Do-jun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He still didn't forget the most core question. Looks like he's still sharp as a tack. If I weren't confident, what should I have done? Yang Kiol answered bluntly, trash it. I've told them countless times already. The end result of the money game is either ending up broke and bankrupt, or even if you do make bank, you can't escape the world's wagging tongues. Do-jun, however, begged to differ. Even though it's on the brink of collapse, I'll tear it down and rebuild it from the ground up, making it rock solid, grandfather. Yang Chiol nodded. Of course, that's the play. He was a bit taken aback. Huh? The old man added, selling when prices are mooning and then buying it back. When it's about to go bust is for suckers. You're not like that. You must have a different vision to do this, right? Do-jun further confirmed, that's right. In the future, I'll make the card business play the leading role in the financial sector. Sun-young and Yang Chil started to lose their patience. Look at you, still not done talking? What else is there? Do-jun scratched his head, looking quite sheepish. The truth is, he finally came clean to Yang Chul. I told him in detail why I rushed to meet the Financial Supervisory Commission, the collateral issues of the card company, and the deal with Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki. That's how it went down. The whole house suddenly went dead silent. Do-jun asked anxiously, Are you okay, grandfather? Yang Chiol looked dazed. Huh? What do you mean, okay? He added, because I saw you weren't saying anything. The old man let out a weary sigh. I'm just speechless. At my own kid, who showed me just how much greed can make a person look like a total clown. How much? Do-jun waved his hands in flat denial. No way. If I could grab a 7% controlling stake in the group, I'd throw money at it without a second thought, too. Yang Chiol scolded him angrily. That's not where the stupidity lies. But why the hell couldn't he think like you? He should have realized Sun-yang card is a total money pit. Sun-young card is a pit. A hole you can't fill no matter how much cash you pump in. Large enough to sink the center. He should have weighed his options more carefully. Yet that young Ki is only obsessed with looking at those damn stocks. Do-jun stayed quiet, not daring to say another word. After a moment, he finally spoke. I just got lucky, that's all. If I weren't someone living a second life, no one would ever think that way. No matter how much of a genius you are, it's not easy to predict the massive credit card crisis that's going to hit in 4 years. Young Keel kept reminding him, that's enough humility. You need to treat your uncles as a cautionary tale. If you let greed blind you, you'll still get lost even with a map shoved in your face. Listen closely. If the only reason you want to be Sun-yang's chairman is simply because you're thirsty for that throne, then you will never truly become the master of this room, and never let your goals cloud your final destination. If you do that, you won't last long in this seat. Do-jun nodded in agreement. Yes, I will sit in it firmly. Tens of thousands of Sun-yang employees will be the solid foundation for that seat. Jin Young-ki, whose only goal was to hand over Sun-yang Group to his son, had also managed to keep this room. This will be the war between Do-jun and Young-ki, and perhaps Jin's grandson. Young-jun will also be able to keep it. Do-jun bowed and replied, I will take your words to heart, grandfather. Yang Chiol then made a proposal. Should I make a few calls to help you out? He was caught off guard. Huh? Who do you mean you'll call? Yang Chiol explained further. That mess with Sun-yang card. Ask them to help clean it up nicely once and for all. Do-yun wondered to himself. How will the high-ranking officials interpret my grandfather's words? They might see it as unwanted pressure, a demand to bail out Sun-yang's debt. This could add unnecessary baggage for those who are currently walking on eggshells around the new administration. I just hope they don't get it twisted and take it the wrong way. Do-jun scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. It's simply a request for a swift public announcement, stating that the government will drop the hammer. No need for that, I'll handle it myself. Yang Chiol frowned in annoyance. Cheon frowned deeply in annoyance. Geez, why overthink it with all these mental gymnastics? He quickly reached for the phone to make a call. Just say we want to file a civil petition with the senior economic advisor. High-level economics. Tell him it's an urgent matter, so I'm inviting him for afternoon tea to talk it over. That's it. Just set the meeting in Myeongdong right near the Blue House. Do-jun made a suggestion. Well, if you have an appointment this afternoon, then please have lunch with me today. I'll have someone prepare everything at the hotel. Young Kiol said nonchalantly. Why would I meet him? The one who needs to go is you. He cried out in shock. Wait, what? The old man smiled cryptically. Go meet them yourself. And how you play your cards is your call. Do-jun realized with a jolt, even though his grandfather pulled the strings to set it up, he wanted to hand over all decision-making power to him. That way, it would be less of a headache for them, too. Wasn't this the ultimate low-key flex of support? He smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you, grandfather." Yang Kiel warned him, "It won't be a walk in the park. You're not the only one who knows how to pull strings with a petition." But Do-jun was feeling confident. "Since I'm the one who fired the first shot, at least I've got the upper hand for now. Once the government makes it official, Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki won't just sit there twiddling his thumbs. He'll mobilize every connection to block the nuclear option of a business suspension. And in that power network, the senior economic advisor is definitely a heavy hitter." Young Kiel agreed. "Exactly. So much drama has unfolded in just one day. There's going to be a lot more tea spilling soon. So the one who makes the first move naturally has the upper hand. That's for damn sure." The old man kept staring at his grandson with a meaningful silence. Meanwhile, at a certain building, Do-jun bowed politely. "I apologize for the intrusion." The senior economic advisor of the Blue House, Ju-min, extended his hand enthusiastically. "Mr. Jin Do-jun, you're being too formal. Meeting the person directly involved to talk things out is much faster, isn't it? If Chairman Jin were here, it would be hard to have a real straight-up conversation. Can be at ease. Mr. Jin Do-jun, I assume you aren't one to beat around the bush?" Do-jun completely agreed. "If there's nothing to hide, then this will be over in no time. Holding up a busy man like you for too long would be quite rude, after all." A hot cup of coffee was quickly served. Do-jun cut to the chase. "Regarding my move this time, what do you think? Does it look like a winning play to you?" Ju-min hesitated to give a definitive answer. "Hard to say. You have to show me your whole card first. Only then can I predict the outcome." He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "He says he wants it straight, yet he's playing these cryptic political mind games. Classic politician." Do-jun made a direct proposal. "Besides Sun Yang card, which other credit card company is on the brink of collapse? I'll bail out one more." Ju-min was stunned by his attitude. "Excuse me?" He didn't hesitate to speak plainly. "Since the government won't inject public funds anyway, if Sun Yang card goes bust, one or two more companies will definitely bite the dust. I'll save one of them. Take your pick." Ju-min went silent, unable to process the offer. After a while, he let out a long sigh. "Wow, honestly, I'm a bit confused here. Taking on two card companies, drowning in debt. That's no ordinary burden. Are you sure you're good for it?" Do-jun remained perfectly confident. "I'm saying it because I can carry it. That is the financial power of fantasy investment. Way beyond everyone's wildest imagination. And this time with American capital flowing in. Isn't that just perfect? It's like creating a great public image for attracting foreign investment, using foreign funds, to bail out a Korean company on the brink of bankruptcy. At this level, what do you think, sir?" Ju-min nudged his glasses up slightly. "This trump card of yours is a bit too powerful." Do-jun pushed further. "I actually have one more card. Would you like to hear it? The second credit card company belongs to Daehyun Group. So what about it?" Ju-min was slightly taken aback. "Are you talking about Daehyun card?" Do-jun asked confidently. "They must be on life support by now, just barely hanging on by a thread. Since they aren't getting any backup from Daehyun Motors, they've probably run completely dry on cash." Ju-min rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Sun Yang and Daehyun. Now this is getting spicy." He looked at the other man's expression and chuckled inwardly. It's only natural to be excited. This is their moment to flex for the whole world, to showcase the power and authority of the new administration. By cracking down on the two major conglomerates that have been pulling the strings in Korea. So what do you say? It's a pretty good look, isn't it? Do-jun kept up the persuasion. If you make an example of these two, other big corporations will fall in line on their own. To avoid being the next target, they will rush to clear their bad debts and go all out to stabilize their businesses. Ju-min nodded along. "It sounds reasonable, but like I said, this is a bit too intense." Do-jun easily picked up on his hesitation. "He's only whining for one reason. Are you afraid the media will make a huge scene?" Ju-min reacted instantly. "Of course, we're in the honeymoon phase, so they're only pulling punches for now. If the government messes with their top advertisers, do you think they'll just sit still? To protect their biggest whales, Sun Yang and Daehyun, they'll start coming for us. The honeymoon will turn into a total nightmare in the blink of an eye." Do-jun spoke up, assuring him that wouldn't happen. He sounded a bit puzzled after hearing that. "Oh?" Only then did he explain. "The biggest advertisers aren't the groups themselves, Sun Yang and Daehyun, but rather Sun Yang Electronics and Daehyun Motors. The owners of these two companies have no love lost for the heads of those credit card companies. I'm sure you know why, sir." Ju-min finally understood. Do-jun continued. "Maybe not every newspaper will sing praises for the Blue House, but they'll definitely keep their mouths shut Even the loudest one, Hansung Ilbo, is related by marriage to Sunyang Electronics. Sunyang Electronics. So they'll probably just give a slap on the wrist, just for show. You have nothing to worry about. He was so shocked he started breaking into a cold sweat. Ju-min rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Do-jun silently took a sip of his coffee. Ju-min gave a knowing smile. But Mr. Jin Do-jun, what exactly do you get out of this? Of course, I know you're tight with fantasy investment. But just for that, taking the lead in taking down your own family's subsidiary? A child of our family. I honestly can't wrap my head around it. Do-jun frowned, losing his patience. I already explained that when I met with the chairman of the Financial Supervisory Commission. Ju-min seemed to recall. You mean the messy internal family drama? Do-jun nodded. Yes. The man had no choice but to brush it off. In that case, I'll have to act like everything we discussed today never happened. Do-jun was quite surprised. Why the sudden change of heart? This isn't exactly a losing deal, you know. Ju-min had to admit it. Because we can't use the power of the Blue House, or more accurately, the government, just to settle your family matters. For today's meeting to yield any results, you need to give me the specifics of those internal affairs. Do-jun listened in silence, his brow furrowed deep. I have a feeling I'm being played by you. You get what I'm saying? Hearing that, Do-jun's face also darkened. Do-jun and Gyu-min remained in a tense silence in the room. He thought to himself that the man would only agree to act once his own intentions were fully understood. He needed to endure it, so he needed a scenario that felt more grounded and relatable, rather than macro-level talk like personal stock transfers. Do-jun spoke up again. On a personal note, Do-jun continues the discussion. If the advisor still agrees with my proposal, then starting tomorrow, I will start scooping up shares of Sunyang Card and Daehyun Card. Sunyang Card and Daehyun Card, especially Sunyang Card stock. Its price has been in a free fall, dropping even below its par value. Once the market stabilizes, the returns will easily be tenfold. Ju-min smiled in admiration. You're quite sharp, Junior. Only then did Do-jun realize, oh right, he went to the same university as me. But why bring up school all of a sudden? He asked point blank, how much do you plan on making from this deal? Do-jun keenly noticed that his tone had completely shifted. My capital is quite significant, so I'm not sure yet how much profit there will be. If you need anything, senior, just say the word. After all, I'm just a bookworm. I wouldn't know what to spend all that money on anyway. Ju-min stayed silent, giving no answer. A moment later, he finally spoke. Hey, Jin Do-jun, don't go mimicking that high and mighty act of those old school tycoons. Do-jun admitted it. They never talk about money themselves, bluntly like I do, because their underlings automatically take care of everything, without them even having to say a word. Like some pocket money, for instance. And that kind of pocket change doesn't necessarily need to be a quid pro quo. Ju-min couldn't hide his surprise at him, but he quickly composed himself and answered, don't be so quick to label money. What you call it depends on how much it is. A massive sum is a bribe, while a small amount is just pocket money, right? Do-jun gave a slight nod. A lot or a little is all relative. I'm not here to argue about that. If I unintentionally offended you, I sincerely apologize. To some, it's just some spare change for their parents to spend. But for others, it can change their entire destiny. What he said wasn't wrong at all. Ju-min also seemed understanding. I didn't say that to get an apology. I just want us to be more cautious with each other. Anyway, I've got the gist of what you're after. Do-jun asked him straight up. Can I take that as a good sign? He still shook his head. No.
I can't guarantee anything right now.
But I do think this is a business deal well worth considering. He still found that answer inadequate. A response like that isn't enough. I need a solid confirmation. One slip up and I lose everything. What about the 800 billion won in cash? What about the company? What about my shares? I didn't grind for 3 years just to walk away with a few 100 billion won. Do-jun spoke up solemnly. Advisor, Ju-min responded with a, He spoke with total seriousness. A deal worth considering? I didn't come to you just to hear an answer like that. This isn't just something to consider. It's a solution, an absolutely brilliant one, to make this plan happen. I personally went out to lobby everyone, from the FSC to Sehyun, the CEO of Fantasy Investment. This isn't a crisis. The current administration should have to carry from the very start of its term. And so I've brought you an opportunity to settle this crisis cleanly with your own hands. This crisis. On top of that, this is a golden opportunity to flex the power of the new government. And yet, after all that, all I get is just worth considering? Ju-min was flustered, at a loss for words. Do-jun stated it bluntly. Your hesitation will only make Fantasy very unhappy. Taking over a company on the brink of collapse is already a high-stakes gamble. But before Fantasy changes its mind, shouldn't the new administration be the one acting with more urgency? Ju-min nervously tried to calm him down. Now, Jin Do-jun, please keep your cool. Do-jun stood up abruptly. I'm giving you exactly 1 hour. If I don't get a clear response by then, I'll consider this meeting as if it never happened. He was stunned. What, 1 hour? But he didn't care. Sir, you are the senior economic advisor to the Blue House. Just go ahead and summon the relevant ministers and report directly to the president. I think 1 hour is more than enough time. The longer this drags on, the more I start to doubt the competence of this administration. And that doubt will quickly turn into a total loss of trust. Trust that. You guys aren't capable of actually solving the problem. At that point, I'll be the first to pull out of everything. That's my final word. With that, Do-jun walked right out. Once you've backed your opponent into a corner, you must never leave them even a single way out. Sometime later, back at the office, Do-jun was so on edge he couldn't sit still. He kept pacing back and forth. Se-hyun grumbled at him. Seriously, you're giving me a headache. Just sit down, even if this flops. You've still got your 800 billion won. Is it really necessary to be this stressed? It's not like you're losing anything. Do-jun didn't see it that way. I'm sure that's how he thinks. But to me, this is my chance. Another 7% to get me closer to grandfather's office. A grand goal that 800 billion won can't even touch. Se-hyun smirked. Don't sweat it. This scenario is bulletproof. There are no bad guys, and no one has to take a hit, except for us. Do-jun was taken aback. Us? Se-hyun nodded. Yeah. We're going through with this because I trust your word, that the credit card industry has a bright future. If this sector fails to grow, we're going to lose our shirts. Do-jun spoke up. Uncle? Se-hyun quickly responded, yeah? He asked him directly, how much cash do you have in your wallet right now? Se-hyun looked puzzled. Huh? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Do-jun followed up. You have more cards than cash, don't you? Se-hyun checked his wallet. Oh, you're right. He continued, if we ignore the emergency checks, your wallet is basically full of cards. Isn't it? That is exactly what the future of the card industry looks like. Se-hyun remained silent. Suddenly, a phone started ringing. Do-jun quickly picked up. Yes, I'm listening, advisor. Ju-min finally gave his answer. The meeting just wrapped up. We've agreed to push forward with this plan. Upon hearing the news, he replied immediately, understood, I'm currently with CEO. Se-hyun of Fantasy Investment? And I'll report back to him right away. Ju-min was delighted. Excellent. I'll be in touch with you again soon. Do-jun responded politely. Thank you, advisor. I also want to apologize for my somewhat impulsive attitude earlier. After that, he said a few more words and the call ended. No worries. It's all for the common goal. The government will make an official announcement shortly. That will be our signal to start. Let's make this partnership a success. Do-jun happily announced, it's all good. Se-hyun clapped non-stop. Talk about a total freebie. Your two uncles have suddenly become a bunch of idiots, he then added. The eldest uncle must be the one in the biggest shock, watching 800 billion won vanish in just 2 months. I'm really curious. I wonder how twisted that arrogant face of his will get. At the group headquarters right now, a worried subordinate advised, Vice Chairman, we can't just sit here and wait for the end. We need to come up with a rescue plan immediately. The situation is dire. Baek Ho chimed in as well. We've already suspended the cash advance services for a while now. The backlash from the financial sector is intense. Feeling a headache coming on, Dong-ki rubbed his temples. People are already used to services being suspended, aren't they? They say just using the card for payments is enough. Just try to hang in there a bit longer. I'll have everything sorted out in a heartbeat. The whole group fell silent, not daring to say another word. The CEO rushed in from outside, out of breath. Vice Chairman, something big happened, Dong-ki asked curiously. What's got you in such a panic? The CEO replied, please take a look at this news. He quickly went to turn on the TV. Breaking news. The government has issued a suspension order for Sunyang Card. Sunyang Card. Everyone in the room was thrown into a state of panic. A glaring headline flashed across the screen. Decision finalized. Effective midnight, April 20th. Sunyang cards will no longer be usable. Dong-ki's face instantly went pale. Only 2 days left. The core product of a credit card company, in just 2 days, will become nothing more than a worthless piece of plastic. Everyone present was on pins and needles. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Nobody dared to move an inch. Dong-ki was frozen, unable to process the news. Suddenly, the phone started ringing. But they didn't even care about it anymore. TV stations simultaneously broadcast this hot news. Suspension of operations. Right at this moment, there was a knock on young Ki's door. Come in. I've been expecting you. Dong Ki walked in with a look of pure salt. He frowned deeply but didn't say a word. The news anchor's voice continued to drone on. The suspension of Sun Yang card operations is the government's most aggressive move yet. This action has pushed the credit card crisis into a completely different phase, despite government demands for credit card companies to take drastic self-rescue measures. However, Sun Yang card has shown no significant response. Financial circles see this as a final warning, showing the government's iron will to put out the fire of this crisis as soon as possible. As for the Sun Yang group, they have yet to provide any official statement regarding the government's move. Young Ki couldn't help but marvel. The government's got some real balls this time, don't they? Dong Ki cut straight to the chase. Brother, this isn't one of your little games, is it? He immediately denied everything. I'm not exactly tight with the current administration. And even if I were, I couldn't pull off something this big. To be honest, I didn't. Have a hand in this. There are only 2 days left. What's your move? Dong Ki had to beg for help. We can't let the company go under. We have to save it. So, brother, I need you to inject 400 billion into it right now. Young Ki waved him off instantly. Me? Where would I get that kind of money? Dong Ki gnashed his teeth in rage. Grind, he shouted out in anger. I told you already, if I'm backed into a corner, I'll do whatever it takes. Young Ki asked calmly. Oh, you mean that threat about selling off the group's controlling shares? He just sat there, acting like it was no big deal. Dong Kai was now beyond frustrated. How can he be so chill? Young Kai made a suggestion. If selling them off solves the problem, then that's what you've got to do. Isn't that the responsibility of a business leader? A business, huh? Dong Ki yelled, Brother! A stack of documents was quickly thrown onto the table. Young Ki slowly spoke up. Everything needs to happen at the right time. Your threats don't carry any weight anymore. Take a look at this. Dong Ki tremblingly opened it to check. His face turned bright red with rage. This. Young Ki now wore a smug smirk. I signed it a few days ago. Now you owe me 800 billion? If Sun Yang card collapses, I'll get my hands on an additional 7% of the shares. I have zero reason to help you now. Actually, to be blunt, I just hope it goes bankrupt fast, so I don't have to look at it anymore. Dong Ki's hands wouldn't stop shaking. He was so livid that the veins on his forehead were popping out. Do June, that little brat. Young Ki continued to add fuel to the fire. Don't blame my innocent nephew. He was walking on eggshells around you too. But what could he do? The 800 billion debt was about to go up in smoke. Dong Ki slammed the documents down. He shouted right in his face. Do you really think the shares I put up as collateral are only worth 800 billion? Young Ki remained perfectly composed. The boy knew full well those were stocks that money alone couldn't buy. But it's clear now, isn't it? That Do-jun kid loves money way more than the chairman's seat. So young, yet he's got quite the calculating mind. He probably realized that swallowing Sun Yang whole is a mission impossible. Dong Ki still refused to believe it. No way! I thought his ambition was bigger than both of his. Uncles combined? Did I really misjudge him? Young Kai gloated. Now my stake is at 43%. With just 8% more, I can comfortably take the chairman's seat at Sun Yang Group. I'll just persuade the board, toss Do-jun or Si-hyun a few subsidiaries and be done with it. Dong Ki looked like he had just lost his soul. Young Ki kept talking nonstop. Oh, why don't you just hand over the rest of your shares to me? If you do, I'll let you keep your vice chairman title and your subsidiaries. I know you've got that business instinct in you. And besides, we're flesh and blood. No matter what people say, family still comes before strangers. Dong Ki was so riled up he was left speechless. He then turned around to leave in a huff. But Young Ki wasn't finished with him yet. Just wait and see the front page of Hansung Inbo tomorrow. Dong Ki frowned, confused. What do you mean by that? And Young Ki didn't mind spilling the tea. I'm going to give the green light to the media. The vultures who've only dared to watch from a distance. We'll finally get to tear Sun Yang Group apart. By then, you'll be nothing but a shameless director. Overnight, nobody will want anything to do with you, and you'll have no way out. Fuming with rage, Dong Ki slammed the door shut and stormed off. He was just preaching about being blood relatives, and now he's talking like that. Young Ki laughed out loud in pure satisfaction. Back at the villa, Dong Ki went to see Yang Cheon. The old man cut straight to the chase. So who took your shares? Dong Ki hung his head and admitted, It was my older brother, sir. Yang Cheon replied very calmly. Well, that's a relief then, Dong Ki cried out in protest. Father! The old man snapped back. You idiot! It's a blessing those shares didn't end up in the hands of an outsider. What if some random nobody came in and took control of Sun Yang? What then? Yes, Donkey said shakily. There's still enough time to get them back. Yang Qian knew exactly what his son meant. So you have the time, but you're short on cash? Donkey nodded. Yes, sir. The old man immediately questioned him. So you're not planning to ask me for money, are you? Donkey shamelessly pleaded. I'm sorry, father. Please, just help me this once. Yang Qian coldly refused. I don't have any money. I made it clear when the shares were divided. Even if you go bankrupt and lose every penny, I will not intervene. Donkey thought to himself in frustration. You haven't even transferred my inheritance yet. Even a kid knows you have trillions stashed away offshore. Everyone knows that. If you just pulled out a tiny fraction, everything would be settled. He still refused to back down. Father, I beg you, I won't ask for money anymore. Just please make one phone call to the bank, Yang Qian said irritably. The bank? Go ahead and pick their pockets yourself to see if my money's there. Donkey waved his hands, explaining, It's not like that, father. Please act as my guarantor so I can get a loan. He barked back immediately. Don't even dream about it. Every bank, president in Korea right now, is like a fish on a chopping block. The government is watching their every move. There's no way they'd dare to give an illegal loan. You don't even have anything left to use as collateral. Donkey bit his lip, not daring to utter a word. Deeply dejected, he hung his head. Yes. Yang Qian looked at his son, seeming to soften slightly with pity. He lowered his voice. Donkey. He quickly replied. Yes? Yang Qian asked him point blank. You've never really faced a struggle in your life, have you? Donkey shared honestly. Father, even if I've only walked on a path of roses that you paved for me, how could I have never stumbled even once? But Yang Qian brought up something else. I'm talking about a hanging by a thread kind of danger. Donkey bit his lip, his mind racing. If not now, then when? You know exactly why you're asking. If my brother secures more than half the shares, I'll be kicked out of Sun Yang's headquarters and forced to live like a hollow shell of a man. Yang Qian lectured him patiently. The ancients said that in every crisis there's opportunity. People don't just say that for nothing. Overcome this hurdle on your own. Only then will young Qi truly respect you. Donkey said, flustered. To survive this crisis, my only choice is to put up all my remaining group shares as collateral to borrow money. Yang Qian finally relented. Then do it. That's the only thing you have left. That's worth anything, isn't it? Donkey felt like he was falling into a bottomless pit. I've been abandoned, even by father. His legs couldn't help but shake. He had been cast aside. Finally, Donkey had no choice but to leave with a dark, gloomy face. His figure now looked completely dejected. Yang Qian suddenly spoke with deep implication. He doesn't even know who's stabbing him in the back. Yet he runs over here to threaten this old man. Meanwhile, at the annex of the central government complex, the area outside the room was under heavy guard. Inside, a high-stakes meeting seemed to be taking place. In attendance were the Vice Minister of Finance and Economy, the Senior Economic Advisor to the Blue House, and the Director of Bureau 1 of the Financial Supervisory Commission. Several others were also present. They were the creditors of Sun Yang Card, along with Oh Se-hyun from Miracle Investment. Gyu Min spoke up first. There are only 18 hours left before Sun. Yang Card's operations are officially suspended. The best-case scenario is revoking the suspension. Option 2 is to shorten the suspension period, as much as possible. And the worst case is liquidation. At this point, one of the creditors spoke up. An emergency measure like this, without giving us any heads up? This is absolutely ridiculous. Is there a plan yet to handle our tied-up capital? Everyone remained silent. Not a single answer was given. After a while, Ji-sun, director of Bureau 1 at the Financial Services Commission, spoke up. And yet here you all sit. Wasn't it you yourselves, the leading banks of Korea, who poured money into short-term bonds? Just because you blindly trusted the name, Sun Yang? The creditors fell silent after hearing that. Ji-sun continued, when lending 10 million won to ordinary folks, you demand everything, collateral, guarantors, and every possible exit strategy. Yet you threw out tens of billions, based on nothing but brand reputation. Is the government supposed to roll up its sleeves and act like some debt-collecting mob for you now? Again? Ju Min added, everyone present here must decide on exactly 2 things in the next 18 hours. First, how to handle the wave of consumers in default who have lost their ability to pay. Second, for you, financial officials here, what percentage of debt recovery, what percentage of the debt will actually make you happy? Isn't that right? Si-hyun raised his hand to stop them. If you want me to shoulder all those short-term bonds, I'll take my leave right now. As the director said, you gambled your money just for the Sun Yang name, so you must take responsibility for yourselves. And that responsibility is the debt recovery rate. If I don't take over Sun Yang Card, you surely know that the total value of bonds from Sun Yang Card in your hands will turn into scrap paper. So please think twice before you speak. There will be no haggling or bargaining here. They fell silent, only glancing at each other's expressions. Ho-jun suddenly raised his hand. Director O. First, let me confirm one thing. Se-hyun replied casually. Yes, please go ahead. Ho-jun didn't hesitate to speak his mind. From the way you're talking, can we assume that you already have the management rights for Sun Yang Card in the bag? Am I right? Se-hyun answered quickly. If today's meeting turns out in my favor, then by tomorrow, I will scoop up all the Sun Yang Card shares being dumped on the market. At that point, I'll become the largest shareholder with 40% of the stock. And if I team up with the financial sector's shares, I'll take over management immediately. One more thing. If everything goes smoothly, I'm ready to swallow up Daehyun Card, which is currently on the brink of collapse. I believe this detail will help you all make your decision a little easier. The creditors were stunned after hearing this. They seemed unable to believe their own ears. Se-hyun then said, to make it easier for you all to discuss, I'll step out for a moment. I hope you understand. He left the room shortly after. Only the creditors remained in the room. Ji-sun then spoke up to ask for Director O's opinion. So how do you plan to handle the delinquent cardholders? Se-hyun asked curiously. Is the government going to step in and bail them out? He denied it immediately. No, we have no plans for that. If it were debt for living expenses, there might be a chance. But this is credit card debt. We're afraid of public backlash for encouraging moral hazard. Se-hyun confirmed. If the government doesn't intervene, I'll handle it myself, you don't need to worry. Ju-min joined the conversation. Are you planning to sell off the bad debt to agencies specialized in this area? These companies, masquerading as credit info firms, specialize in buying up non-performing loans that card companies, commercial banks, savings banks, or finance firms have failed to collect, just 10% to 30% of the original value. Then, they unleash a squad of professional collectors to psychologically terrorize the debtors, acting just like gangsters to seize assets. Currently, it is the golden age for these credit information firms. Se-hyun calmly replied, of course, relying only on Sun Yang Card's internal collectors. Just won't cut it. I don't plan on losing a single cent in this deal. I'll fire sale all the bad debt, depending on the answer from those guys whispering out there. Ju-min cleared his throat, as if to shake off his tension. The others also looked at each other in silence. Se-hyun added further analysis. Sun Yang Card is just the first domino. All 8 card companies, to some degree, are in a life-or-death struggle against these defaulting debtors. If the current government makes a bold move, then they must show that determination until the very end. If they release a bailout policy for debtors just because they're worried about the upcoming election, those people will charge in like a pack of hungry wolves, howling and demanding the government take responsibility for tens of trillions. The debt itself will turn into that very pack of wolves. Everyone fell silent, lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, in Dong-ki's office, he was carefully reviewing the stack of documents in his hands. Se-hyun spoke first. I didn't think we needed to bother the shareholders meeting, which is why I'm meeting with you privately. Sir, actually, the only change is that the vice chairman and Sun Yang Card will be going their separate ways from now on. Dong-ki remained silent for a moment. Looking somewhat confused, he spoke up. But why did you bring this to me? There's no need to report this to me. Isn't just announcing the change in major shareholders enough? But Se-hyun didn't hesitate to speak. I'd like to propose a deal. Dong-ki became even more bewildered. A deal? Didn't you just say that? I have nothing more to do with Sun Yang Card anymore? The Hyon wasn't afraid to be blunt. There's still one thing tying us together. The Sun Yang name. A thought immediately flashed through Dong-ki's mind. Does he not want to give up the Sun Yang name? He didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. Get straight to the point. What do you want? Se-hyun made a direct pitch. How about we join forces, sir? Dong-ki's eyes widened in shock. What? Se-hyun explained clearly. As you know, Fantasy holds about 16% of the group's shares. As for Sun Yang Card, it has been completely severed from the system. If they force us to leave the group headquarters, then we'll have to pack our bags and go. And if the group demands a name change, we'll just have to suck it up and comply. Dong-ki speculated. So you don't want to change the name and you don't want to move out? Se-hyun nodded in confirmation. Yes, I just want to stay put here. My employees aren't exactly fans of change either. If the Sun Yang name, as long as the Sun Yang name is kept and the workplace remains undisturbed, they will work with peace of mind. Honestly, ordinary folks don't give a damn who's on the throne, as long as their bread and butter isn't touched. They couldn't care less. Which son of a bitch is the majority shareholder? Donkey felt a prickle of realization. You mean there won't be any shakeup in the management team? Sehyun wouldn't make any promises. I don't plan on doing a massive overhaul, though I will still give the boot to a few incompetent hacks who turned a blind eye to this crisis. Donkey immediately began to weigh his options. So only the majority shareholder changes. He asked further, so what exactly do you mean by joining forces? Sehyun laid it out clearly. Didn't your 7% stake fall into the hands of your older brother because of this mess? I'm talking about Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki. Your standing within the group must be shaking pretty hard right now. I will back you up. Donkey pressed for details. You mean Fantasy will use that 16% to back me? Sehyun smirked. It's not 16%, it's 23%. Because I'm about to reclaim the shares that were put up as collateral. Donkey's eyes widened. What? I completely forgot both the company and the shares are gone. I have 26%, and Fantasy has 23%. He's already leveled up to be on par with me. But if Fantasy is willing to back me, Sehyun called out in a serious tone, Vice Chairman, I will help you secure your current position. Donkey was stunned by the other man's words. Sehyun continued his pitch. If we team up, can't we stop Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki from monopolizing and manipulating the entire group? Donkey took the opportunity to pour more fuel on the fire. Director O, to be blunt when it comes to management ability, my brother is totally out of his league, right? Do you have any idea how many companies he's run into the ground? They've kept it on the down low, but it's already more than 10. Sehyun, however, didn't seem to care. Vice Chairman, there's no point in saying those things to me. I don't care how stupid Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki was in the past, or how reckless he might have been. I only look at the present. Dong-kai was so livid he began to shake. Sehyun continued, just take a close look at the current business metrics. They are flawless. Sun Yang Electronics is printing money right now. Dong-ki lost his cool and shouted, isn't that just dumb luck? The market is just doing well, don't you see? Even a dummy sitting in that chair could achieve the same results. Sehyun said slowly, actually I prefer Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki acting as a mere figurehead. Dong-ki froze upon hearing that. Sehyun shared sincerely, as a shareholder, safety is my top priority, risk comes later. I prefer steady dividends over shaky growth. So, is your answer a yes or a no? Dong-ki was still hesitating. After thinking it over carefully, he finally agreed. I accept the offer. Having completed his mission, Sehyun prepared to leave. Then please notify the management board about Sun Yang card. I'll take my leave now. Dong-ki suddenly stood up and asked Director O, now that we're partners, let me ask you one thing. Sehyun was a bit surprised. Dong-ki asked bluntly, what is my nephew Do-jun standing at Fantasy? Perhaps deep down he was still wary. He didn't dare ask it directly. Is he the majority shareholder? Sehyun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Young Do-jun? He's invested a fair amount, and his shares are quite substantial. Is something the matter? Dong-ki replied, flustered. Oh, it's nothing. Sehyun easily read between the lines. If you're wary of your nephew, there's no need to worry. Do-jun has other ambitions. His goal isn't like ours either. Dong-ki couldn't help but wonder what his goal was. Sehyun didn't dare to claim anything for sure. Even my father isn't quite sure, but he must have a goal, one even greater than the chairman's seat of Sun Yang Group. Even Sun Yang. Dong-ki was hit hard by this answer. The door closed after Sehyun left. Dong-ki stood there, constantly muttering to himself. A goal even greater than the chairman's seat of Sun Yang Group? Right now, that's not what I should be tripping about. Having just escaped the risk of being kicked out by my brother, now is the time to seize the opportunity. If I can just pull Sehyun to my side, I can shake up the entire Sun Yang Group, this Sun Yang. But the media continues to report on this case. The Sun Yang card incident, which caused an uproar in the financial world, has now been settled smoothly. The Ministry of Finance and Economy announced that after a marathon meeting, the government, the financial sector, and Sun Yang's stakeholders have reached a dramatic agreement. As a result, all Sun Yang services, which had been stalled for over 2 months, have resumed operation as of midnight today. Young-ki angrily questioned, what the hell is going on with this son of a bitch? Jun-hyuk was also very confused. I'm looking into it, sir. Young-ki was even more enraged by this answer. Good lord. He ruthlessly slapped Jun-hyuk. You bastard, you're only looking into it now? He could only clutch his face in pain. I'm sorry, Vice Chairman. Young-ki shouted loudly, get the hell out of here! Whether it's the Blue House or the Ministry of Finance, go confirm it immediately. Receiving the order, Jun-hyuk hurriedly left to get to work. He was still, so angry that his hands were shaking. Young Ki wondered in confusion, what the hell is actually happening? He frowned deeply, extremely annoyed. After thinking for a moment, Young Kai left. He quickly headed to Dong Ki's room. The more Young Ki looked, the more disgusted he became. He barged in and shouted at Dong Ki, who was currently sitting comfortably in his chair reading documents. Dong Ki couldn't help but feel annoyed by his older brother's attitude. Don't you know how to knock? Young Ki ignored him and rudely pointed at Dong Ki's face. Hey, what the hell is this? He was confused and hadn't confirmed it yet. What is what? He stopped beating around the bush and said it straight about Sun Yang. What kind of stunt did you pull? How on earth did you save it? Dong Ki remained calm, sitting there reading his papers. That sounds strange. Are you actually wishing it would get suspended and go bankrupt? Now that everything is settled, shouldn't you say congratulations? Or at least you've worked hard? Shouldn't you have said those things first, brother? Young Ki shouted angrily. Cut the crap and speak up! Dong Ki had a headache and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He shared honestly. I just resolved the liquidity issues, cleared all the debts, and got the services back to normal. Young Ki immediately asked, how? Or did you sell off all the shares? Dong Ki shook his head and continued. No, some rich guy has taken over Sun Yang card. It's no longer under my control. Young Ki was left speechless. Dong Ki chuckled softly, then added, the stock price dropped below 1,001. He snapped up every single share, dumped onto the market, and bought out the other shareholders as well. Since he holds 42% of the shares, it's safe to say it's a takeover. Young Ki was filled with regret. When Dong Ki asked for help, he should have scooped up all those junk stocks myself to take it over. He yelled, who is it? Who did you sell it to? Dong Ki didn't hold back and fired back. Watch your mouth. I already told you I didn't sell. Got it? That guy just gathered the shares on his own. But Young Ki still wouldn't let it go. Whatever you call it, it's the same thing. So who the hell is that guy anyway? Suddenly, another voice echoed through the room. Were you looking for me, sir? Se-hyun arrived just at that moment. Though it wasn't intentional, I accidentally overheard your entire conversation. Then Young Ki saw him appear, and he couldn't hide his shock. Dong Ki gave him a warm, cheerful welcome. Director, oh, you're here? The door was wide open and you were shouting so loud. Unless I actively tried to avoid it, anyone would have heard. No worries, it's our fault. Indeed, Young Ki now seemed to have figured it out. Could it be you? Se-hyun gave a slight bow. Yes. I am the representative for the largest shareholder of Sun Yang card. Oh, Se-hyun. Hearing that was like a bolt from the blue for him. Young Kai couldn't believe his ears. The new owner of Sun Yang card is Oh Se-hyun? This is a serious problem. This guy has nothing to lose, and he isn't intimidated by Sun Yang's power at all. Dong Ki immediately made his point clear. I have some business with Director Oh. If you have anything else, let's talk later. Young Ki took the hint and turned to leave. Right then, Se-hyun called him back. Oh, by the way, Vice Chairman Jin Young Ki, I'd like to discuss the debt repayment. After my meeting with the Sun Yang card management, could I come see you? Young Ki was bewildered. What, repayment? Se-hyun nodded and reminded him, yes. I believe we agreed to pay in 3 installments, right? But I'd rather settle it all at once. Young Ki's face turned pale at this. The shares were bought using bonds as collateral. Dong Ki immediately stepped in to defuse the situation. Come on. Let's talk about that later. First, let's go meet the management. I bet those folks are shaking in their boots right now. They're probably terrified of being on the purge list. Whether they're staying or going, we should let them know the verdict soon. So they can actually get some sleep tonight, right? Dong Ki lightly patted Se-hyun's shoulder. The two of them kept giving each other meaningful looks. Young Kai felt his blood boil even more seeing this. At the group headquarters right then, Young Ki had a private sit-down with Se-hyun. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Did you take over Sun Yang card? Se-hyun didn't hesitate to admit it. Yes, I scooped up all the shares. They dropped below face value. So it wasn't exactly rocket science, as you know. Uedo is my home turf, right? He asked, frustrated. But why? Are you annoyed by how I reacted? Young Ki questioned him irritably. Why target a credit card company? That's drowning in debt? Do you think reviving it is a walk in the park? There are probably 3 million people in credit default. It's not going to bounce back. However, Se-hyun didn't see it that way. Is that so, in my eyes? The number of people remaining, after subtracting those 3 million, is much larger. Young Ki pointed at his face and barked, What, are you trying to sell refrigerators to Eskimos? You're no newbie. Don't tell me you fall for that empty talk from those motivational speakers. Right, Se-hyun understood his opponent perfectly. Jin Young Ki wasn't wrong. The card industry was like a sky full of dark clouds. The future looked grim. But I'm not going to play along, or argue back at every word he says. He calmly replied to the vice chairman, "Let's just mind our own business. It's pretty rude to stick your nose into someone else's company. Between you and me, there's only one topic. Creditor and debtor." Young Ki was driven mad with rage and gnashed his teeth. How dare he look me dead in the eye? I definitely need to teach this disrespectful punk a lesson. Se-hyun added further, "I'll do whatever you want, Mr. Vice Chairman. Whether it's paying on the bond's maturity date, or settling it all at once." But hearing this, Young Ki cursed under his breath. Damn it. This is only going to benefit that kid Do-jun. Se-hyun became intrigued. "I heard the news. I heard you bought them back at double the price?" He didn't reply, only nodding in confirmation. Young Ki made a smug proposal. "I've got money to burn too. By the way, I have a proposal regarding my collateral. I want to buy back those shares." But Se-hyun wasn't about to let him get his way so easily. "I have no intention of selling. It's best if you don't bring it up again." Young Ki gnashed his teeth in irritation at the rejection. Young Ki sat there, shaking with rage. Gritting his teeth with a flushed face, he thought, what a nerve. Se-hyun, meanwhile, maintained a gentle smile. He watched those squinted eyes behind the glasses. He looked at him and made a new offer. Then instead of the shares, "How about I just buy you out entirely, Director O?" Se-hyun was a bit taken aback and stared at him wide-eyed. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Young Ki frowned and got straight to the point. "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll be blunt." He glared sharply at him and smirked. "The miracle shares you hold are at 16%. Sooner or later, Donkey's 7% collateral shares will end up in your hands too. That's 23% in total." Se-hyun kept a calm expression and smiled. "I'm sure you know, my philosophy is the separation of ownership and management. Don't worry, I won't interfere. One bit in how you run the Sun Yang Group. Where is Sun Yang?" With a composed face, he spoke as if content with his position. "Instead, just give me a handsome dividend at the end of the year." He immediately raised his hand as a sign to stop. The moment he finished speaking, "No, that's not what I meant." Young Ki's facial muscles tightened visibly in the tense atmosphere. "Your shares aren't just shares in some ordinary subsidiary. They're the kind that can shake the entire Sun Yang Group." Se-hyun sat back comfortably on the sofa, looking toward Young Ki. "The shares of a holding company are supposed to be enough to control it. I don't see any difference." Young Ki's face turned red, his muscles twitching with rage. "He clearly knows what I mean, but is playing dumb." He patiently gripped the armrest and tried to persuade him. "It's a huge difference. I'll give you 25% of Sun Yang Group. Just look at the revenue, the profits, and the brand power, then pick a company for yourself." Se-hyun suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. He couldn't believe the 25% figure. He seemed frozen from the shock as he heard the truths that he was laying bare. "Yes, I'm talking about the subsidiaries. I'll hand over whichever subsidiary you want. And I don't mean just for show. I mean literally handing over everything on that day." Young Ki smirked as if he had the upper hand in this manipulation. "From personnel rights and business methods to the development direction, I'll entrust you with full authority. What do you think?" Se-hyun looked genuinely stunned and had to ask again. "Are you serious?" Young Ki let out a triumphant laugh. "I'm not so bored that I'd use a company as a joke." Se-hyun returned to his initial nonchalant expression. "Did you forget I'm an M&A expert? I could easily tear that subsidiary apart and sell off every single share, because I won't bother with the headache of running it." Young Ki's face soured again. His gaze felt the situation getting tougher by the second. He turned back. His expression relaxed into a polite smirk. "Even if this brat sells off the subsidiary, I can just rebuild it later." Young Ki's glasses gleamed. A sinister smile curled on his lips. But opportunities to seize the chairman's seat don't come around often. He looked up at Se-hyun and gave a business-like smile. "Once I give something away, I never ask for it back. You can sell it all or run it into the ground for all I care. Do whatever you want." Se-hyun shot him a brief glance. Young Ki sat sternly at his desk. He heard him sigh with a few words of reflection. "I guess brothers really are alike. The two of you are like two peas in a pod." He felt a bit curious after hearing that. He didn't quite catch what he meant by being alike. Se-hyun locked eyes with him and spoke up. "Vice Chairman." Jin Donkey made the exact same proposal. Young Ki was startled. "The exact same proposal?" Se-hyun lowered his eyebrows slightly. There was a subtle, menacing look in his eyes. He gave a faint, knowing smile as he spoke. "Though the phrasing might differ, isn't this what you both really want? Team up with me to kick the other one out of Sun Yang." Young Ki was completely stunned after hearing those words. He scowled and glared at him, questioning Donkey's intentions. He's planning to sideline me? Sehyun shrugged as if to say that was exactly it. He leaned back against the sofa. I told you the delivery was just different. Just like you, Vice Chairman. Didn't explicitly say you'd throw your brother under the bus. Young Ki couldn't sit still anymore and demanded irritably, so what did he say? Unfazed, he calmly answered right then and there. My answer to both of you remains the same. Sehyun tilted his head and gave him his final word. I'm not interested, so just make sure those dividends are fat enough and we're good. Young Ki gnashed his teeth, feeling triggered and completely rattled. Furious, he gripped his hands so hard the veins popped out. Though it was a bummer that he didn't take the bait, Young Ki slowly loosened his grip. At least he didn't side with his brother to come after him. He gritted his teeth and frowned at him, issuing a warning. You'd better keep your word. Under no circumstances are you to meddle in the internal affairs of Sunyang. Sehyun just gave a polite, thin smile. Of course, as far as I'm concerned. It's best for Sunyang to keep the status quo. Young Ki finally regained his composure. He spoke seriously again. Maintain the status quo, what exactly does that mean? Sehyun relaxed his expression during the conversation. Exactly what it sounds like. Young Ki sat up in his chair, straightened his back, and hit the nail on the head regarding his point. Listen, it sounds like you're telling me not to lay a finger on my brother. Sehyun calmly engaged in the dialogue before asking directly, are you actually planning to make a move against him? In that room, he noticed a sharp glint in his eyes and gave a dry laugh. Young Kai clenched both hands and asserted, a kingdom cannot have two kings. Sehyun seemed unfazed and replied bluntly, this isn't the feudal era. This is a democratic nation, where harmony comes from checks and balances. Young Ki lost his temper again, clenching his fist and slamming it down. Sunyang is not a nation! His whole face flushed with anger. His eyes rolled back in fury as he shouted, it's a private asset that I built with my own 2 hands. Sehyun stood up and grabbed his briefcase. It's not personal property, it's the property of the shareholders. I don't intend to debate this point. He looked at him politely and then gave a serious piece of advice. I want to see a Sunyang, where you and your brother compete with each other in your respective fields. Ideally, you should drop the idea of getting rid of Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki. He lowered his eyebrows, his gaze unwavering, and his words were firm. As long as I'm a shareholder with a voice, I won't sit idly by and let that happen. Young Ki's face contorted in rage as he shouted after Sehyun, Director O. Sehyun stood there, smiling calmly in the face of Young Ki's explosive ego. Sehyun was nonchalant. He spoke directly to him with a serious tone. With Miracle's shares plus that collateral, while I can't handpick Sunyang's new leader myself, Sehyun's face suddenly turned ice cold. His eyes are sharp too, but at the very least, I can drag the person sitting in that chair down, and that also means, if anyone joins hands with me, then that person will be able to sit on the one and only throne that the vice chairman just mentioned. Young Ki, feeling the weight of every single word, while his face gets even redder with rage. Scene shifts to when Young Ki is sitting on the sofa with his arms crossed, looking totally annoyed. Just say what's on your mind then. Young Ki has now appeared, sitting in front of him with arms crossed to start the conversation. Shouldn't we settle the score with Oh Se-hyun? Donkey looks at him and asks directly, if it weren't for Oh Se-hyun, were you planning to kick me out? He answers decisively without holding back. Yeah, you heard that right? His face scrunches up and his eyes narrow in displeasure. Young Ki, at the desk, now makes a serious proposal. Dong Ki, let's get rid of all those outsiders from Sun Yang and start over from scratch. He starts tensing his jaw, using some real smooth talk to persuade him. Look at the state of us, brothers. If we keep going like this, we'll end up just walking on eggshells around Oh Se-hyun. On the contrary, you seem to be relaxing and just accepting your fate. There's no way around it. That guy just hoards shares without doing a thing. He's just standing by watching us tear each other apart. What can we even do? But Young Ki restlessly clenches his hands. His voice sounds a bit desperate. That's exactly why we need a plan. We can't just sit here and take it. I promise if we kick Oh Se-hyun out, I'll help you get your shares back above 30%. Donkey is a bit skeptical of those words, coming from his brother. Really? Young Ki's face gets more and more distorted. His mouth twitches with every word. Of course. Why else would you join forces with me? Young Ki holds up a finger and analyzes the situation. By the way, let's do one more thing. We have to deal with that brat Dojin's shares, too. Hearing the familiar name being mentioned, he suddenly flinches, remembering Dojun. Young-ki's eyes turn sharp and full of malice. He tenses his facial muscles. Think about it. What if that 10% falls into Oh Se-hyun's hands? He would immediately become the second largest shareholder. Moreover, if he uses Miracle's financial power to snap up more stocks, then rising to become the largest shareholder isn't exactly impossible. But Youngki remains completely unfazed, leaning back in his chair regarding this matter. Don't overthink it. The government agency's shares and the two banks are always on our side. And if he can't take over those parts, he can never become the largest shareholder. No way. He doesn't seem to care much about this. Then gives his younger brother a heads up. Are you thinking about the possibility of Jun joining hands with Oh Se-hyun? Dongki, on the other hand, crosses his arms and speaks very seriously. We can't underestimate this. Dongki recalls Se-hyun's face, speaking each word with a grave expression. Oh Se-hyun is Youngki's friend after all. What if Oh Se-hyun slowly gets in Youngki's ear, and then Youngki goes and convinces Dojun? Youngki hears this and taps the arm of his chair a few times. Fine, let's settle things with Jun first so he doesn't get any ideas. Dongki reaches out and offers an idea. Instead of that, wouldn't it be better to pull Dojun to our side? He hears that and asks for the plan directly. How? His eyebrows lower, opening his mouth to reveal his scheme. When we restructure the shares, give him another 10%. That way, it'll only be our family left. That sounds much more reasonable. Youngki is a bit taken aback by that, surprised and impressed. Dojun appears on screen. He rolls his eyes and flashes a wicked smile. Giving Dojun an extra 10%, then taking it back, is even easier than dealing with Oh Se-hyun. At the same time, outside a massive villa, inside a private room, Yang Kian sits in his chair, with a scowl on his aged face. I don't know if it's because you're too damn crafty, or because my sons are just too stupid. The handsome Dojun gives a faint smile looking at the old man, because there's no way to beat someone who has luck on their side. Yang Kian tilts his head back, speaking slowly, getting the card company back, keeping the shares and pocketing 800 billion on top of that. Attributing all of that to luck is a bit of a stretch, kid. Dojun quickly glances at the old man, speaking with a touch of humility. It's because the timing of the credit card crisis happened to work in my favor by luck. The room suddenly falls silent. As both remain quiet for a moment, soon Yang Qian seems to catch on, pointing at him and speaking bluntly. But I suspect that, perhaps, you predicted this entire credit card crisis from the start. He points toward him, smirking while his analysis hits the bullseye. For a finance expert like you to just sit back and give up a lucrative business, that pulls in steady fees and interest. It's definitely a bit fishy. Dojun breaks a slight sweat, but still tries to keep his cool. I just had a bad feeling about it. I never expected the credit card debt to explode like this. Yang Qian seems speechless and suddenly goes quiet. He crosses his arms and closes his eyes, forced to accept it. The fact that it blew up so big was indeed luck. But the rest is the result of bottomless greed. Yang Qian mashes his teeth, thinking of his two sons, while raising his eyebrows in disappointment. Your second uncle was so blinded by cash that he'd do anything. And the eldest paid 800 billion extra just to keep the shares. They're all cut from the same cloth. Dojun remains silent after hearing that, observing his grandfather's expression. Inside a private room, Dojun and his grandfather Yang Qian are sitting opposite each other. The old man raises his eyebrows and asks seriously, "So, what's your move now? Are you planning to demand subsidiaries proportional to the shares you're currently holding?" Dojun, in his elegant suit, chooses his words carefully, looking toward the old man. "No, I already have the financial sector you gave me, grandfather. That's worth as much as 30% of the shares." His hair is perfectly styled as he explains every detail meticulously. Although my second uncle's power will decrease slightly, no one can lead the heavy industry sector better than him. Yang Qian hears this and curls his lip into a smirk. "You sneaky little brat. You really have your uncles on a short leash, don't you?" He leans back in his chair and asks him directly, "What about that 800 billion in cash that fell into your lap? What's the plan?" Dojun folds his hands and looks at the old man to answer. "I intend to hold on to it for now." His eyes widen as he discusses this seriously. "I just need to leak to the financial committee that I'm ready to acquire them. Then they'll definitely feel free to squeeze Daehyun." Dojun's eyebrows lower and his gaze becomes sharper. If Daehyun doesn't provide a drastic solution that satisfies the government, then they'll share the same fate as son. Yang, old man Yang Qian, seems satisfied and bursts out laughing. "Even I wasn't as good as you back in the day. You're a real bandit." Dojun rolls his eyes and lets out a sigh as if it's all easy. Suddenly, Yang Qian narrows his eyes. His voice becomes grave. "Dojun, if there were only 2 giant diamonds in the world, what would you do?" He looks at him with a bit of surprise. "Yes, Yang Qian." The wrinkles on his forehead become prominent, deep in thought with a tense expression. "Buy both or just one?" Dojun hears the question. He keeps his eyes peeled and remains silent for a moment to think. "The diamonds you're talking about here are the credit card companies, Sunyang and Daehyun." Dojun rests his hands on his thighs, then looks at his grandfather and answers bluntly, "I'll buy both." The old man doesn't relax a single facial muscle, but looks even more serious and probes further. Have you ever thought of a way to buy just one but reap the rewards? As if you had both? Dojin is suddenly startled, his eyes widening. Yang. Cheon crosses his arms, tilts his head, and lets out a sigh. Kid, I misjudged you. You're so soft, how do you expect to do business? Dojun scratches his head and ears, giving a forced smile to brush it off. I guess I really am a bit too nice. He looks toward him and continues the conversation politely. Grandfather, can you just give me the answer? The old man raises his eyebrows, showing his seasoned wisdom, and says decisively, the value of the two, only existing diamonds. Just consolidate everything into one and it's done. Got it, June hears the answer and is stunned by this solution. Consolidate into one, then? The old man's face darkens. His gaze becomes even more intense. You must keep one. As for the other, what if you throw it into the deep sea or smash it to pieces? A pure shimmering diamond appears. At that point, the price of the remaining diamond, Dojin's eyes widen in shock, will double as he finally realizes the point. The old man senses his understanding. He smirks, feeling satisfied. That's all for today's episode. Gao hopes to get lots of likes and shares to stay motivated for more